It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, I'm in heaven with you, When sweet words turn into lies, we got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest, hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
I got no complications clouding up my life. Oh, I'm so done with waiting, gonna let me shine. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna get what's mine. Gotta keep on pushing, believe in myself. Keeping my head up, the best I've ever felt. Chase my doubts away. Believe I came to slay. Ooh, I got it in my sights. Ooh, I'm gonna get my dreams this time. I can't live without it. I'm not giving up this time. Oh, I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Every day I work hard trying to prove myself. I know I'm worthy, don't rely on no one else. You're gonna see me fly. I'm gonna do it right. Ooh, I got it in my sights. Ooh, I'm gonna get my dreams this time. I can't live without it. I'm not giving up this time. Oh, I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. Manifest this year, your new anthem. Yeah, you gotta keep it going. Stay on the path that you've always chosen. I know that you got the power in you. Believe in yourself, cause you know that it's true. Repeat the same words loud every day. I'm a boss, I was born to slay. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. When they told me dreams ain't real, I believed, yes I believed. Cause they see a kid when they look at me, but that ain't so bad now, is it really? They like to remind me of those times when I messed up real good. Said don't let those stars cloud up your eyes. Is that meant to help me? Was that helping really? I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would. Take me away, away, where sunny islands wait, away. They pretend to know it all while they're frowning at me. Not sure I've ever. Those eyes, are you helping really? I don't like to be over anxious. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would. Take me away, away, where sunny islands wait, away. I see stars, I see stars all around me, around me. I see stars, I see stars all around me, around me. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would, knew that I would. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would. Take me away, away, where sunny islands wait, away, away. I need beaches, on beaches in the sun, just for fun. I need beaches, on beaches in the sun, all for fun. I'm not hiding from anyone.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Call Duty, let's take the kill back. Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome everybody to the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. We are here at day 3, but before we get into the thick of things, I'm your caster Moman, and joined with me is once again Faster Bunny for day 3. Today we will be visiting the 0-1 brackets, the teams that have fallen behind, right? We will have 4 matches streamed for you guys today, and whoever loses today will sadly have to say goodbye at the shot at the challenge season. So how are you feeling today, Faster Bunny?
Just a heads up for everyone. Yesterday I was down by fever and I might sound a little bit more coarse today, but it's good. I still have the momentum, the energy, and the hype for today, because today is gonna be crucial for us to say c'est la vie for the teams that will not be able to continue on here on the SPN Opal Finals. I mean, it's quite sad, but this is how it is. The journey whereby you have to have a winner. You have to have the best of the best, and if you're not a part of it, you have to be a portrayal of whereby you have to be improving yourself on the next season. But here on out, this is a Swiss bracket again that we want to remind you guys what happened off from the first day of our SPS Opal Finals. Started out with all of our 32 teams meeting with each other, and then they were divided between their wins and their losses. So teams that won was already separated into the 1-0 bracket, whereby they already played off which yesterday on day number 2. Now on day number 3, we're going to see the bracket of 0 to 1, whereby the teams that lost will meet with each other, and those who lost, they still have one more lifeline to go. If they win against each other, they will be able to continue their journey here on the SPS OP Finals. But if they don't, those are the one we will say goodbye.
Yeah, whoever wins today will be joining the 1-1 team, the teams that have lost yesterday. And instantly, if they lose today, of course, we will have to say goodbye. But today, we have a lot of Malaysian teams playing in our broadcast, right? So for our first few matches already, I'm very excited for the teams coming up. The predictions have been so spicy coming out from the rest of the casters as well. But definitely, there's a lot of stakes here. It's very high stakes. They cannot pull their strategies anymore. They have to show the best of themselves, and whatever pocket strategies they've been hiding, they can't afford to drop a series today. But before we get into the games, of course, we want to tell you guys that, of course, today we have a new patch coming in where Granger has been revamped. And the new Granger, yeah, I know, demonic energy, very strong on the goal lane, very strong on jungle, but it would not be available to be played today all the way for the open finals at all. But you might see it in the challenge season. But the schedule for today, on my right, we already have the teams lined up for you guys. Perl Legends versus OD Esports from Malaysia. Perl Legends Esports from Indonesia, not doing too well, found themselves in that 0-1. OD Esports were felled by AI Esports. The next game we have lined up for you is Monster Vicious going up against Gamer-Packed Ascent from Philippines as well. This is a Malaysia versus Philippines, so it's gonna be very spicy for the Malaysia region today. Following that, we have JP9ers going up against Alter Ego X from Indonesia. This is their secondary team. This is their so-called international debut, right? We have not seen them much in that international scene, so it will be a true test of these newer players. And finally, we have Lazy Esports all the way from Philippines going against Young and Dangerous from Malaysia. Once again, right, all 4 of the games, we have a Malaysian representative.
Agree, definitely. I mean, I feel like this is the best part when it comes to English streams, right? Because the fact is, we had the day of Cambodia. Yesterday, we have the day of Philippines. Now, we're focusing more on the Malaysian teams, whereby we're going to see, does Malaysia meta will be able to be standing out inside the international level itself? Because so far right now, we've already seen Cambodia-wise, yes, they are superb in their own way, but it is difficult to meet off with those well-known teams, big names. But other than that, we do have 4 other teams, 4 other streams that you might be able to catch up on the other social media streams or other platforms on the side, whereby we have Team STV meeting off with the team of, I'm not mistaken, is by Pro Esports, yes sir. And then we also got the team of Vampire X Chaos meeting off with Games MY Ace. We also got CFU Gaming versus the IQ Phoenix. And last but not least, we got the team of Mythic Seal versus the team of Gamers Pack Chief. So do not be like a little bit confused. We have Gamer Pack's Accent here, but for the other streams, we have Gamer Pack Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs versus Ascent, right? The people that are on the rise and the people
Yeah.
that are Kings, but they are all in that 0-1 bracket. So
Yeah.
this is all 8 teams, all 16 teams, all 8 matches that will be played out today concurrently. If you're interested in watching the other game, feel free to hop to the other stream as well. They will all be streamed concurrently. But for the English stream itself, this first match here, we already have lined up Perl Legends Esports versus OD Esports. But before that, we were talking about the patch. Oh my god, it has been a very spicy patch. The patch will be live today, so it's definitely things that will affect the player's decision somehow. So you might see some slight meta shifts in terms of banning and drafting. The things that I really want to highlight here is Hilda has been buffed. So she's already been so strong on the
Yep.
EXP lane. Now I feel that you can play her as a roam and not really be punished because of that skill 2 cooldown buff, right? You take away 2 seconds from that skill 2 and Hilda becomes a very strong powerhouse in terms of having that lane priority as well, clearing out the creep waves, and then you can have the skill 2 for the team fight because the cooldown becomes so short. If you max that, it's 4.5 seconds for the Hilda skill 2. So you can just be whacking away, and then 4 seconds later, you can be whacking away again.
Exactly, agree. Definitely. I mean, it's something to be talked about or even to think about because already past 2 days, we've already seen a lot of the teams already prioritizing on Hilda wise, whether they want to ban it out or they want to use it in their own potential. And it shows definitely that Hilda is one of the roamer that can really put out a really good fight. Now with the buff inside our patch for the new series itself, it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not it will give even more differential in the teams that now have been struggling to portray a really good fight inside our SPS Open Finals. Can this meta, can this new revampment can actually make a really game changer for the teams itself? And will we see maybe there's a possibility the Malaysia teams will deny it all and not allow the fact that it's so strong and they don't want to risk that movement coming in from the other teams?
Yeah, I mean, if we know, right, the teams definitely know, right? They are professional players. They do this for a living, and I expect them to have this at the back of the heads where, yeah, you know, Hilda might be one of the up-and-coming picks coming up, but definitely there are heroes that might be falling off as well. The 2 heroes that I want to speak about right now would be the Gato Kacha and the Khalid. Gato Kacha received a very significant damage fall off, so you're not going to be able to deal that much damage, but depending on what you build it with, right, we see that a lot of Gato Kacha, they go for this blade armor build together with the vengeance just to prevent the gold laner from getting any semblance of damage. That still works. So Gato Kacha still one of the stronger picks, and now I think he has an adjustment on his ultimate. The Avatar the Guardian is slightly faster. It's 1/6 faster. So it's 0.2 seconds taken off the delay timing when he actually arrives on the battlefield itself. So it's now 1 second delay instead of 1.2 seconds. So it's not very easy to avoid anymore. It's not as telegraphed. 0.2 seconds is a lot of time in the Land of Dawn. And meanwhile, for Khalid, he has received some scaling adjustments where he's not able to deal that much damage, and his sustainability has been reduced as well. So now it's one of 2 paths, right? You either build the tank or you either build the damage. And the popular tank meta of Khalid might not be as popular anymore because he's not able to get the same lane priority as someone who has that concussive blast. Potentially, you talk about the Phoveus. Oh, yeah, speaking of Phoveus, he got slightly nerfed too, but we'll have to find out.
There's a lot of new things coming out for the patch, so definitely that could be a game changer here for day number 3 itself. But other than that, we also want to talk about the teams that we want to highlight the most here for day number 3, because the fact is teams to be watched. Like we talked about, this is a Malaysia stream, but other than that, we love to know how the Malaysia teams can compete with the other region, because meta-wise, when it comes to Malaysian, there are certain time they can compete but still struggling on the international level. We got Lazy Esport. I know for a fact there's a huge fan base for Lazy Esport. We know how they might be on the rise to be at the same par with their brothers from the Philippines as well, but there's a lot of efforts, there's a lot of training that needs to be grounded up for the Lazy Esport. Monster Vicious, can we say more? I mean, they are performing well. They are one of the MPL's rosters. So definitely they are high rise right now, and the momentum have to be continue on for the SPS Open Finals. The question is, Indonesia, Alter Ego X. So far, we got 2 of Alter Ego that only one from the main roster, which is Alter Ego, the main one, have been performing well. So only Alter Ego X have proven themselves to be on the same standard with their brothers.
Yeah, Alter Ego X not getting a favorable matchup on day one. I think they were up against RRQ Hoshi, right? So we have yet to see them perform against a similar standard of a team. RRQ Hoshi, you got to put them on that pedestal. You got to know that they are one of the top 2 teams in Indonesia right there. And Monster Vicious, I mean, they were up against Evo's struggle by a slight bit, but Monster Vicious, they still managed to get 1 point against Evo's Holy. Lazy Esports, on the other hand, they were up against AI Esports and they found themselves here 0-1. And AI Esports themselves, I mean, yesterday it was kind of a wonky drafting coming out from both sides. We saw the Angeline coming out from AI Esports, but it was coming out from the other team and they got instantly countered out by Revitalization Yin, which is, wow, I mean, is that the answer to Angeline? Because Revitalization Yin has been the talk of the town after he came out with that strategy. Crazy, by Alter Ego, right? This is
Agreed.
Alter Ego X's big brother saying that, yeah, we know how to counter. Whether Alter Ego X pulls out these kind of really niche strategies, right? It's this kind of small mechanics that counter out each kind of, what do you have? Your Angela, your Heart Guard, it gets taken away by the My Turn of Yin. This kind of small little mechanic plays that actually affect the overall climate of that game. And this is what we've yet to see, whether teams come up with new strategies against the current matters. And this is a very good testing ground, but today might not be it because they have to pull up their best show here. They don't want to give up a series at all.
Agree, definitely. And it's quite a little bit not to say risky, more to say like we're worried as well for the teams because again, when it comes to the patch, I know it's going to actually disrupt them. It's going to make them very, very cautious on the decision making because there's no try-rarren, but at the same time, you got to make sure that even though with the nerf or with the revampment, it will be portrayed in the skill wise because this is where the fine line of no matter whatever happens in the meta scenes, you'll be able to push through and you know what was the right timing of how you want to actually control the map, how you want to actually pursue for the team fight itself. So it is all about timing, skills, and yeah, possibility of course on the not just on the fate side of the revampment, but hopefully with the guts that the players have when it comes to pushing on the gameplay. So far right now, we're hoping for the teams will be able to be prepared and getting the last hope to still carry on here for the SPS Open Finals.
Yeah, once again, this is a Swiss bracket series. Only 4 teams is going to survive this grinder of this Swiss system because at the end, the team with the most wins, which is 4-0, 2 teams will make it. After that, the 2 teams with 4-1, they will have to go through a tiebreaker, right? 4 teams with 4-1, they will have to go through a tiebreaker and 2 will make it as well. And after that, for the challenge season themselves, their bigger brothers, right? The people that have placed higher than them in their own respective leagues in their countries are waiting for them and they will have to go through that similar process. Again, this is the path of a professional player here. And really, right now, as a newer and upcoming team in the Open Finals, they will have to go through this time and time again. It is their rise or their fall here. And whether or not they have the stamina, the mentality to pull them through, this really creates some new superstars, right? Snapdragon Pro Series, I believe that it is the nurturing ground for these newer teams to actually test their meta and test their mettle. I mean, where other than Snapdragon Pro Series do you get to play against Team Liquid ID? Where else can you see Fnatic, Onyx, PH over here in this Open Finals? It's a very rare chance for you to actually try your strategies against these bigger teams.
Agree, definitely. And hopefully that will be a great experience for all of the players. They've already struggled on day number 1. Day number 3, hopefully it will be a better case. Before we start off for the first series of the day, we're going to have a short break. So don't go anywhere. Get your snacks, get all your drinks ready. We're coming back with the first series up next.
Here we go!
See, it's all there.
already the first match lined up for you guys. Perl Legend Esports going up against OD Esports Indonesia versus Malaysia, and this will be their last lifeline here as they are fighting for series life here, this tournament life here. If they don't win here, they're out of the tournament completely.
Agree, definitely. I mean, Proto Legends, we were able to win it off for day number 1. So it was amazing, to be honest, because during the first round, we thought that, I mean, we expected a better team fight from Peta Legends itself, because the fact is we saw how they were rising up from the open qualifiers. There was a massive success. They're also one of the community's heroes on Indonesia side, but somehow when they met off with Duck Rice Esports, there's a possibility there could be a slight issue probably when the drafting wise, but today hopefully it will not be the same case for them. We got Zarkov here for the EXP, Jay-Z Man as the jungler, Sun as the mid lane, Glizzy as the roamer, and Casper Winata as the gold lane.
And Casper Winata, one of the few, right? The person that is notorious in this league itself. He brought out the Chang'e twice and lost. So I don't want to see him do it again. But GZ Man, he has been doing a great job on the jungle with the Bane as well. I really like the meta shift into the Bane from Perl Legend Esports, and they utilize it really well. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the Malaysian superstars who are on the rise, OD Esports, Keiru on the EXP lane, Katzi on the jungle, Deltad on that mid lane, and Mr. Saitama, aka Saitama, on that roam, and Superway on that gold lane as well. Not really too good of a showing versus Rebellion Esports when they initially played. I mean, Keiru was forced in a situation where he had to pick up that Gato Kacha, and very surprising to me, their Angeling ban did not work out too much against Rebellion Esports, and this is a Malaysian counterpart, right? They're so used to playing with their Malaysian meta, and now it's up against a totally different meta. They might probably not have played against a Chang'e gold lane, especially in that international scene.
Agree, definitely. I mean, the fact that there were at least a good drafting wise coming in from OD Sport, but it wasn't going in their favor. That's the question, whether or not, no matter how much the choices that you made here in the decision making, can you actually pull through into the map itself? Now, the question is, I think we have seen a lot of the caster prediction wise has always gone to your favor yesterday. Mine wise, I pretty much was out of touch, but today, let's see if I can be able to do a better job. So it seems that we matched up for the first match, whereby I decided to think that maybe Peta Legends has something up their sleeve, despite the fact that they keep on choosing Chai. Maybe they will learn from their mistakes and not put that as a choice again for the drafting wise. But it doesn't mean that I don't support OD, because definitely I'm a big fan of, I'm very patriotic, not to say I'm biased, but I want OD Esports to do something. But on the side of realistic or realization, I do feel like Peta Legend might be able to put through a little bit better job compared to OD Esports though.
Yeah, I mean, it's really curious to what Perl Legends can do today. I really not a fan of Chang'e pick, but I'm a fan of players who can really embrace their comfort, right?
True.
Know that that hero is actually good for you, and know the strengths of the heroes as well. But OD Esports, it looks like they have a lot of good drafting sense. They've been drafting very well, but yet they've been losing with these drafts. Yeah, so I feel that for Perl Legend Esports, they might just be able to just disregard the name tag, disregard the tournament, just play a game and just try and win as much as possible. And ready with that first ban phase, we see that Hilda being taken out. And yeah, I mean, they're professional players. They should know this better than us, right? Hilda is gonna be so strong right now because of the fact that he has a 2-second available off that cooldown from his skill 2. Now, Perl Legend Esports, with that opener from the Zhu Sin, usually teams respond back by jumping the back line. Perl Legends Esports, they are offered the Ling if they want to, Hayabusa if they want to as well, and the Nolan as well. These three are still very strong and prevalent in the meta for jumping the back line. Will they do it?
High loss. Also another thing that we've talked about also from the production wise, because here's the thing, with Hilda probably been banned out, it will give more of the leeway of them putting high loss as the priority. That's another roam combo that you can definitely use up despite the fact that Hilda will be taken out. But you talked about Hayabusa, they already put it out the priorities to make sure that they can cover up the back line.
And usually the lane priority of Khalid versus Hylos, we saw the rise of Khalid is because he had so much lane priority, right? He can clear out the waves so good, and Hylos was struggling in that option because he only had that concussive blast of that battle emblem available. Now that Khalid is kind of weaker, which they picked up on OD Esports, Hylos is on the rise, and Gato Kacha, I mean, still a good pick, but OD Esports, it looks like they don't know. They don't know that we're on the live patch, right?
You don't know. You don't know the patch. I mean, okay, this is gonna be tough. But let's see. This is the part where we know for a fact, no matter how much of the effects will come into the hero picks or even into the revamption or even the patch note, maybe it doesn't really cost that much, even though it will actually, to be honest, it will affect a little bit, but it depends on the timing itself, the skill wise. Now, how Peta Legends respond, they picked up Yves as well so that they can actually continue on with a really good cover for the backline.
Yeah, I mean, Yves itself, it's a very strong pick. And the thing is, right, I'm very curious to see where they put the Khalid and Gato Kacha on. Because right now, as of the patch, from what I'm understanding of it, it's way better to put the Khalid on that EXP lane now. I think roaming Khalid is no longer a viable option, at least not a strong option, right? While meanwhile, the roaming Gato Kacha is still very solid, and the EXP itself is not too important because Avatar Guardian right now is not your main initiation tool. Raging Sandstorm will be. And now with OD Esports taking out Cho, they don't want someone to try and lock them down. Perl Legends Esports, I mean, if they're going with a similar pattern here, they have to take out Ling, Nolan already out of the game, as well as more mobile junglers, right? They don't want, possibly, maybe they can take out Joy.
Oh, agree, definitely. That could be a possibility as well because again, I think the most wisely wise because the fact is teams of Peta Legends, they're very calculative when they're movement. Even though, yeah, maybe kind of really questionable choices to make when they come to the hero picks, but we do see that Ling will be banned off, so it gives more of a struggleness on the OD spot to find a way through of which of the better jungler that can actually pull in to fight off with Peta Legends esport. But then again, you can still be able to pull away possibility Nathan to be put out. You can even get Moskov on the scene, so that could be one thing that OD spot can back things off.
Yeah, one thing that I'm very curious to see is how this Zushin will be operating in this chaos, right? There's gonna be a lot of segmented team fights that Perl Legends might want to pursue. And the thing is, RWM is countered out by Jushin. You can actually get dragged out of your ultimate by the Lantern here. Phoveus being banned out, very good ban, but still, Perl Legends, they can actually put the Hylos on that EXP, and it will do well against the Khalid now, because that lane priority, you can actually proxy the wave, and he's not able to deal that much damage anymore unless he goes for a damage build.
Oh, definitely. And now looking on the side of Peta Legends, they already covered the ground the mid. They've already have the great roamer on the side as well as the jungler. Now they need to think, can they actually pick up at least Harith on their side? Because that could be another prioritization for themselves, because that could also even boost them health. So it's either that they will prioritize on the goal lane, or they would pick up another roamer for them to cover things ground.
Yeah, the Harith would be really good, especially with that Glorious Pathway and that box. Nathan, a very strong choice for that late game as well. We see teams leaning towards one or the other. Harith really has a very good mid-game power spike, but if you want to get assured for the late game, you pick up the Nathan. Now, OD Esports, because of that Nathan pick, right, it's either they go pedal to the metal and go for that early to mid-game together with that Gato Kacha with the Avatar Guardian Raging Sandstorm combo, then just double down on their AoE by potentially picking up Harith up for themselves if they want to. or they can go for that late game. They can go for something like a Claude, something like a Granger, but Granger is banned. So
yeah. No, they can't. They can't pick Granger. Just a head nose for you guys. Because of the patch, Granger will be banned throughout the SPS Open Finals, which we are also quite sad. We wanted to see what can actually be put out, but they picked out Alpha as well as Irritil. Great smart move. I do agree on the note. I mean, Irritil wise, possibly not to say that pretty much it could be a good mobility wise for them, but the Alpha picked out that could a really good decision making coming in from the ODE spot itself.
Yeah, and now Perl Legends left with their last pick. Potentially a roamer or the EXP lane. A good roamer pick here. They are already zoned out from the Matilda, but already they're going to put Hylos on the roam and Terizla on the EXP lane. Actually now, at that Khalid has been kind of put down in the power scale just a bit. Terizla would actually work to counter out the team fight. So you can frontline extremely well on that front line as well. Then for the Hylos, that glorious pathway timing will be very important, right? Whether or not you can use it after the Avatar of the Guardian has been used. So whoever has the discipline for the ulti, it's going to be very important. If that glorious pathway comes out just slightly later than the Avatar of the Guardian, they can use that just to disengage very easily.
Agree, definitely. So far right now, when it comes to drafting wise, I think that it's even Stevens for both of the side. I mean, the fact that it's all pretty much on the timing of the teams itself and how they portray it all. And either so, like, we know for a fact that most of the times teams will try to push in either on going in for team fights, or they might actually try to shut down maybe a little bit earlier on. Let's see how it is. But here on out, this is the first series of the day, number 3, SPS Open Finals. Let's see, Indonesia, Perl Legends versus Malaysia, OD Esports.
Yeah, both teams fighting for tournament survival. And what I'm really curious about right now will be that Irritil pick, right? OD Esports, they have a very nice top-down team fight. Very easy to execute, yes, but that in the same time, it's very telegraphed because all their skills require some sort of wind-up. That Raging Sandstorm, you can see it from a mile away. The only thing that they have to watch out for is particularly that Spear of Alpha coming out from Katizi. And Perl Legends, if they play this correctly, they can segment that fight towards that backline with the Hayabusa, with the entropy from the Nation as well, and use that penalty zone in that front line. Perl Legends, they have to fight a very well executed team fight if they want to win. Meanwhile, for OD Esports, they can just shove 5 members towards Perl Legends and potentially win the team fight. So the name of the game here for Perl Legends is not to 5 as 5, especially if they don't have that macro advantage going for them.
Agree, definitely. So it's a risky move, but then again, Team OD Esport, the question is, are they going to actually make a simple mistake? Because those are the mistakes that they need to be very careful of. Because if Perl Legends spot out some of the positioning are not the right spot for OD Sport, they will try to punish them out. So far right now, we do see teams are going in for their creeps, they're trying to clear it out, try to lay out all the waves for themselves. And now once the turtle has spawned out, we do see Perl Legends will be the first one to test the waters. OD Sport, already spotted out. It's going to be Zarkov. He goes into call TZ first, but doesn't manage. But it's going to give JZ, man, the opportunity to take the turtle straight away. But team fights will contest to go in, or will they actually just try to overextend it off? But it seems that it's not going to be the case. Delto try to actually get the picks coming in from Glizzy, but it's not going to do anything. As again, even despite that all the screams that was done, they are not able to even get anyone for their constellation prize. So it's still a win for Team Perl Legends.
Yeah, there you see the weakness of the Khalid really coming through, right? That walking in from Nathan was left unpunished, despite the fact that he did not need to use entropy. That damage is not present anymore. Even with the concussive blast hitting onto Nathan, he could not punish that Nathan. That roam Khalid will not be as strong anymore. And now with the quad shadow in, GZ, man, they want to take away this map control.
And Delta almost been taken out. He's going for a fight, but it's going to be the first blood coming in from Cat TZ to shut down straight away. But at the same time, right here, it seems that Perl Legends, a little bit of overextension, but still, it's a fruitful wise coming in from the side of OD Esports.
Yeah, that shadow kill, not exactly finding anything, right? GZ Man could not find anyone with the quad shadows and still decided to go in a bit of execution error coming in from Perl Legends. Real world manipulation used very early here. Zakovic now left for dead as he gets chased down that bottom lane by Mr. Saitama. And Katizi, right? Katizi, he has so much damage. He is the crux of everything for OD Esports. As long as they play around Katizi, Perl Legends, they will have a horrible time because of the Zusin protecting him. There's so much AoE that can protect that Spear of Alpha. And that's why I said Perl Legends, they're going to have a harder time executing this. They have to split the fight on two fronts. And if they use that Glorious Pathway like that again, way too early, they will lose a lot of team fights.
And it seems that they're going to actually push the fight right to the top lane. We do see that Replay is coming in at the moment right now, but it was just a little bit of tease. Tiltal comes in, the spawns come through, and now they will try to make Glorious Path comes in at the moment right now, stunning off airborns to the side of two players of OD, but at the same time right here, JZ Man getting in for this lane of the Tiltal as well as making a really good KTZ to be shut down. But the process right here, Karu surviving, but barely alive with Casper Winata clearing out the dot with the last hit, and now it's only left with Superway almost coming out alive because the fact is all of those fights were still in the favor of the Legends.
Yeah, great segmentation, right? They had to split the fight on two fronts, and now they use Zakovic with that penalty zone in that background. He was hiding in that turtle pit. He came out with that penalty zone when the Glorious Pathway was popped, and OD Esports were caught with their pants down. All three members got instantly caught, and they cannot allow that to happen because their backline is extremely important. And OD Esports, the name of the game here is to fight S5. Now, with the gold advantage going towards Perl Legends Esports, 15.2k, 13.1k. We have a slight technical pause right here, but doesn't matter. Let's just continue talking about that in the instant replay, and we have that penalty zone in that back line. Then Son in that front line is able to just zone away with that real world manipulation. This is where Casper Winata, he can just play in that back line and have that entropy up and about. Even with the extended team fights, they do not have that sustainability. So Perl Legends, if they can continue to take away zones with that Glorious Pathway, penalty zone, that entropy is going to find so much space from Nathan, right? Nathan, you don't want to leave him in a spot where he's able to deal damage for free.
Agree, definitely. I mean, looking on the side of how the team fights is, I like the fact that Perl Legends was able to separate the players because this is what they're looking for, because they know whenever the team of OD Sport coming as one, it's not going to be easy for them. The separation that was done by them throughout, not only be able to actually focus on the OBJ as well, taking the title for themselves, and then to a point that they managed to actually divide and conquer the players of OD Sport. That made it a difficult positioning for teams, to players of OD Sport to come through. And now the question is, will OD Sport be able to actually redeem themselves for those mistakes itself? Because so far right now, they're a little bit hesitant. Most of the time, they want to actually try to counter, they try to actually pull in anyone from coming in from the side of Team Perl Legends, but it's not getting in. They're not getting what they'll want in. The lock-on is not coming through for the side of OD Sports.
And yeah, OD Esports, they might have misjudged their timing a bit. They were trying to play around the alpha, but the alpha skill and cooldown has already been used on that turtle. They committed a bit too hard for that turtle, and I feel that, yeah, they might have gotten turtle, yes, but at what cost? They lost that team fire, and they should know that alpha is gonna be the main initiation for everything. It's not as if your Raging Sandstorm can catch someone from a mile away, and even if you do catch it, if you do not have that Spear of Alpha, that true damage, especially in the early 4 or 5 minutes of the game, there's not enough damage where you're coming from, because Irithel, you do not have the items yet. Yes, you do have the spell damage, you do have that first skill and second skill going for you, but it ramps up a lot with your physical damage. So if you do not have that itemization for you at that point, alpha is just that damage. And if you do not have it, that turtle is for nothing. And Perl Legends, they really took advantage of that.
Agreed.
Glorious Pathway, I mean, penalty zone, real world manipulation, and going into the next few minutes of the game, right? Going into the next 8-minute mark when we go into that Lord. Yes, they will have another power timing. OD Esports, they're not out of the woods yet. They can potentially go for a comeback because they have the easier team fight to go for. That Spirit of Alpha just goes in, everybody behind him, and if you don't get split up, that's fine, that's great. But all you have to do is have that tiny bit of spacing, tiny bit of awareness, because you're playing against a Terizla. That penalty zone will still destroy you. You either have your flickers up or you do not get caught by the penalty zone.
Agree, definitely. This is really, really crucial and like very critical thing coming in from the side of OD Esport, because again, right at this instant, we do see not only Perl Legends is able to actually get the turtles, they're also up on the currency wise. So OD Esports, pretty much they need to find as much resources they need to coming into after this technical pause, and the fact that some of the fights that we see, somehow they are going in the way of the bait that Team Perl Legends want them to be, because they're moving against the way or the flow of Perl Legends has put them out. How they want to actually portray it, how they want to actually go in, is they have to go against, not to follow the flow of Perl Legends, find a way to break through, find a way for them to actually lead their own fight for their own, because the fact is so far, if they actually fall into the traps of Perl Legends, it's going to be tough for them to come true for that comeback.
And Perl Legends, I think it seems like they're going to have an easier time, right? Finding the Irithel versus finding the Nathan. Because Nathan, right now, if you take a look at his battle spell, it's Purify. And what do you have against a Purify? Just raw unmitigated damage? That's not going to be enough, especially if you're not all 5 on them. And Casper Winata, he's not going to put himself in a situation where he's going to be so easily caught. Meanwhile, Super Wei, he can die so easily to that Shadow Kill. And Hylos already in, but he's not dying at all.
He is not dying at all, and it seems that coming in, Sun will be able to pull Trey and takes down Karo immediately. As they pull in, they will be able to go out, flickers away, moving all the way into the turret, but it seems that Zarkofit will not allow it, and Super Wei also been shut down immediately, taking off a lot of the bloods already by the hands of Team Perl Legends Esports.
And GZ man just diving that back with that Shadow Kill, finds an easy kill onto Katizi. I mean, at this point, right, you can't really do anything against that Shadow Kill. All you have is Mr. Saitama possibly with that revitalization to keep you up. And there's one of the weaknesses of the battle spells of Irithel. You want that sprint, yes, but now against that Nathan with that Purify, you lack that survivability, especially if you're behind. And this is where Irithel really shows its weakness, because you cannot really play very well from behind, but you are a machine when you're ahead. And OD Esports, they are gonna have to force these team fights again and again, because the purple buff here is being threatened.
And they're coming in, invasion comes through. Kaoru will try to go in for a fight with Zarkofit Airport, but unfortunately JC Man comes in with a Shadow Kill, takes down Saitama, Sun takes down Super Wei, and as they push in, unfortunately OD Esport, despite they try to defend that buff, is still going in for the favor of Perl Legends. And here, she's not done yet. JZ Man comes in with another Shadow Kill, takes down another player of OD Esports.
Very nicely done by Perl Legends, right? They identified the alpha. The key damage before 8 minutes, that Spear of Alpha is all the way at the bottom lane, and pure damage is not there. There's nothing to kill your Hylos. And even if he's there, can he even kill the Hylos right now? Because it felt to me like with the Glorious Pathway, with the revitalization up, this Hylos is unkillable. And OD Esports right now, they either fight as 5 or they don't fight at all. And OD Esports going for that purple buff right there, there was no rhyme or reason to go for that purple buff. And now Perl Legends, they want to push the issue here.
They're coming in, try to pick up Zarkofit first, but at the same time here, Katizi a little bit too open. Saitama, glorious path comes through. Delt managed to take down Zarkofit first, but at what cost, with Sun shutting down Saitama as well. It's a trade to trade, but still, Team OD Sport looking even more struggle in this scene.
Yeah, I mean, OD Esports, they don't have anything to segment the fights. They don't have anything that actually threatens Casper Winata as of this moment. And even going into the later stages of the game, how are you going to go deal with this Nathan, right? I mean, their initial plan is to get the farm, get the Raging Sandstorm going, that Avatar Guardian jump down from Mr. Saitama. He has the farm to do it, but now it's a nerf Gatokacha. You don't have that much of damage, and he went for revitalization. And it's not as if you buy Blade Armor, you buy you get the Vengeance, it's gonna deal damage back to Nathan because Nathan, he does magic damage, and this is where Perl Legends draft is just way too insane right now. Penalty zone onto Mr. Saitama and instantly gets taken out. Quad Shadow, Shadow Kill going in onto Deltot as the rest of the team gets decimated. Katizi just finding one, but 3 members of OD Esports are already down with a Lord marching down that top lane.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, talking about how at least KDZ managed to trade off only one, but with 3 players already down, this is even tougher for Team OD Sport. Karu will be tagged off, trying to push into Casper with a top, but the overextension will be done. Unfortunately, Superway also been caused off by the side of Sun, and it's leaving off only Mr. Saitama as well as Delt to survive it out. Deltot looking for a way to actually pick off is only the last layer of the turret right this instant, and it seems that as the Lord coming in, we do see they're going to actually clear out all the waves in so that they can push in straight away to the last layer. We got Sun. Oh, Zarkovic comes in for the penalty zone. KatZ will be taken off by Sun immediately, and they're pushing in right now. OD, Jay-Z man looking for a way to come through to the rest of the OD. OD is gonna try to split them up, but it's not gonna be easy. Zarkovic comes in, took away off his old looking, but it's gonna be Saitama who managed to actually try to do some damage, but Jay-Z comes in, shuts down Mr. Saitama, and leaving off the path for the team of Perl Legends into the crystal.
Perl Legends, they look different from day one, right? That was Jeezy man just dangling his life, his HP, using his HP as a resource. He had that Shadow Kill available. Quad Shadow was not up, but now we have Super Wave trying to answer back Glizzy with that secondary kill, but Jeezy kill in that back line, already find a kill and out of harm's way. Perl Legends, they might try to end things here, and they might take one game away from OD Esports because 2 members are down from OD Esports right now.
Oh, let's see, right? It's going to be RWM coming in through Jay-Z man, able to take down, but KatZ also takes him down, but it's going to be the tough part. As the moment right here, we do see Glizzy going in for the overextension, but they are trying to push in. Right this instant, they have that 1 minion layer coming through, and Superway still surviving that OD Esport coming in. The overextension that was done by Perl Legends was denied and punished by OD Esports instantly.
And now with that Purify, Casper Winata, can he get away though? Entropy is available. They are trying to chase him down, but both members all low. They might not get a consolation prize here. Perl Legends, I mean, with that, they take away the inhibitor turrets, and they have that late game secured. It's still 7,600 gold lead for the side of Indonesia. And with the Lord spawning in 20 seconds, everybody is going to be available. Sure, yes, the Purify might be used right now, but OD Esports, they cannot capitalize because of that lane pressure coming in from that bottom lane, and it's going to be constant super creep pressure coming through. OD Esports, they need to consistently lane clear, consistently proxy waves, and then group as 5, but nothing is being done with that top lane now. And this enhanced Lord, if they fight it, potentially lose their base.
Let's see. We do see Glizzy trying to push in. It's going to be Jay-Z man try to take it out, KatZ, but nope. He pulled away first of all. And we do see Karu trying to stir it away Zarkovic. Zarkovic going to go in 1-1, but at the same time, Mr. Saitama will be backing things up. But Jay-Z man takes down Deltot immediately. Karu will be the next one victim for Casper Winata. Glorious path in the way, and it's giving a lot of leeway for Casper Winata to shut down another player. Now Superway almost barely alive trying to survive, but unfortunately Sun denies it with the RWM and making a team wipeout, and this is already a game 1 in the hands of Perl Legends.
Yeah, Perl Legends, very clean game coming out against OD Esports. And it's just a very clean execution, right? The way that they started that first few team fights, even though they were down in that first 1 to 2 minutes, it did not matter because they knew their win conditions into the game. And meanwhile for OD Esports, really, I feel that one of the things that really came to bite them in their back was their drafts as well. Khalid not being as strong anymore, Gato Kacha having that weakened damage factor, and they both went for full tank builds. If you take a look at the itemizations, it's still that Thunder Belt on Khalid, and that's a lot of slow factors, yes, but there's no damage anymore. Now, with the new Khalid, I think you gotta build something like a Hunter Strike, a Blade of the Heptases into that tank. You gotta still do that hybrid, especially if you're on the EXP lane, because you're not gonna be able to punish anybody right now. And Mr. Saitama, I mean, he was the roam after all, but right now you don't have that damage to punish anyone, and this is just a faltering in their, I think, their studies here, because I feel that, yeah, Khalid, Gatokacha, you picked both that just recently just got nerfed.
I mean, again, it goes down to show that those are the crucial things that you need to consider when it comes to the drafting wise. Once a heroes has been nerfed, can they actually be as good as it was before? And because the fact that most of the fights that they expected wanted to actually go in, and even with the team fights they wanted to pull in as a 5 players itself, it was still not enough to portray here when it comes to fighting with Delta Legends. And not only that, most of the time we do see Jay-Z Man still manage to go into the backline all by himself. He takes on one, and with a really good condition coming in, and the part where the fact that they're too much focusing on trying to divide and conquer team from Para Legends, it was still not in the scene of team OD Esports itself, because there was not enough grounds that they could cover off, because Beta Legends was already having enough structure to pull through into the fight. And looking on the gold capacity they've already built up for their currency, even in the mid game itself, we've already seen a huge gap between Beta Legends as well as OD, to a point that they have 7,000 goals that was already leading up for the team of Beta Legends.
Yeah, I mean, the execution-wise as well, right? Mechanics, I mean, Jeezy-Man, he played it to a T. I mean, Hayabusa dangling his HP like that, it's not what you really want to see in a pro player, where in another game, possibly, he might have gotten nuked down and he might have gotten just wrecked. But the thing is, he knows that OD Esports, they only have that Spear of Alpha to actually control and keep him there. So he can play in front without the quad shadows and just use the shadow kill as an escape mechanism, and then the quad shadow later is just a matter of timing for Jeezy Man. And he played that to a T, because every time he was all the way in front, always threatening, dangling his own life as a bait to force these team fights. And once the rest of OD Esports, they answered back, that glorious pathway was there. Son, he was there with the real world manipulation as well. And of course, Casper Wanada in the back, not being touched at all. And this is all started by this Hayabusa, a ninja who is baiting you.
Agree, definitely. And again, this is the fine line where OD Esports, they try to respond, and they were outmaneuvered from how Para Legends expected. They were bringing them the flow into their own hands, and OD Esports, they shouldn't have to go through that. It not just because of the drafting wise, it's because the positioning wise of how they want to actually go in for those team fights. Started out right here with the fact that they try to pull in Glazy first of all, but it was denied immediately, and Zarkovic pushing straight away all to super way, and there was nothing that could be done because they keep on trying to drag one. They try to actually pull in, even with the buff, try to be contest and try to be defend. It was still not enough to bear for OD Esports.
Yeah, and at this point, like this purple buff, like why are you fighting for this purple buff, right? Even your jungler doesn't want this purple buff, so why are you here? It's just very confusing towards me. And for this Lord itself, there is no Irithel, there's no Khalid, so there's no point in taking this fight, because Pro Legends, be assured that they are all there. And this fight, yes, Casper Winata, he eventually goes down, and this was a very good trade coming in from OD Esports because of a slight overextension, but just at this last team fight here, Jeezy Man, he is able to just be that backline factor, even with the entropy and the purify available from Casper Winata, is just a lot of damage coming from that backline. Every time the glorious pathway lands on you guys right now, the farm is too far gone for OD Esports to respawn as 5. The timing was gone way before that 8-minute mark. It was like at the 6-minute mark where the glorious pathway, it cannot be answered for anymore.
Agree, definitely. So now we got our first series, first round been victored by the team of Para Legends. They still have one more round to go if they want to continue on their 1-1 streak, because again, they are at the bottom bracket 0-1. So they want to continue, they need one more round to accomplish. On the side of OD Sport, they can try to prolong this. They can be able to sustain this fight if they get one more point. Can they do so? Because so far right now, with the drafting wise, maybe they can learn from the mistake. Now they know for a fact that how much of the effect can be seen from the nerf that was done by this previous or newly patched node into the MLBB. Because the fact is, you need to be very careful when it comes to your decision making of your heroes, as well as when it comes to timing your team fights. Let's see what's gonna happen on the second rounds, whether or not OD will come back or will Peta Legends come in with a 2-0. We'll be right back after the short breaks.
Here we go!
Relax, don't worry about it. Hey, take a second, slow down, yeah. You will see it's all good in the hood.
내 눈에 비친 너는 stylish Baby look me in my eye 너도 날 원한 것 같아 하나씩 맞아가는 말네 눈 속에서 수영할래 깊은 눈에 빠진 채 너의 매력에 빠졌어 헤어날 수가 없는 걸 My heart
떠올려 시작이 겁나 너와 난 다르가워 근데 참을 수가 없어 네 웃음에 난 친걸 하나씩 맞춰볼까 뻔한 자기 속에 씌우고 내 이름은 Tell me baby whatever you like 다른 부자가 아니지만 너 웃게 해줘 hero 스케줄이 또 미뤄 내 빗속에 너와 가고 싶은 걸 휘둘러 이런 감성 카페는 넌 어떨까 혹은 너가 싫어할까봐 난 조금 감기어 mine 생각을 해 에이. 어김없이 나쁜 생각이 오기 전에 call me 나쁜 짓 안 해 이제 고개를
내 눈에
끄덕여줘
비친
baby
너는 stylish Baby look me in my eye 너도 날 원한 것 같아 하나씩 맞아가는 말네 눈 속에서 수영할래 깊은 눈에 빠진 채 너의 매력에 빠졌어 헤어날 수가 없는 걸 My heart
떠나보자고 이번 주 weekend 너와 있으면 내 하루는 비대 친구들이 말해 너 요즘 왜 이래 바보같이 웃으면서 다닌대 단순해 너랑 내한테 빠져버린 나인 걸 어쩔 수 없으니 너를 위해 바치게 네가 가진 모든 것 내 시간
내 눈에
생선물까지
비친 너는 stylish Baby look me in my eye 너도 날 원한 것 같아 하나씩 맞아가는 말네 눈 속에서 수영할래 깊은 눈에 빠진 채 너의 매력에 빠졌어 헤어날 수가 없는 걸 My heart
Are you ready to step out your skin? Are you ready? Ooh, listen to the voice within. Now your battles, they're all in your head. You can win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have finished off that first game of the first series of Malaysia versus Indonesia. We have OD Esports from Malaysia, Perl Legends Esports from Indonesia, and now Perl Legends are ahead 1-0. How are you feeling, Bunny, about this?
I'm nervous. I'm really nervous because, again, we're talking about how this is the last chance for them. If they do not do good, at least try to get 1 point here so that they can make sure they got a tiebreaker. we're gonna say goodbye to OT Sports. And I love my Malaysian teams. I want them to do the best and they be at this a great, amazing stage so that they can portray their abilities or even rising off from their own community tournaments they've been already. But ODE Sport, they probably, again, we're wondering about it. We talked about it, whether or not they did their homeworks, they heard about, did they read all the patch notes already, or are they just testing the waters, even despite that it's already been nerfed? But hopefully that's not going to be the case here for the second match, because you don't want to test the water anymore. You want to make sure that you make the right decision when you go into the drafting phase, because so far right now, yeah, I mean, despite the fact that you thought that you might be able to pull that team fight, that 5 players win, it's still not in the favor, because every time Perl Legends goes in for the fight, we got the one and only Zarkovic as well as JZ-Man just pulling off such stun, especially JZ-Man to begin with, sacrificing himself to push in and baiting out OD Sport. Those are the things that OD Sport should not actually fall into their trap.
And yeah, now we will know whether all the esports did their homework, right? If okay, first things first, Chip is still in that pool.
Yeah.
So yeah, Chip, I mean, he has gotten a slight nerf, right? He no longer has that airborne ability, but it still does not prevent that team play coming out from that Chip. So first things first, Chip is available. And another thing is, Hilda is still in that pool as well. So now, if Perl Legends, they're playing this right, they don't take out the Chip, they don't take out the Hilda, they secure one for themselves just instantly.
Agree, definitely. So interesting choice making coming in from the side of Team Perl Legends. It's as if they know for a fact, either way, if they don't actually ban it off, this could be an opportunity for them. But it seems that Eve will be taken out from the pool. So again, now the question is, OD Sports, are you going to actually ban off Hilda, or will you take away Chip? Because at the end of it all, Hilda should be the priority, but then they ended up banning Matilda. So Perl Legends, are you going to pick up Hilda or not?
Okay, so it was Perl Legends, right, versus Duck Rice, where the Chip just was in that pool and nobody touched it. So we might see Perl Legends not pick up the Chip here and go for the Hilda.
Possibly. I mean, because they don't really care pretty much. I think we do see like Perl Legends or even Black Rice Esports itself. They were the two teams that deny of the usage of Chip itself. So yeah, there could be a possibility that we're not going to see Chip at all as well. So on the side of Perl Legends, do we see Hilda or not? Or will, if they did suddenly do not pick up Hilda, will ODE Sport pick it up on themselves? Because that's the question. Because Perl Legends, if you let that, no, of course not. So Hilda will be picked up by Perl Legends. So that's something that ODE Sport gotta answer now.
So now we can test the theory, like how we said it, that Hilda is gonna be so strong in this meta right now, and Perl Legends, they picked it up. OD Esports, yes, they can pick up the Angela. They can go for the Angela Link combo. Yeah, definitely, it can be done. But can it stand up to this Hilda, this newly buffed Hilda, right? This is a very early game powerhouse, and Link requires that early game. So what I want to see out of Perl Legends is to put that Hilda on that roam and just hunt down that Link, because Angela is not going to be there before the level 4. And if she's there, what can she do? Just blast some waves at you, and it's just going to heal that Link just by a bit. But there's nothing to can do about the creeps. Now, Perl Legends, they go for that Beatrix. Yes, very strong goal laner, especially against an AoE setting. But definitely, they got to go for more team fight. And yeah, Franco, oh my god, this is very aggressive coming out from Perl Legend.
I mean, look at this. Perl Legends already putting up not just the offensive side, going off for the damage, but also for the fact that we are going to see a really good stronghold heroes surviving out, not just for the damage, but also on survival, as well as them being able to sustain so long fights. And OD Esport, they have to have a great stronghold for the front line, because they have already a little bit of squishy motion in their own heroes pool. So this is something that OD Sport gotta be careful on that.
And Edith, I mean, to respond towards that Hilda, yes, it does shred that Hilda after you get that primordial form, but now Hilda's power spike is assured in that early game, right? So it's going to be very scary to deal with her beyond that level 4. I mean, before that level 4. It's where your skill 2, you at least have it at level 2, at level 3. So you're gonna just beat down the creeps and beat down Hilda. You can proxy the waves because you get that regeneration, but they have to take away fast team fighters for OD Esports. Nolan is a very good choice. Another invasive choice that they can take out will be the Roger as well. So if Perl Legends are playing this correctly, they have a Franco, they have a Hilda. All they have to do is pick up a very aggressive jungler that can be up at Ling's face. And in terms of that, their Alpha is also available. Hayabusa is still available. Okay, Hayabusa is banned. So can pick up the Alpha.
Yeah, they can pick up the Alpha, definitely. But I like the fact that they already banned off Hayabusa. So that's something that can actually shut down a little bit of Para Legends. But option is still open for the side of Para Legends. Now, they want to actually try to figure out whether or not OD Esports is going to actually do even more of cover off of their backline. So Harith is going to be covered up. So they're going to ban off OD Esports.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the late game, right? Ling is a very good late game in terms of pos 1. But for Perl Legends, for them, it's to not get to that late game. Is not get to that 20-minute, 15-minute to 20-minute stage where Ling is able to jump around the map, clear your creep waves at the same time. So for OD Esports, they got to stop that initial aggression coming in from OD Esports. Because Angela itself, as the mid laner, you don't exactly have a lot of lane priority. And once again, they go for the Gato Kacha. I mean, with that concussive blast, there is still a lot of lane priority. There is still a lot of denial. But something I would have liked to see would have been the Grok to actually counter out the Franco because of that control immunity. You can block out the hook. The suppress doesn't really affect you too much because you have that wall charge.
And looking on the side of Perl Legends, right, so far they already got what they need. Only probably pretty much they just need, they have the opportunity already. They can pick up Alpha, and now they're picking up Valentina. So the question is, oh, they picked up Joy.
So aggressive.
No, they're going all out for offensive now. ODA Sports, again, this is where the front line are saying Perl Legends, their drafting wise is good, but they picked up Bruno instead for their own EXP.
Okay, so actually, I feel that the Bruno pick is a bad pick for OD Esports, right? Because the thing is, Bruno really thrives when you can run together with your team. Yeah, you're a soccer player, right? You need a soccer team. So you run together in team, you group up, and then you deal so much damage. And your range is quite limited because you're collecting your balls to get the crit damage going. But Beatrix, you deny that because you have so much zone denial, right? Nibiru's Passion, I mean, in terms of having that AoE, there is a huge AoE coming out from that rocket launcher, the shotgun, as well as the machine gun that, I mean, SMG, right? SMG I mean, what's her name again? Beatrix has. So there is so much AoE.
Agree, definitely. So pretty much drafting wise, it's going to be in the favor of Perl Legends. Can OD Esports make a miracle game changer here for the second round? Let's see. This is it. This is the first series of the day again, guys. But it's going to be round number 2. Perl Legends Indonesia versus OD Esports Malaysia.
Yeah, both fighting for tournament life here already. Perl Legends, 1 round up, right? If they do take this 2-0, we say goodbye to OD Esports today. So they have to hang on. And now with that hook onto Katizi, I mean, it's very early in the game.
It's so early, but this is what Perl Legends want. But a little bit overextension, but Zargovid did manage to take down Katazi for the trade-off. But here, Zargovid will still be surviving it out. Now, Odie try to do as much damage as possible. Kaoru takes down immediately for the overextension. Despite the fact they want to bring the aggression to the side of OD Sport, it's still 2-1 right here for OD Sports.
And I mean, Perl Legends, they can do this all the time because you are denying that Ling's farm. And once again, that Franco is permanently on that Ling. He's only level 3 at 1 minute 30 seconds. And this is huge, right? Joy has to hit level 4. Then this is a huge power spike. Glizzy can die here. It does not matter. But he has done his job in that first 2 minutes where you already hamper that farm. He's gonna get the Tempest of Blades eventually, but it's gonna be so late, and Joy is gonna run rampant for the next 30 seconds. Jizzy Man, if he plays this correctly and shows his face, he can potentially take out any member of the side of OD Esports.
And at this moment, we do see that the Till is about to be spawning off right at the top lane. And somehow they're going to go in for the skirmish at the mid. We got Karu getting a lot of damage. Had to pull away straight from the fight itself. By the same time, right here, Dizzy Man pushing in straight to Saitama. But Saitama didn't manage to actually go in for the fight. They ended up pushing away Better Legends. Almost close enough for a casualty. But Zagovic seems like he wants more. But then again, this is the opening they need. They had so much pressure given out to OD. They will be able to take the turtle unless Mr. Saitama and Karu will have to say something. But nope, not gonna be able to do anything as Joy will be able to move away freely.
And now the hard guard of Tempest of Blades available, landing on nobody yet. Still, there is that leash coming out. GZ Man in a lot of trouble here, but not gonna be able to dive the tower is Katizi, and that's huge for Perl Legends, right? They were able to get away scot-free despite the fact that they committed so much utilities, and now Zerkovic able to catch the retreating Katizi away. This is the power of the Hilda now, right? We saw him falling so low, and he's able to deal out so much damage with that revitalization, just topping it up at the same time. He's survivable as well, and this is gonna be a huge problem going in, especially to that mid game where that Tempest of Blades is not gonna be enough. And Hardguard, do you want to commit it onto Ling right now? And look at that, at the orange buff. Still going at it.
They're going at it. They're still causing disturbance to Ling. Ling could not do anything, not enough resources for the side of him. And somehow, Team OD Esports still struggling to help it out. And Joy going in freely right here. We do see that GZ Man doesn't even need to worry with the help of coming in from the side of Zarkovic, pushing it. And now, we do see 1v1 situation coming in with Mr. Saitama. But Zarkovic doing as much push as possible. He's already done his job, giving all the freeway for the side of GZ Man to make a really good cover of map control for Team Perl Legends. This is not going to be easy for OD, but here on out, they're going to fight it off right here at the bottom lane.
And this is what the Franco does, right? You can give up your life time and time again. You're just running into spaces, just disrupting the enemy tempo and making sure that your team gets the macro out of the way. And with that, despite the fact that they're losing the kills, it's already 1,300. Yes, I mean, finally, they do catch Casper Winata on the bottom lane. Great catch by OD Esports. But on the top side, there is the turtle spawning. Glizzy, he hooks the Ling in and finds the suppress. Deltod is gonna die together with him. They do take out Glizzy for the trouble, but it's double kill from Zarkovic. It's a huge overextension on OD Esports' part. Perl Legends, they just turned a mistake by losing Casper Winata into a win there. Complete W.
Completely able to trade it off and making a great comeback for the side of Perl Legends. OD Esports, unfortunately, the overextension is giving them a lot of cost right here. And this is right here. We do see that Mr. Saitama managed to pull away from the fight being gang up. But at the same time, right here, it seems that Perl Legends gonna try to actually tease off OD Esports. Not gonna allow it. Will be denied instantly. But Glizzy looking away to pick up anyone. He spotted out Superway, but he doesn't actually try to connect the dot. But Zarkovic overlooking to Kaoru, and it seems that there could be an information, but it seems that he spotted out Katsizi, who goes in for the farm and try to actually disturb it, but with the help of Hargod, at least he still survived it out. But still, it's not going to be easy with Katsizi still not being able to get as much resources he needs.
Yeah, this is the constant pressure already from that previous iteration of that Hilda. You're gonna have this constant pressure in your jungle. And now with the Franco and the Joy, who thrives off just jumping off walls, hooking your creeps through walls, or perhaps even you, with that suppression, you're not gonna be able to hold this jungle here. And Avatar the Guardian being used, Keru already being taken out here. Saitama's in the thick of things.
Oh, and Sun takes down Mr. Saitama immediately. Unfortunately, not being able to bounce out from the fight, as well as the fact that Superway tried to do as damage as possible. It was still not enough for Team OD Esport to back things up. Here on out, Hilda, it seems that Zarkovic already spotted out Ling. Ling managed to score away, did have the help with the hard guard, but it seems that Sun is not going to be enough. We do see the movement comes through, just barely coming out alive with so much aggression coming in from Peta Legends.
Yeah, but a consolation prize for KTZ. They do get the top tier turret. The macro play is somewhat going as well, but they need to get more objectives, right? They need to get the bottom lane turret and that mid lane turret as well. And OD Esports, they gotta split up the map. They cannot fight 5-on-5 right now. That Beatrix is way too powerful with the AoE damage. The Joy has reached level 12. 3 levels ahead of KTZ. That's just a lot of damage, and you're not gonna be able to win a retribution battle. Anything that you do is on the farm right now, and Casper Winata already with that AoE damage just brings down the judgment on that mid lane. 2 members already down. I mean, they cannot fight right now.
Karuk tries to come in for a fight with Sun. It's not going to be enough, as we see right here. Instantly, Zarkovic comes through. Oh, and Casper wanted to take down Karu. Kaltizi also will be double kill, and Superway tried to come in for barely alive. But here on out, Hardgut comes in. Superway finally gets a really good backup, but at what cost? With at least 2 players already down the line. The team of OD Sport also having a lot of struggles right here to try to trade it off.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy extension from Zarkovic. He finds the retribution on the Deltod, brings the damage on him once again. If Deltod shows himself on the map, that's just a mistake right now, because you're an Angela, and already Saitama, he finds himself with Glizzy, has to use the Avatar Guardian out, but I don't think he's gonna make it out. Casper Winata with the snipe down. Per the Legends, I mean, they have so much map control, and they are keeping that map control, making sure that OD Esports do not get an inkling of space. Keiru, underneath this Cure turret, you want to recall back home? We're not allowing you. Son with that finish, and Casper Winata takes out the tower for the troubles. KTZ, he's doing what he can on the top lane, right? He's doing what he can, but Zarkovic, it's always him on that link duty, and it's been the story of this entire 8 minutes, mind you. It's only been 9 minutes, and it just feels like Perl Legends, they're playing as if it's 15 minutes into the game.
They are controlling every single corner of the map, and here on out, it seems that Glizzy, as well as the side of Casper Winata, they know for a fact that they need to actually take down already the second layer of mid. They're clearing out invasion on the side of territory, spotted out Deltoid, it's gonna be Glizzy. They push in straight away to the side of Deltoid. Deltoid almost coming very live, but KTZ did manage to take down one of the players, Zarkovic, but at the same time, at what cost? Zarkovic was shut down. GZ Man managing to waste of right the trades for the side of Deltoid, as well as Karu, and then coming in with the team wiped out as Casper Winata shuts down immediately the last man standing, making the team of Peta Legends even more indestructible here in this 9 minutes.
And that's the thing, right? When you play a Ling and Angela, you don't have that lane priority in the mid lane. That's why you need to play something on the jungle, I mean on the roam, that has a very high lane priority, can clear the waves for you and have that invasive defense at the same time. So Gato Kacha, I feel that it doesn't cross all the boxes where it's gonna be able to defend your mid lane and the jungle at the same time. So we do see people trying to bring up that Ruby, bring up that Grok, because you have that sustainability. And once again, Mr. Saitama falling down. And it's just per the Legends, they have so much map control right now. OD Esports, it's not a point where they can show themselves on the map because they've given up too much in terms of macro. It's already a 10,000 gold lead for Perl Legends Esports, and that hook onto Superway, it's just the icing on the cake. Perl Legends, they look all but set with the Lord on that mid lane. 4 members left.
Oh. And Mr. Zaira trying to go in, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to do so as Jiziman takes down KTZ. Double kill coming in from Delta. But at the same time, right here, Karu will be the next victim. We do see Zarkovic straight away going in all out with Jiziman, shutting down Mr. Saitama. Time wiped out again for the side of Team OD Esport. And Team Peta Legends will be saying goodbye to our Malaysia team as they are coming back into the 1-1 bracket.
Congratulations to Perl Legend Esports for going up again to the 1-1 bracket. And OD Esports, nice try, but definitely you did not perform too well today versus Perl Legends Esports. I mean, it was an 11-minute game. Their game plan was set, and Perl Legends Esports, they knew completely what they were doing, right? It looked like a completely different team from when they were picking up Chang'e, right? It looked like, yeah, we know how to play other styles. Finally, when our backs are against the wall, then we pick up these strategies. And yeah, this is what I expected out of them since day one.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, when you actually take out Changi, there's definitely a possibility for you to win. I mean, I'm so sorry. We keep on questioning about it, right? Why did you actually pick out Changi twice? And it was one of the ultimate reason why Perl Legends was not in their was not favoring on their fight with Doug Reich's Esports. But now, as they able to actually find another way to put out a really good drafting here, and not only just on the drafting wise, how they actually control the map, denying every single movement of OD Esports. That initial push or even aggression on the start is the reason why CatTZ could not do anything. And even with the help of Superway, or even with the fact that Deltot tried to come and save with the hard guard, it was still not enough, because every single time the team of Perl Legends try to catch OD off guard, they will be able to do so and come back with a strong game.
Yeah, the game plan was pretty solid coming in from Perl Legend Esports. It's always to disrupt CatTZ. It's always to disrupt that lane in that early game. And once the farmer said, yeah, Glizzy can die. Early game, Glizzy can die. No problem. He gave up the first blood. It's no big issue, because CatTZ was taken down in that process, right? As long as CatTZ is down, I can be down as much as I want, because you take away one part of the pivotal Angela Ling combo, the main damage is coming from Ling. If you take a look at OD Esports lineup, right, there is no other form of damage before level 4. There's nothing. Before level 4, where's the damage coming from? Tempest of Blades? It's only level 4. Hard Guard? It's only level 4. Edith, Primordial Form, once you got level 4. So before that 2-minute mark, they start playing their game. It's a very well thought out plan where you make full use of that Hilda, who has that power spike at level 2, because you can regenerate in that bush. That revitalization battle spell, it's gonna come in handy. And our OD Esports gonna commit that flicker. Once they commit that flicker, they lose the lane instantly, because they don't have that safety mechanism to actually keep them safe. And meanwhile, Casper Winata in that back line, he can just farm up, and then he can have a great game.
Agree, definitely. And now we also definitely see how much of the power coming in from Hilda after the nerf itself, so much of the potential. This is where the fine line of where are we going to actually see SPS Open Finals for the rest of the teams? Are they going to allow so much of the potential coming in from Hilda, or will they deny it? But Casper Winata as the MVP, it was just superbly amazing. It definitely has shown on the side of how much potential, how much ground that Casper Winata was able to cover it out. And even with the last shot, it was when Mr. Saitama was trying to survive it out, try to actually run away for survival, it was still denied at the end of it all.
Yeah, and it's really very surprising to see that that Hilda has not been picked up as that top tier ban yet, because for both teams, I mean, they left out the chip, and they did not pick up the chip. They picked up the Angeling instead, and Hilda Joy was the combo coming in from Perl Legend Esports. And we gotta see how the rest of the teams today, they actually just implement this Hilda, or whether there is an answer towards this Hilda, right? We see the old school where they bring out the Basia, they bring out the Barat on that EXP link just to deny away this Hilda's space. And whether or not these teams, they respond to that, they go for that old meta answer, it's gonna be a very big question. But Casper Winata, we gotta talk about him, because 10-1-6, 953 GPM, he was having a great time. Despite the fact that, yeah, most of the team was doing that job in that early game, he carried that mid game because of the fact that the hero just worked out for him. Who picks Bruno into a Beatrix? Because Beatrix is going to destroy that team fight lineup that you have. And Casper Winata piloting that to a T here. You see this early game, Glizzy. Yeah, you die. It's okay. But look at their target prioritization. Zarkovic is going full ham onto Katizi, making sure that he is on Katizi duty. Zarkovic, he gives up his own life here, but his job is done because he's not going to get level 4. Busy with this hook play here and the suppress. Now, Deltot is going to give up his own life as well. And that's not a roaming Angela. That's a mid lane Angela. That's a lot of the farm. That's a lot of priority being given. Now, Casper Winata, he's going to have the best time of his life because the rest of the team is able to hold them down. Once again, I mean, Casper Winata and that backline, just that spacing, playing safe. That Avatar the Guardian, get with that slight buff, 0.2 seconds, is not even good enough here. As Casper Winata has so much damage, he flickers aggressively. Zarkovic, of course, he gives up his own life here. That Heart Guard, I mean, it's still scary. It's still scary.
It is. It's still scary. It put out a pressure, so much pressure to a point that OD Sport, they keep on trying to actually survive it out on only the teen layers of the ice. Because this is where the fine line where Team OD, they were doing what they have, like they are pressured to do. And even so, when they try to survive it out, it's still not enough because Perl Legends was denying it from time to time and time again. But here on out, congratulations to Perl Legends. You make it through another day. They are going to continue on their journey here for the SPS Open Finals, but with a slight reminder, they only have one lifeline away. So they have to continue the win streak again on day number 4, also with day number 5, because those are the contingency plans, that those are the critical situation right here coming in from the Perl Legends. Now, take a look, giving more highlights again to Casper Winata. We're going to see how much of the control map that was given to Casper Winata throughout this round number 2.
Yeah, and if you take a look at that heat map, right, this is especially in that 4 minutes where he is able to get these kills time and time again, and after he reaches the mid game, you can see that he's already at the 5-minute mark. And a Beatrix to be playing in the enemy jungle, you look at his movement, it's no longer in his own territory at all. He's just on the enemy side after the mid game was done, and this just shows how dominant he is. And despite the fact that he only died once, despite playing in that enemy jungle like 90% of the time after the laning phase was over.
Oh, that's crazy. If you give so much leeway on the side of Casper Winata, you will give that so much space and you give so much of power to him to make sure that he will be able to shut you down, not allowing any movement. And not only that, with the help of Glizzy as well as Zarkove. I mean, it's a team that you don't want to mess around, definitely. And it's a great it's a great version of Perl Legends that we are able to witness here for day number 3, because it's a different type of Perl Legend we saw on day number 1 itself. But at the same time, it is a great job deal for Perl Legends to continue on here for the SPS Open Finals.
And meanwhile, for the other stream, TSV gets taken out by Pro Esports. We'll be seeing you next time, TSV. But Pro Esports live to fight another day in that Snapdragon Pro Series as they head on to the 1-1 bracket. Good job on the other side. I will have to look at the games for that as well, especially if you want to check out the VODs. You can check out on ESL Asia and, of course, on our socials on top as well. But for now, we will have the next game coming up soon after a short break. But we're not going to short break yet. Let me talk just a little bit, because the next game is going to be Monster Vicious, right? Monster Vicious versus Gamer Pact Ascent. And that's going to be Malaysia versus Philippines. And this is one of the regions that I'm really hyped about, because Monster Vicious is a very strong MPL team in Malaysia. And Gamer Pact Ascent is just a community team in Philippines, right? We don't really know much about Gamer Pact Ascent rather than their community games that have been given towards us. But if Monster Vicious lose towards Gamer Pact Ascent today, I mean, it shows how strong the Philippines region is, even in the community scene.
Agree, definitely. But then again, I'm hopefully that's not going to be the case though,
Yeah,
because
hopefully.
again, you're talking about the MPL of Monster Vicious, right? And they have portrayed such a powerful gameplay. They're already on the same level of the fine line with Team Vatmos themselves as well. So this is a critical moment where Monster Vicious, can you continue on with your level of standard that you portray here? Can at least we see Malaysia meta gameplay will be able to be stand out into the international level? Because so far right now they are amazing on our region, but into the international wise, there's so many other regions that can stand out and put you down. So MY, they gotta do something to prove themselves. Before that, we're gonna have a short break, so come back right here for the second series of Monster Vicious versus the Gamers Pack Ascent.
Here we go!
Give it too much now, but I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'm standing fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. I get to win 'cause I know it's my time. Give it too much now, but I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Give me the green light.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SPS Open Finals Day 3. And we have the second series already lined up for you guys. It will be Monster Vicious from Malaysia going up against Gamerpack Ascent from the region of Philippines. A very strong region against a very strong team. So whether or not the community can go against the MPL top dogs of Monster Vicious, we will find out later. But before that, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me will be Faster Bunny. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I mean, look at it. I mean, I'm not too good actually, to be honest. I'm a little bit sad, but at least our prediction was right, whereby we got the one and only Malaysian team, the first ever Malaysian team to say goodbye today. Moving into our SPS Open Finals, we do say hooray to Put the Legends for continuing on their journey, as well as to say goodbye to Team SV as well. But now the question is, which are the teams next to be saying goodbye? Will it be Monster Vicious? And we've talked about this. Monster Vicious is one of the MPL's teams for MY, and they are well known for their success. They are on par on a level that so far rising off and be able to actually be on the same footstep like the brothers of MY teams as well. We got Zeno here for EXP, we got Uni as the jungler, Mazi as the mid lane, Nova Escobar as the roamer, and Ruff as the gold lane.
And yeah, these are one of the teams that you want to look out for. And we already mentioned, right, early on, this is one of the teams that really have that X factor in them, and I saw them during playoffs. This Nova Escobar guy, you don't want to give him Tigreal, but at the same time, you don't want to give Fanny over to Uni because he's so strong on that Fanny. And it's one of those teams where you cannot really ban out because Ruff has a very wide pool of gold laners as well. And the trio, the mid trio for Martzi, Uni, and Nova Escobar, they are so strong. Going into that mid game, going into that late game, they still play to the strengths really, really well. And we just have to see how Gamerpack Ascent, they will answer to these powerhouses. But the good thing is, right, because Monster Vicious, they're so more well-known that you can do your research. You can do your research on them, what heroes they play, going into that banning and drafting patterns. And for the side of Philippines, we're gonna have Cram on the EXP lane. I don't think this is the same Cram, right? And Licks on the Licks on the jungle, Starboy on the mid lane, Damian on the roam, Teddy QT on that gold lane.
Oh, and we talked about how they are from Philippine teams, and there's so many teams from the Philippines that has been performing well. They are well known as a region that really contributes or even built up a very strong teams inside the community of MLBB itself. But Gamerpack Ascent, from the previous fights against the team, if I'm not mistaken, it was by Team Vamos itself, it shows how much of the potential that are not shown just yet by GPA. So we're wondering or not, with the amount of different type of nerf that was done here for our patch today, is it going to actually affect the gameplay, or was it because they met up with Team Vamos too early on that they've been denied of to show their own capability or potential? Who knows? Maybe with Monster Vicious, this is where they will be able to shine out the most.
Yeah, I mean, Gamerpack Ascent, for them, it has been a rough journey, right? Meeting two Malaysia MPL teams back to back is going to be Vamos first, right? They met Vamos, they got 2-0'd, and now Monster Vicious, I feel they are going to get 2-0 too.
And it seems that I do agree on that note as well. This is where I definitely hyped out the Malaysian team. I really hope that Monster Vicious, they gotta be able to actually bring out the pride here for MY, because so far right now we've already said goodbye to one of the MY teams. Let's not say goodbye even more so to another MY team. But Philippines would also the same thing. They want to make sure that more of their teams be able to shine as a star inside the SPS Open Finals. And GPA, they want to also follow the footstep of Gamer Packs Chief, and that should be the case as well here. But I mean, so far right now, in my concern for right now for Monster Vicious, how they are going to actually go in for the drafting, because we saw how it is when it comes to OD Sport. It's as if there's two sides. Either they didn't actually know, they didn't do their homeworks, or they did the homework but they actually deny it and they just try to go in for the dry run and see how it goes and how much of the effects will be on the nerf itself. And they got what they actually wanted. They learned those mistakes, and somehow they're now saying goodbye to SPS Open Finals. And I don't want that to happen, not only to Monster Vicious but also to GPA.
Yeah, I mean, for gamer packed Ascent, because the thing is, it's always about knowing where you are in the league, and this is a good chance to really test themselves, right? To find out where they stand in this league as well, especially since they're going up against an MPL regular season and playoff player as well. So this is the Malaysia scene. This is what you're going up when you go into that internationals, when eventually every team wants to go there, right? Every team wants to be the representation for their country, and I believe Gamer Pack Ascent, they want to be that representation for Philippines as well. But this is what you're up against. This is what you're up against. This is who you're going to be fighting against when you reach this top level. And these top level teams, they've been playing every day. If you see their hours, I think it's like 14 hours of games a day. They wake up at 8 a.m., start scrimming all the way until 10 p.m. And that's just a crazy, crazy schedule. And meanwhile, have they done their homework? That's going to be very important here. We talked about the Hilda the first game. This is going to be a litmus test of the new meta moving forward with this patch, right? Some of the heroes have been taken out of the pool. I feel that Khalid is not as strong anymore. I feel that Gadokacha might not have enough damage, but can they still work? And now we will see how Gamer Pack Ascent and Monster Vicious, they execute this new patch as we move on forward with this meta.
Oh, and we do see that the opening window of Hilda is already there. The question is, will GPA take it? It seems that they will be taking Matilda instead. Okay, not to worry. We know for a fact that Matilda is still high rising, still very, very beneficial when it comes to moving into the game. So probably they're going in with their own safe zone, and we know definitely GPA has one of the finals that they can actually pull out with the Matilda.
Yeah, Matilda opening really strong, but the thing is, right, Monster Vicious, they have 2 picks, and the Alpha is not out of the pool. So they can actually go for an Alpha Hilda opener if they want to play Deny and get a good strategy for themselves at the same time, because Hilda, it will be flexible. You can put him on the EXP lane, you can still put him on the roam, but they have their pick of heroes as well. If they want to go for this really fast playstyle, they can choose to go for the Hayabusa, and they take the Alpha away and they open up with a Eve instead. I mean, Eve, we see Eve being a very strong priority for most teams in SPS, not so much in the MPL playoffs. But definitely within the last few days, we see that Eve, there's a very high priority there.
Agree, definitely. I think they know for a fact that when you have that RWM, it definitely gives a lot of leeway for the game fights itself, the gang fights that they needed to. So I think Monster Vicious are prioritizing on that. They saw a lot of the after effects when it comes to having Eve on their side. Now, Gamer Packs and Hilda is still open for them. Are they going to actually try to take that? So far right now, we haven't seen the teams try to pick up it then, and it's still open for them to be taken off. But instead, Hylos, another good decision making as well to be picked up. So Gamer Pack Ascent will be using not only Hylos but Moskov as their EXP.
And Monster Vicious with the final pick left over, right? The way that you want to answer towards a Hylos, it's either you have that high mobility to get out of the glorious pathway. Meanwhile, you can really answer with a team fight on team fight. And it looks like they already have a Eve, they already have an Alpha, so it might just be a meat grinder. You want to have that bloodbath. Monster Vicious, I mean, they don't shy away from team fights either. So they might potentially just pick up a very aggressive hero here. And if they go for that EXP lane, they can go for that Terizla, they can go for, okay, CC, okay. I mean, usually that's the main answer. Usually you pick up like a CC to destroy the Hylos in the lane. And yeah, if let's say 1v1, CC just wins the Hylos because you have so much sustainability. Even with the revitalization on the Hylos, he's not going to be able to withstand your yo-yos if you play it correctly.
Interesting. All right, good move coming in from Monster Vicious. Not only that, we do see export also been banned out. I like the fact that they want to actually control all the aggression or even the damage wise from GPX, and they know for a fact that this could easily goes ruptured not just on the front side but also on the back line. So having export to be banned out is a good decision making coming up from Monster Vicious. But GPA responding wise, taking out Hearth as well from the hands of Monster Vicious.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too big of a deal. I mean, Gamerpack Ascent, I feel that they should be banning out that mid trio, right? That Yeeth, the Alpha, and potentially the Roam that can help out the Alpha, right? The one that will really enable the Alpha would be something like a Ruby, would be something like a Gato Kacha as well. So Monster Vicious, I mean, as much as I say Gato Kacha, he has been nerfed, but it's still a very strong hero, especially if you put him on the Roam role to enable a damage dealer, because Alpha, he's going to be able to pump out a lot of damage. And it looks like the priority here for Monster Vicious is to take out that Aurora. Despite the slight nerf, it's still a very strong hero on that mid lane.
Interesting. So far right now, Monster Vicious definitely denying a lot of the offensive side, all the damage. They want to actually counter it off and try to cover it up all the grounds of Monster Vicious. But on the side of GPA, they ended up taking out the Nathan. Possibly they don't want to give so much of the mobility wise of Monster Vicious. So this is where Nathan comes along. I know for a fact it is a little bit of lane game, but it could be a little bit of insurance on the side of GPA as well.
Yeah, and Monster Vicious, they answer back with the Beatrix. I mean, gold laner-wise, they have their picks because Ruff, he can play the Irithel, he can play the Beatrix. Anything that you throw at him, he will be able to pilot it. Now, Gamerpack Ascent, where is your mid trio, right? Now you need to secure your mage, you need to get that damage going, and it seems to me like you can actually play that Vexana in this mid lane right now, though the airborne time has been nerfed by a slight bit, but that's still a lot of control. And if you want to go back to the previous meta, you can go for the Zosk, but Zosk, I feel with the Hylos, still an extremely strong combo if they wish to do it, because they have the Matilda to actually enable their jungler, which they have yet to pick.
Interesting. Okay, so far we do see there's a potential of also Hayabusa to be picked up. They need that and more mobility wise of them, but no, they end up picking up Boxer. You talked about this.
Oh no. Now suddenly this Gamerpack Ascent lineup looks extremely strong, but the thing is, it's always on that CC. That solo play from that CC can potentially disrupt that first 3 minutes of the game where you have so much power spike because your level 1, your level 2 as a CC is so strong with so much mobility. Even if you go for the sprint or the vengeance, there is so much damage going your way. Now Monster Vicious left with the roam. I want them to have something that enables that alpha, something that's really aggressive, and they can go for the Tigreal here because Nova, he is very strong on that Tigreal, but now the Carmelia is coming out.
Oh yeah, I'm confused. I'm definitely confused on this fact that they picked up Carmelia instead. But I mean, most of the possibility they do know for a fact they want to actually cover out already the front side as well as the back side as well. But the fact is, it is giving a lot of the leeway on the side of GPA right now because GPA looks much more sturdy and much more strength on their choose pick at the moment right now compared to what Monster Vicious are putting out. But it depends. It depends on how they actually try to maneuver and try to control on the early game stages, because this is where the fine line is. Can you actually counter all the aggressions that have been put out by GPA first off?
Yeah, the funny thing is, right, the strong heroes that we thought would potentially just define this patch, Boda was not picked.
Yeah.
Khalid was, okay, Khalid slight nerf, ignored. Gato Kacha, I mean, ignored as well. I mean, Tigreal on Nova Escobar could have been a great pick, but that Carmilla pick, I still feel is really strong because they're going for that team fight, right? You can see for the RWM, a Spear of Alpha, that's definitely what they want, that AoE with that Beatrix. But let's just find out as we head on into Game 2, Series 2, Game 1 of today, Monster Vicious Malaysia versus Gamerpacked Ascent from the Philippines.
Let's find out. Let's find out. Second series of the day. Will it be a 2-0 or will it be a fight that we will definitely see Gamer Pack Xan giving a lot of highlights for the Philippine teams? So far right now, we do see some of the engagement-wise will be giving a lot of their leeway to try to cover up their grounds, getting all the farms they needed. The question is back to Viver again, whereby can they actually be able to help the maneuver of all their junglers? So far, we do see that Invasion comes in from the side of GPA. They've taken off some of the potential. Nova try to actually pick up the space as well as try to cover up the motions that's coming in from GPA. But still, it's not gonna be easy. I feel a lot of aggressions coming in from GPA is gonna push a lot of the team from a lot of the players from Monster Vicious at this moment on the crucial early games.
Yeah, and it's always about that jungler in that first 2 minutes, right? But despite that fact, they had to just rotate players from GPA towards that top lane because you don't want that CC to get that snowball going. That Hylos is not going to have a good time, even with a glorious pathway. Well, meanwhile, before this 2 minutes, I expect the mid laners to move towards that top lane where you want that level 4 before that first turtle spawn. Definitely, Uni is going to have a great time because he is an alpha here. You have so much damage in compared to the Boxia. I like the Boxia pick, but it's not really that good in this game because there's not a lot of revitalizations that you're dealing with. And you can be on that CC duty, and you can put Cramp with that Glorious Pathway somewhere else. But now we have it. Real manipulation being used.
Yep, RWM coming out. It's gonna be Uni taking out the turtle, but at the same time, Mortis takes down Leaks as their progress comes through. It's gonna be GPA try to pull away before becoming a casualty, but there was already a trade comes through between the two teams. It's still a win and at least a close range gap between Monster Vicious as well as GPA.
Yeah, 1-2-1 trade. Turtle going the way of Monster Vicious. Monster Vicious, they have this early game with this alpha. They can fight for days. And Carmelia, he is so strong, right? There's so much sustainability coming out. But that Basia, with that degeneration, is going to shy them away. And really, this is the power of the Basia, right? I love this pick. And it's really surprising why they went for it. But I can see where it's going because that Curse of Blood, that AoE, they will be very strong in a head-on team fight. Monster Vicious, they have that 5-on-5 even without the CC, but I need to see out more moves from Xeno right now because Xeno right now, with this equal net worth towards that Hylos, it's not exactly where you want to be as a CC. You want to be destroying, winning that lanes because as a CC in that mid-game, you don't really have that much of a team fight presence. But Monster Vicious, they gotta keep avoiding team fights here.
Let's see if they will so, because the fact is right now, it seems that they are stacking themselves already at the bottom lane, and somehow Monster Vicious is already waiting for the spawn of the turtles. And this is where the fine line. Are they going to actually push in, or will they actually try to get the team fight started out? We got Nova, will be stunning straight away. It's going to go in all out to Taman. Marzi shuts down immediately, and now giving a good leeway for the side of Team Monster Vicious to get this next turtle. And the side of right at the top right now, they know for a fact that GPA is at the moment at a crucial state that they will be having a little bit of difficulty.
And slight positioning error coming in from Gamerpacked Ascent, right? You have no way of initiating. You have to always be wary of that Spear of Alpha, and it's going to be a very scary look, but now they don't have the Matilda, yet they're fighting Uni. He can potentially destroy everyone here.
Glorious pass booked out, but doesn't hit anyone. It doesn't even pick out or lock to anyone. And it's just a little bit of giving all the space for the side of Monster Vicious to just run away with the gameplay. RWM been put out. It's going to be one to be mobilized. It's going to be Marzi to shut down Starboy. And now they're trying to push in. Unfortunately, Tito will already be slain. Now Cramps will be the next victim of Uni with the Spear of Alpha. But at the same time, right at the mid, Teddy Cutie almost been tagged out by Xeno, but it's already enough wins inside the hands of Monster Vicious.
And very good timing call coming out from Monster Vicious, right? You saw that when the Glorious Pathway came out, they did not want to fight at all. And they knew that Gamer Ascent, they're using that Glorious Pathway. Meanwhile, Xeno, I mean, he has really throttled himself. I was saying I need to see more from him. And now that he cannot die, he's secured so much farm for himself, it's definitely going to be very hard for the team of Gamer Ascent to just collapse down on him. But they do find him.
You do find him, but Nova coming in for a side of Daddy Cutie is just a small whiz comes in. But at the same time here, that's just a small trades off trying to be in for the side of GPA. But Raph, a little bit too rough in the center, and he's gonna be pushed out. Stun comes in from Leaks, and Starboard finish it off with shutting down Raph immediately. But Legs on the other side will be denied as well as straight off by Uni. But Uni is not done. He gets a shot to the side of Damien as well, getting 2 trades right here for the side of Monsters Vicious. It's a really good consolation prize for them.
Yeah, and we see the power of the Camilla really coming through, right? Having that Curse of Blood and Gamer Ascent, you are so grouped up. You want to just fight it all together. You might potentially be running into a trap. And yes, you did take out Xeno early on, but you're so deep in the enemy jungle. And now Cram, he has forced to use that Glorious Pathway to escape to no avail. I mean, Monster Vicious right now, you gotta avoid the alpha from Gamer Ascent. Gamer Ascent, once you see the alpha, it's just no go for you. As long as you have the Spear of Alpha, it's a guaranteed kill, even on the high-lows.
And now Invasion comes in, taking out the buff, and GPA cannot be able to cover the grounds. They cannot defend their territories because of so much map control coming in from the side of Team Monster Vicious. Next turtle is about to be spawned. We do see that Xeno will be covered out. Not to worry at all. They got the turtle on their hands. Much of resources already been put out in the hands of Monster Vicious. So much of potential already been put out. GPA still haven't found the answer they want.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to highlight that mobility. First pick Matilda, right? Really strong first pick, but they have not been making the correct decisions, especially with that Glorious Pathway. It's so huge for them for Gamer Ascent because that's their only entryway into Monster Vicious because there's no other way of initiation. And that Hylos, I mean, Cram, I don't think he can be in a position where he can show himself. That Basia should be the one that's giving them vision right now.
Let's see. We have so much of the fight coming in, and at the moment right now, Lex is right in the open. They're going to go in for the gang up. Ruff did manage to steal away a turret at the same process. GPA, despite they are in the constitute to try to take down Uni, at what cost? Because at the moment, it gives so much potential of Ruff to clear out the waves for the team of Monster Vicious.
And now with the real world manipulation being used, they are running into that meat grinder. The ultimates are so strong. Carmelia, real world manipulation, and the Beatrix on top. They will not stand a chance. Gamer Ascent, they have to fall back for now. 2 members are already down. I mean, Monster Vicious, they have this 4,000 gold lead right now. Ruff is just farming up a storm right now. And without that Glorious Pathway, they used it on the bottom lane. They picked up Uni, yes. But that Glorious Pathway is meant for more. It's not just meant for one pickoff. There's just no way that Gamer Ascent does not know this. So they have to take that next fight really, really carefully.
Oh, Teddy Yuri going in for the first turret, at least getting in the second one. But at the same time right here, getting up straight to Uni. And at the moment right now, they try to find at least one of the win itself. But Uni managed to break through, shuts down immediately Teddy Cutie, and Damon backing off, not in the right time by Zeno. Right this instant, will try to push him away. And this could give a good positioning as well as space for Team Monster Vicious to get that lot for themselves.
And once again, who do you think you are, right?
Yeah.
Who do you think you are to fight against a level 14 alpha that's the jungler on the map with that orange buff active? Because there's no way you're taking Uni down unless it's all 5 members. And Gamer Ascent, I mean, even with that Glorious Pathway, they had a horrible time. And now they use it once again. I feel it's too early. You might be running into a meat grinder or Monster Vicious once again.
It's not even enough. It's just futile. And here, Ruff takes down Teddy Cutie. Zedon takes down Crab and pushing on to Nova Escobar. A little bit of extension, but still, it's a trade-off for the side of GPA. But more damage was already been put out by Monster Vicious, leaving out only 2 players. And as the Lord marching in into the top lane, Monster Vicious will try to clear out all of the waves so that they can get at least into the final layer of the turrets.
And look at that, with the blink in, with the flicker in from Nova X Kobar, that real world manipulation just caught them off guard. Too much damage coming in from Ruff in that back line. They used that glorious pathway just slightly too early. It's so telegraphed. And I just feel that at this point, Cram is better off in that bushes and putting that glorious pathway when the fight happens as a counter initiation tool. Once again, glorious pathway has been used just to deny everything, and this is such a huge ultimate coming in from GPA every single time. Monster Vicious, they will just take advantage of the fact that this skill is on cooldown.
RWM been put out right this instant. Cram is right in the mid. Unfortunately, will be shut down by Ruff. And an instant right here, we do see Daddy Cutie giving a lot of pressure, taking down a couple of the overextension coming in from the side of Monster Visuals. But at the same time, what cost right here as they're pushing in, we do see Marcy takes down Lix and now leaving on Damien. Damien trying to come through, but Mansi, lots of blood's already been built out, and it's gonna be Damien to getting the double kill, leaving on Nova Xbar. Such a really good defense coming in for the team of GPA, but at least for now, they get a breather.
And there we have it, right? The microplay that they had to make was sacrificing Teddy Cutie with that super crazy decision of jumping in that back line with the Spear of Destruction. There was no other way that they were reaching Ruff, and Teddy Cutie made that call to jump in with that Spear of Destruction. That was the only way. That was the only opening that they had. And now, with that out of the way, Game Impact Ascent, they still have a lot of net worth that they had to fight through. Look at this, they were fighting into the meat grinder, and Teddy Cutie going into that backline onto Ruff, that's the damage gone. This is the first few steps that they need to be taken. It's not a head-on team fight. They have to pick off Ruff somehow. That circling eagle has to be used on Ruff, and definitely I don't think MV, they will allow it again.
This is not going to be easy for GPA. It is a small win for now, but the fact that they already spot out that backline is something that needs to be sacrificed and things that they need to overextend to a point so that they can deny the movement of Monster Vicious. It's a risky move. A lot already been spawned, and right this instant, we see the waves already been cleared out, and we know for a fact Teddy Cutie is also doing his job trying to actually put out that bottom lane as well. As time goes in, right this instant, we know Uni is coming in as well for the lot as well, but now they're going to go in for the glorious path, taking out, but the RWM comes through, but it doesn't tag off anyone, and GP managed to pull away from the hands of side of Monster Vicious, but at least the Lord will be in the hands of Team Monster Vicious.
Yeah, and Gamer Pack Ascent, they have a lot of creeps to deal with. They didn't have that timing to go for it, despite the fact that they tried. Spear of Destruction, could be used, but Ruff is not showing himself anymore. Once bitten, twice shy is not going to happen again. And what I want to see out of Ruff right now is to build towards that Wit of Nature. Once it's up, it's really the nail in the coffin for Gamer Pack Ascent. They will have to force a crazy team fight, but Starboy will be that shining light for Gamer Pack Ascent. They will have that magic damage coming out from that scaling Sicilian, and that's going to be a very scary tool for Monster Vicious to deal with. Now, the light falls onto Starboy. He has to make some crazy moves where he's in the fight and not dying at the same time.
Let's see. We see that CC will be pushing off straight for the Lord of the top lane. Now, Team Monster Vicious try to make sure that at least GPA will be caught off right at the bottom now. Turret already been picked up right at the top, and at this moment, Glorious going in for the path. But at the same time, Monster Vicious has already been tagged out. They had to pull away from the fight just instantly. But Unit comes in for the overextension, pulling in straight to Karam, and now trying to go in for another extension, but the overextension will be denying him, punishing by the side of Teddy Cutie. And it was so much damage to a point that Team Monster Vicious had to pull away. But a really good defense success coming in from Team GPA.
And yeah, they hold on for now. But Gamer Pack Ascent, they can keep holding on, and they have a very good high ground defense. This is where the penny drops for Monster Vicious because of that CC pick, because you don't have that much of a team fight advantage. It's just the hero alone. It's just that hero kit alone where you cannot exactly jump in. And who is forced to jump in there? The Alpha. But now with so much damage being available on Starboy, as long as he's alive, as long as they don't catch him, Monster Vicious, they're running into a crazy amount of damage that's coming out from the Sicilian here.
Let's see. Now, as 40 seconds on the clock, we do see the lot will be spawned out, and so much of the damage has already been put out. And despite as they try to actually go in for the team fight, it was still not enough as GPA still managed to defend themselves. Now they're trying to actually go in as one, and we do see GPA also going in at the bottom lane. We have at least Teddy Cutie try to clear out the wave so that at least they can break off the bottom lane of the turret for themselves to come in to sneak into the baseline of Monster Vicious. But will Monster Vicious allow it? We do see somehow. We're gonna actually have Mortizy to clear out the lane, and it seems that they're gonna actually contest it out. They're trying to go in for 1v1 right here at the top lane with Ruff himself, but no! Teddy Cutie will be denied. We couldn't actually get it on scene because with Nova sticking as claws inside with the side of Ruff, unfortunately Teddy Cutie will be denied, and now it's giving the opportunity for Monster Vicious to just get the lot for themselves.
They make the bet, they make that gamble to put themselves in that bush and know that Teddy Cutie has to be the one to take out the creep waves. If they sent anyone else, if they sent Cram, if they sent Boxia, they would have been fine. But they know that at this point, they want the farm on the Moskov. And MV, they play that game, they make that gamble, and it paid off for them. With the Enhanced Lord in their favor, they have all the damage needed. But now, Moskov is back up, yes, but they will lose an inhibitor turret because of that singular move alone. And that's a lot of map pressure, right? MV, they don't want to take that 5-on-5 team fight. They know they will lose if they're running towards the Sicilian. So they took that gamble, and it paid off.
It paid off very, very well. Now, as the lot marching in, they're looking for a way whether or not they want to actually split up again. Marzi sticking a little bit of his nose right to Cram, try to tease it off. Just one more turret to go for them to break it off. It's done deal. This is where the game fight starts in. Going in for the stun straight away. Uni looking for opportunity. Glorious Path has already put out, but they're not going to be tagged off right away. Ruff already been spotted up by Team Teddy Cutie with the backline. He pushing in straight, but now this is going to be a chance for them to push into Marzi as Uni takes down Teddy Cutie. But the RWN comes through. Jamil still trying to survive it up. Marzi moving away, but it's going to be Yuri to come through for the side, shutting down with the Spirit Flare Alpha, but at the same time, it's not going to be enough. It's not much of a damage. They spot out from Monster Vicious as GPA comes through, but they did manage to take down Jamil, and now they're pushing it, but Starboy shutting down Uni immediately, but will Zeno be able to pull through? Glorious Path been put out for them to just defend and pushing away the Monster Vicious. Again, another lineup of defense, so much stronger right here in the hands of Gamerpack Ascent.
And it just felt like Ruff fell asleep on the job, right?
Yeah.
Because the thing is, there was Moskov just shooting spears at you, and he was just standing there, just trying to deal the damage. I'm pretty sure he had the tools to actually escape out of there, at least a wind chant from the Wind of Nature or a flicker away. But he thought that he was dealing the most damage. He thought he was the biggest boy on the map. But Teddy Cutie is dealing the damage right now. And this is why I said Monster Vicious, they don't want to run back. As long as Starboy is alive, there's so much damage coming out of the Sicilian. And this is why teams are scared of the Sicilian combo with the Carmelia. But now they have that Carmelia. And look at this. Ruff, he had the flicker available. And yet, Teddy Cutie is just dealing so much damage.
That backline was just a really good cover up from Teddy Cutie. I mean, like, he covered the ground. He did what is necessary to shut down any movement of Monster Vicious, which is questionable. Why was Monster Vicious was not covering the ground? Definitely cutting Ruff off guard, and he was not taking what it was necessary to give more pressure for Team Gamerpack Ascent. Again, he is learning a lot of the mistakes, but coming through right here, they're gonna try to contest, and we do see Nova X Govar. They're hiding off the bush, and they might actually try to actually sneak into the back line of GPA. They do not know this. They know for a fact Starboy is right there. So there you go. Nova coming in right this instant. It's gonna be rough to take him down. This is Glorious pushing into the side of Krem, but this is only for them to run away for dear life. But Krem's already getting a lot of damage. Still survive it out for the mortality. But as we see it, right, this is a Uni. Try to do as much damage as possible. It's not enough. Teddy Cutie takes down Ruff immediately. That's the opening, but Uni finally comes through with the trade. And as they're pushing in, GPA looking a little bit more sturdy. They try to survive it out, but Trey pulled away from the fight. And Monster Vicious, this is still an even win for both sides of the team. But it's still enough. At least they managed to pull through, at least getting all the backlines they needed to get into the fine line of GPA.
Yeah, Monster Vicious, that gamble again, right? That bush has been a success factor for Monster Vicious. Now they want to cut things to the end as they try to Spear of Alpha onto Cram. Can they find the damage? They go for the Crystal here. 5 seconds on Starboy. They are rushing the Crystal down, and they do get the game for themselves. They pull off the bush play. Monster Vicious, 1-0. They will pull ahead in this series.
Lot of decision makings that was done here by Monster Vicious. Quite tricky, definitely was a little bit shaky, also rough at the end of the game itself, because a lot of mistake was done and they were punished by it because of it. And hopefully at the process of it moving into the second round, they will not do the same mistake. But it was a great move. The point of it all, probably the deserving of the MVP definitely coming in from the Bush side, because the fact is that was the strategy that was really good on the side of how Gamer Packs Ascent did not expect. They thought they were actually trying to hold off any of the team fights right on front side. They did not spot either one on the side of Monster Vicious, and it gives a lot of space for Novar as well as Raf to come through, and that was the redemption that he needed after being so stuck up trying to fight with Teddy Cutie on the front line where they try to push into the base of GPA.
Yeah, I mean, those bushes. You gotta check those bushes, man. You have a Baxia, you have a Hylos. And the thing is, you have a Sicilian as well with a Mathilda. There's so much utility to check those bushes. Even a Spear of Destruction to check those bushes could have won you the game at that point, right? At that point, a Spear of Destruction is not able to get you that positioning, but it's good for that scouting mechanism, because at that point you don't really want to join a team fight with the Spear of Destruction. You want to be with your team so you can actually use it to scout out those bushes. But Ruff and Nova Escobar, they are playing guerrilla warfare in the bushes, and it is working out for them, because first time Teddy Cutie got caught, they lost 2 inhibitor turrets, and the next time they found the flank while using Uni to bring down that Radiant Lord onto half, and they just sacrificed Uni's life right there. Doesn't matter, because they found the opening for that team fight.
Definitely agree. And looking on the stats right now, so much of the cover ground, and I pretty much see how teams from MV as well as GPA, they try to actually go in for the scrimmage, and a lot of time that GPA try to defend, and it was a really good motion coming in from them, because the fact is team GPA defense mechanism wise was superb. They had the damage they need. They have all the counters necessity, even with Teddy Cutie making micro decision making that makes a lot of changes, or even making a lot of struggle for Monster Vicious to even come through. It takes 3 times for them to actually push into the base and going into the crystal for them to get this win. It's tough. It's a long call, but this is something that Monster Vicious has to be careful coming into the second round. But then again, it's still a win for them. And Marzi, right, this isn't getting the MVP with 8-1-1 KDA on their side is just amazing.
And I'm already in this early game, right? This is not that game that we are seeing. Yeah, this is the Hilda Perl Legends, OD Esports. I'm like, yeah, Hilda, very strong, very strong. Not in this game. That's why we're using this highlights here. But definitely Marzi, I gotta say, right, the moment he managed to get that real world manipulation going, and his timing for real world manipulation was very disciplined. A good Eve player is very disciplined on that real world manipulation. Every time that real world manipulation comes out, it's definitely to save a team fight or to win a team fight. It's never for defensive usage. And the thing is, Marzi always found that key opportunity with that real-world manipulation, despite the fact that there were so many AoE to be aware of. There is that glorious pathway, which is meant as a straight lane towards you. That high-lows, usually we see it as the answer towards Eve so that the entire team can run towards you in that real-world manipulation. And despite the fact that they had a CC, they still made it work because that Carmilla really is proving to show a lot of dividends. That investment really paid off, right? That bush play, oh my God. From now on, Game Impact Ascent is gonna have PTSD from those two bushes alone.
Agree, definitely. But this is a crucial thinking that they have to pull out in the first place, because awareness of the map is really critical, is really important when it comes to try to cover the grounds out, because somehow those are the things that they didn't actually expect. And maybe they were pretty much focused on, okay, they saw Uni going all out for the Lord, and this is where the time they're actually a little bit too distracted on their own focus. Attention was not given out properly, and Monster Vicious punishes for them. But at the same time, we do not deny the power of GPA. That was a super move coming in from Teddy Cutie itself, and how they managed to actually give a lot of the potential for Teddy Cutie to break in every movement of Monster Vicious. But then again, Monster Vicious, they got a double down coming into the second round, and if they want to finish this quickly for the second series, hopefully if this happens again for GPA to be probably not realizing all the scoutings or the awareness that they put out, it could be another case of win for Monster Vicious.
Yeah, and they had the tools, right? Game Impact Ascent, they did have the tools. There was a lot of vision game that they could have played because they first picked a Matilda. The moment you first pick a Matilda, you expect your vision game to be way stronger than your opponent, because you can be up in their face and you have that escape mechanism, you have that guiding wind, and you have so much heals available. But despite the fact that they had so much vision, they weren't able to do much with that information. And meanwhile, Monster Vicious, they just capitalized on that lack of information, because it's so easy for them to apparently get ambushes. And with that Beatrix factor, that AoE factor, they eventually clean up that game. But we will be heading into game 2 really soon, but not before we take a short break. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Go get your water, go get your snacks, and we'll see you guys shortly after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series Day 3. We had the Series 2 of today already going so phenomenal, right? It was a back and forth swing. It was decided by a bush. I mean, that Lord fight, that was so crazy. It looked like Gamer Pack Ascent were on the cusp of a comeback, but Monster Vicious just shut that down. And now they find themselves up 1-0 against this Philippines team. Monster Vicious all the way from Malaysia, the MPL playoffs team, going up against Gamer Pack Ascent, and they find themselves struggling just a little bit. So we might see that in game 2. So Gamer Pack Ascent, they might have something up for us in their sleeves, yeah?
I hope so, because again, you talked about how they had to have a PTSD already on the Bush side, because the fact is, when you do not watch your surroundings, your awareness, this is also a crucial point, because again, they could have actually change the rhythm, the movement of the game itself, and it could have gone to their favor, because Teddy Cutie was doing all he could to shut down any movement coming in for Ruff. Even when the moment where we're talking about how Ruff was just standing there not doing what he was supposed to do to give the support that is needed, and it gives so much space to GPA to shut them down. But now going into the drafting phase, what are they going to do? Are they going to actually deny Monster Vicious on how they actually maneuver with the Bitrix, or will we see finally the Hilda been put out? Because so far right now, they actually let go of Hilda, they let go of Chip. But going into the ban right now, we see that Angela has already been picked off. Matilda also been banned out. It seems that Monster Vicious are denying a Groot movement coming in from Gamer Packs, and despite the fact that for me, Matilda-wise, it doesn't have much of the leeway when they move in on the match number 1. But moving into the ban side of GPA, they're banning out Chip as well as Jushin.
Yeah, I mean, Monster Vicious, they do take out the Phoveus here, right? I would really favor taking out the Hylos versus the Phoveus, but still Phoveus a very strong initiator in the meta right now, despite the slight nerf. And now we see how much of a priority this Eve is, right? Because they're giving up the Suyo to Monster Vicious onto the likes of Uni, because it's gonna be a snap pick of Suyo, and it feels like Gamer Pack Ascent, I mean, they're more scared of this Eve than a potential Suyo coming out from Uni. But Uni, he can play the Fanny as well and give the Suyo over to Gamer Pack Ascent, and that's exactly what he does.
Not bad.
Ooh, and Fanny will be in the hands of Monster Vision. You talked about it, how they're very well versatile when it comes to Fanny, and Uni are scary. And this is something that Gamer Packs, they gotta be careful how they want to actually lock on, because Fanny is very tricky. Will be going all over the place, and it's not going to be easy to pull through unless you found someone to actually just shut down any movement that comes along from Uni.
Yeah, the thing is, does Gamer Pack Ascent have a Min Sitar player, right? Do they have that lockdown? I mean, Min Sitar, very good at locking down the area with the King's Calling. Might not be meta, but it does shut down the Fanny. They do go for that meta pick of having Teddy Cutie on that Moskov once again. That Suyo, of course, definitely a great pick. But once again, they're lacking that lockdown. Is there anyone to hinder the movement of that Fanny, because they don't have that right now? And Monster Vicious, I mean, they can just go for that team fight, leave the Fanny as a singular unit. They will pick up that Vexana, they will pick up the Gato Kacha. You can see the other heroes, they are going to be meant for the team fight. They can go for the Beatrix once again, but Gamer Pack Ascent, I feel that they should ban it out, because Ruff, he plays a very scary Beatrix. Yeah, sure, he did give away 1 kill, but doesn't matter, right? He still plays a very scary Beatrix in the lane.
I mean, if he's cautious enough, he's very well around on the scouting area, definitely Beatrix is not something to be messed around. But they picked out Hylos for themselves for GPXN, and maybe there's a possibility they want to actually redeem themselves for the mistake they've done on the first map. But we do see CC will be banned out by GPXN.
And yeah, CC is not the only counter towards Hylos, right? Gamer Pack Ascent, if they want to fully enable that Hylos, you gotta ban out the Glue as well, right? Glue, CC, really strong against dealing with this tanky meta. And now, with the Ruby being taken out for Monster Vicious, not too sure about the rule. Oh yeah, it's good against Fanny.
Yeah.
So they have to
Can
take that
pick
out.
up Fanny easily. So I like it. I like the respawn wells coming out from Monster Vicious. They know who they want to actually control and make sure that will not be picked up. Because again, they still haven't found the answer to Fanny just yet. Because so far, Fanny is still easily to roam around and it's not easy to lock on. And this is something, even with Hylos getting all the glorious path, Fanny can easily go away and move in back into the game fight to shut down Gamer Path ASAP.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see if Monster Vicious, right now, that Gato Kacha, you can put him on the EXP lane, you can pick up the Tigreal with the Vexana. It's gonna be a very scary team fight combo to deal with, and then Fanny can do anything he wants in that background. And they do pick up the Kaja, very good answer towards that Fanny, but is it enough? Is it enough? Because you can Divine Judgment all you want, but you might be facing a Flicker Implosion into that Heavenly Hammer, into that Sacred Hammer, right? They do pick up the Nathan, and do they pick up the Tigreal here?
Let's see. I mean, pretty much right now, it's a good motion coming on from Monster Vicious. The lineup is already perfect. They just need another more tankier or even more sturdiest to actually hold the CC for themselves. Making sure that at least Gamer Pakistan, if they want to move away or they even want to separate either one of the players, they will deny it completely. And this is what Monster Vicious is trying to do. But they do pick up the Teresa. They are not just only trying to hold off every one area of the game fight itself. They want to make sure that they control Gamer Pack in one area and denies any movement at all.
Yeah, Gamer Pakistan, they will have to find very aggressive pickoffs in this early game, especially the Kaja and the Suyo, and now with the last mid laner, they pick up a Veil. Wow. Wow, that's just way off meta.
I mean, it could be okay a case as well. I mean, with the power coming and the skills-wise coming on from Veil, I know it's not easy because you talked about how Kaja can be able to pick up Fanny, but it's not easy as he is very mobile. So maybe a possibility of Veil pushing away Fanny when it's needed, when it's necessary, so that there will be a way for Gamer Packs. And I'm not sure. It's not enough space. To be honest, it's really not enough space. But let's see. Who knows? Maybe there's a possibility with enough damage put out from GPXN. And don't cry. Why are you crying?
You know how easy
I'm
it is?
trying to be positive. I'm trying to be positive for GPA right now, you know?
You know how easy it is for Fanny to pick off Veil? Oh no! He's gonna dance around that ultimate, and now we head on into game 2 with very surprising pick coming out from Gamer Pakistan. The Veil making its debut, and now we find out who goes home here, right? Who goes home?
Yeah.
And I mean, I predicted 2-0, and I'm sticking to my prediction right now.
We all are. We all are predicting the same case right now. And with the decision making coming on from Gamer Pakistan with that lineup, it's gonna be even more confirmed. But let's see how it goes. We hope the best for the Philippine teams. Again, guys, this is the second series of the day, round number 2. Are we going to say goodbye to our Philippine teams, or will we see another game to be able to get a good fight? Monster Vicious from Malaysia, looking good so far. And I like the fact that they know what they need to be done. So far, again, the one thing they need to be aware of as well, because of the fact that they have Fanny, the motion that was done on round number 1, bushes are their best friends again from time and time again. And GPA, they need to be aware of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, Veil itself, you don't have that very strong of a lane priority versus the Vexana. You can see that Vexana already has a slight EXP advantage. That's because of the fact that Vexana, you can just spam out that Nerf Blast alone. And Xeno, it's the first move of the game, but Yuni's around to answer back, and Lakes, he gets taken out. That's a Suyo. So that is the early game advantage that they wanted, right? Having the Kaja, having that Veil, that level 4 with the Divine Judgment, that's the exact game plan, all thrown out the window. What do you do now, Gamer Pakistan? Because Monster Vicious, they are not gonna let this advantage go. And a Fanny picking up a turtle at 2 minutes in, this is just bad news bears for GPA right now.
It is. It is such a bad news. The fact that Xeno already picking up legs, and now we do see the fact that map control is already giving out to Monster Vicious. And we do see there is a contest coming in for the crabs, but it doesn't even matter because the fact is they are grounding off a really good control on the map. And somehow leaks they will be trying to give so much space for him to at least farm it out, get as much as buff as he needed. But is it gonna be enough with the fact that Uni having so much space already, covering all the grounds and always available whenever it's needed when it comes to team fights?
Yeah, Avatar the Guardian being used onto Cram here. I mean, Glorious Pathway is being used. Ultimate from Starboy actually finding a lot of mark, but Uni is left unchecked as he manages to get Starboy in that backlines. A consolation prize, right? 1-to-1 trade. Gamer Pakistan, they deal a lot of damage, but it's not enough. I mean, this was the prime situation where that Veil ultimate hits onto multiple targets is still not enough.
Is still not enough, and looking for the answers that is needed by team GPA right now. And we know for a fact that coming in right now is going to be Uni try to overextend to Starboy. Oh, just a little bit of tease, and they did manage to screw away, but with only just one hit, Uni giving so much pressure to a point that team Gamer Pack Ascent, they had to pull away straight away. Not much of them to cover the grounds of their own territory. And Team Monster Vicious, they know that if they control this in their own flow, in their own way, it could go in their own line right now.
And meanwhile, for Monster Vicious, right, they don't really have a timer on them. They don't really have to fight against a clock as long as they can keep this somewhat of an even advantage going, despite the fact that the net worth is not in their favor. Their Fanny scales way harder than what a Suyo does. And this is the power of having that Fanny, right? And he's left unchecked. What I expected out of Gamer Pakistan is to go for this early game team fight. They might be trying right now. Pram, he uses the Glorious Pathway though.
He used the Glorious Pass, tried to move away, but here on out, it's gonna be the penalty zone. Is it gonna come out? But no, it seems that Uni comes in, but unfortunately doesn't manage to actually connect the thought enough to shut down any movement coming in from Gamer Pack. But they did manage to take down Starboy, and it is going to be another title in the hands of Monster Vicious.
And yeah, that's the power of that revitalization Gato Kacha, right? Ruff, he's in a bit of trouble, but he has that flicker to get out. And you see, Ruff, he changes the Nathan changed the emblem spells based on the enemy lineup, and we saw the Purify in the previous series and now the Flicker now, because he knows that he has to avoid that Divine Judgment. That Purify is not good enough for that Suppress, and that's why you see that emblem change, I mean the battle spell change. Now Monster Vicious, they have all the momentum in the world right now, because currently Gamer Pakistan, where's the damage coming from, right? Only that late game damage from Teddy Cutie, because Starboy right now, even with that Veil ultimate, he's not finding the finish because of the revitalization coming out from Nova Escobar. Now, with the Glorious Pathway being used on a bomb lane, once again in vain, right? We see Cramp always trying to pop this Glorious Pathway really very early, and it's just given MV a lot of space because they know that this utility is not available. Now they can take as many team fights, they can dive the towers as they wish because they're not going to be getting slowed down.
Agree, definitely. Using it at the wrong time, giving so much space for Team Monster Vicious to do as much punishment as possible. The fact that Cram has always been pushed to use that ulti to a point for him to just survive or even to pull away from the game fights, it's not gonna be easy for Team Gamer Packs Ascent. Now, coming in right now, we do see within a few more seconds to go, Turtle will be spawned out, and they're not gonna actually allow it. They're gonna make sure that Uni will be able to push Teddy to just be at the top lane, trying to actually clear out the waves. And we do see 2 or 3 of the players from Monster Vicious already waiting for the Turtles. Now, GPA, they want to contest this.
Yeah, third turtle of the game, they want to contest this. I mean, Conceal being used is great target. onto Vexana, gets taken out. That's huge from Gamer Pakistan. They should have done this way earlier, but now it's not too late, right? You can still scale up on Teddy Cutie on the top lane, but then again, Uni is there to answer. 1-for-1 trade taken out. Avatar Guardian being used. Nova Escobar is in. Leaks, he does manage to get the turtle, but at what cost? Monster Vicious, they want to chase this down. They need to get another consolation kill. If they let Gamer Pakistan get away with this, I mean, Teddy Cutie is out, but Uni, he's still there, and he wants more. Nova Escobar goes down, does not really matter too much. They want that mid lane turret, and he gets the finish onto Starboy. They get that mid lane turret, and even more potentially going their way. They focus on the macro objectives here.
The macro objective been completed, being able to be focused right straight for Team Monster Vicious. It's a good constellation prize. It's a good trade-off for Monster Vicious, despite the turtle being picked up by the team of Gamer Pakistan. It doesn't even give much of the differential coming in from the currency wise as well, because still Monster Vicious is still in the lead with 3,000 goals in their hands, and here on out, it seems that Teddy Cutie has already spotted out Uni, but not to worry, Nova also already expecting, but GPA does not allow it. It seems that their awareness right now when it comes to Bush has been improved, and this is where the fine line that we know GPA is getting a little bit better and a little bit more defensive on their side, but going into the instant replay, unfortunately we're not being able to see it because of the side, but I do feel like it's deserving on the side of how they actually managed to get a hold of the backline. First off, Uni tried to pick up Crab, didn't manage to do so, but he ended up going to Starboy. Doesn't matter, at least you get what you needed from that team fight itself.
And the most important thing here is, right, they get this mid lane turret here. That's so much space going to the favor of Uni. And with that, right, they can consistently put the pressure into that jungle. And Suyo, he does not thrive off pressure. I know he wants to fight, but he cannot show his face most of the time. And now, with Uni not having that control factor, not being able to worry about that divine judgment, you can see him pull stuns like this. And this is why you don't pick Vale against a Fanny, because this is what's gonna happen. You're just gonna get styled on, and you're not gonna find the control of him, because there's no set control once that Divine Judgment is down.
Oh, and another lot will be picked up. Team GPA still haven't found the answer they needed at the moment right now. As the lot is going to be marching in within few seconds away, this is where the fine line. Can they actually do the same defense that they put out on the first round? They did it really amazing, but with Vale just on their side, it's still not going to be enough. And we do see here, Kram has already been spotted out. Matt Z just finding a way to break through. Another turret been picked up. This is going to be the last few layers of the turrets for the baseline of Team GPA. And we know for a fact they're looking for a way out. We do see that Uni is far behind, and they're going to allow this to let GPA to just be focusing on the front side of the game itself. But there is going to be a possibility of Teddy QT try to make sure they can clear out that top side. But is that going to be a great positioning coming in from GPA? Somehow, so much pressure been put out on the mid lane, and now as the Lord marching in right here, we do see Uni overextension coming in at the top, almost barely coming alive, but it's still close enough to tell. Right this instant, that overextension, will it be at a cost? Here on out, we do see Cram clearing out the lot because of the fact that Uni tried to go in 1v2 situation with Teddy Cutie. It was still not available, but he comes back alive. He shuts down Teddy Cutie immediately, and that's the opening it needed for Team Monster Vicious.
Yeah, they are going straight in with that penalty zone off that kill. Zeno, he might give up his life here, but this inhibitor is all that they want. The Nathan in the back line, he's still alive though. Can they get more here? Uni will be joining the battlefield really shortly, right? They do not have the super creeps anymore. Teddy Cutie did a great job of just easing that lane pressure that Monster Vicious was putting out. Because if they had to worry about that top lane, there's so much to worry about. This conceal play coming in from Damien right now. He might be in danger here. And yeah, definitely just disengages.
Okay, try to actually pick up the players of Monster Vicious, which not the right choice, not the right decision making, but it's okay. Goes away immediately, knowing that that was not the right move, and now they will try to actually pull it out. And look how much of the difference coming in. 2,319 gold difference. Not much of a difference, but yet it puts so much toll to the side of Team Gamer Pack Accent.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lineup that Gamer Pack Sen essentially does not have an answer towards. Like,
Yeah.
even with the Divine Judgment on that top lane, Damien was there together with Teddy Cutie. That was the prime damage time for Uni to die, for Fanny to get taken out. That was their answer. That Divine Judgment was their answer. And now they realize they don't have the farm to actually answer for that. Now Zeno can play in that front line, give Ruff the purple buff, and with the purple buff on Ruff right now, he can take this Lord with that enhanced cooldown. So Monster Vicious, they are taking objectives one at a time, and this is a calculated move coming out from Monster Vicious, right? If Gamer Pack Ascent, they go for this Lord here, it might be the worst mistake that they can make, and Escobar already finding the members of GPA hiding in that bush. I mean, MV, they're doing a great job of checking these bushes right now.
Agree, definitely. Clearing out everyone. Zeno also trying to push away the GPA. It gives so much space for the team of Monster Vicious to get the Lord already. This is how you want to control the movement. This is how you want to give so much space to your jungler, to your players, so that they can actually have so much of the potential to shut down and get a hold of the Lord itself. Now, the Lord is going to march in. Can the team of Gamer Pack Ascent defend their baseline as they did before?
I mean, 6 items already out from that Fanny, right? At that point, he's spoiled for gold. He's the most highest damage dealer on the map right now, and the most mobile character. We see the penalty zone. I mean, Zeno. Yeah.
Oh,
Quite a bit of
failure
blunder.
coming in from that penalty zone. But Uni try to back things up. He will be able to take down Daddy Cutie. But with the trade-off right now, we do see Marzi gonna go in for the push. Does he manage to go through? He's gonna go in for a fight with Kaja. Doesn't get the kill that he needs. Doesn't manage to pull through. But Lix ended up taking down immediately Uni. And as we go in, Lix takes down Marzi as well.
Base.
This overextension was just
The
pushing
base.
in to give that push for the side of Monster Vicious to just deny it. They gave that confusion to the side of the players of Gamer Pack Accent, making another victory in the hands of Team Monster Vicious.
I mean, with all that happening, it was just, yeah, you can kill Uni. Doesn't matter, right? Because where is Nathan? I mean, focus on the Nathan, guys. Gamer Patterson, the Nathan was in your base, and he had the help of Nova Escobar. These two were just enough to secure the game, and this is objective gaming at its finest here, right?
Yeah.
Just we lose Uni, never mind most farm character on the map, it's fine. But Teddy Cutie is dead. That's the main source of damage dealer. That's the ability to deal with Ruff. Now that he's gone, Ruff is able to roam free and get that crystal. It's just crazy coming out from MV right now. And Gamer Pack Ascent, of course, well done on you guys. You guys did well. Game 1 and Game 2, you guys tried, but definitely we won't be seeing you for the rest of the tournament. And MV, congratulations on moving to that 1-1 bracket.
Oh, it was crazy. I mean, okay, we talked about Uni, right? We talked about how Uni was already distracting themselves right at the top lane while the rest of the players was already pushing into the crystal side. But at the same time as well, we see how so much potential coming in from Monster Vicious, whereby they know how to divide and conquer. And GPA has been lacking that visualization or even to actually scout properly what was necessary into the gameplay. Going into the goal game definitely is on the favor side of Monster Vicious. They had so much ground covered. They had so much of the map control. Even from the start itself, Uni was just all over the place. There was no one could lock on to him. Even at the end of it all, it was only because the fact that he was already overextending himself.
And the feeling of just hopelessness for GPA as they did not have an answer for the Fanny, that's just very scary feeling to deal with. Because yeah, you have that divine judgment, but the moment you use it and it's on the Fanny, it's on target that you want, but still you're unable to kill him, and Uni gets a counter kill on Teddy Cutie. It's just very hard for GPA to just scramble their resources and find the correct target, because the target here is Uni, right? You want to take out Uni as much as possible, but then when you finally do take him out, Ruff becomes the issue where he takes out the crystal. And this is where, yeah, the drafting comes into question, because you picked up the Veil thinking that it was the answer to that Fanny, but definitely I don't feel so, right? You could have picked up that Aurora. Even the Nana could have done way better, because you have that survivability, and it's all about survivability or control. And something that would have been really great in the old meta to pick up against that Fanny that we see that teams use is that Paramis against that Fanny, having that Nether Realm, so that the Fanny wastes the energy and does not get a secondary entry into that team fight, especially into that mid game. But Uni just had a hell of a game. All the conditions were set for him. It's like setting up the runway for the airplane to take off, and it's like choo choo, yeah, with the cable. He's coming, and I'm Uni, I'm Fanny, nothing can stop me.
Definitely agree. I mean, and there was so much investment that was put out by Monster Vicious. I mean, putting out 3 players right at the top. I mean, even the question is that Zeno was already putting out the penalty zone. It didn't pick up anyone, that's for sure. And he had to sacrifice himself because he was giving a lot of distraction for Unit to come through. Started out really good. I mean, those trade-off that was done. I mean, yes, Starboy did manage to shut down Vexana. This is where the Fine Line Gamer Pack Ascent wanted to come in, where you want to actually find out if you can't pick up Uni, find a way for you to actually shut down most of the damage kill. But at the same time, this is where all of the pressure's put in. Uni takes down, and there was so much of the investment they put out right at the top just for the sake of Uni. At the end of it all, it gives the opportunity for those who are inside the crystal, whereby you have Ruff, you got Nova just pushing so much pressure to Karam as well as Starboy, and they could not do anything.
Yeah, I mean, even at that point, right? This is where the weaknesses of non-meta heroes versus meta heroes come into question. Because there's a reason why Veil is non-meta. Because even with 2 creep waves pushing in, you had a roamer, you had your mage. Any other meta mage would have been able to clear out those creep waves because they have that creep priority. If you think about it, Vexana would have been able to clear it out. Aurora would have been able to clear it out, but Veil does not have that cooldown, especially if you don't have that farm. And really, MV, they take full advantage knowing that Veil is not going to be able to clear out 2 enhanced super creep waves coming in with that Lord, and fully taking advantage of that fight and just throwing that penalty zone. I thought, what, Zeno, what was he doing? But right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
It was
exactly.
It was just a ruse.
Yeah, I was also confused. But best part about it, we got a glimpse that we're gonna have an interview with the Malaysia team, Monster Vicious, coming up soon. We're gonna hold on. We have a queue coming in, but not to worry though. I'm actually quite not sure whether or not is the interview coming in for our side or is it gonna be on the BM street. But other than that, that's amazing. Congratulations to Monster Vicious. We get the interview here from the Monster Vicious, and it's by the one and only Ruff. I think we have a lot of questions for him, so let's welcome Ruff. Congratulations for the 2nd series of the day. You guys did amazing. The calculated decision making that was done. But my first question, if you don't mind, Mo, I want to ask him first. What was your process thought on that first match when you saw Teddy Cutie? You guys was already invading into the baseline, right? But then you were started. You were like staggered in one point. What was happening at that time?
Firstly, thank you. And at the best moment, I didn't expect yet. I didn't expect that Sicilian damage is to pain like that.
Oh.
And the basic attack Moskov was very far with the new item, you know, crossbow.
That was a very, very long range, right?
Yeah,
You weren't expecting
very,
that.
very far.
have the flicker. I saw you have your skills available, and what is Ruff doing? Why is he dying? But that was a great play coming from you guys going into the bush. Did you expect Teddy Cutie to go on that top lane when you and Nova were in that top lane bush? Because that looks so calculated from you guys.
Yeah, we already expect that move, so we just take advantage what they will do.
And I have another question for you. You're now going into the 1-1 bracket, right? Where you are going to fight against the teams that lost yesterday and potentially the first team that won today. Is there any team that you want to go against? Like, which team do you want to fight against in the SPS the most?
I don't think yet, but we just be prepared whoever we want to fight, and we just do the best for the upcoming match.
Nice. All right. Last word for the day. Do you have anything to say to your fans and to shout out as well as to give a glimpse of idea what is going to come up for the next series?
Thank you for those who supporting us, and thank you for coaches for helping us a lot, and for our teammate who play very well today. And I hope we can consistent for the upcoming match. Thank you.
Nice. All right. Thank you for the interview. Congratulations again. We'll see you again next time. Bye, Rob. Good luck.
All right. Bye.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah. And yeah, that really comes into question, right? What was Ruff doing in the first game? Yeah. I mean, he's not a player that I expected to die to that Moskov. And now that he said that, that makes a lot of sense because there's new itemization coming in from Moskov to increase his attack range. So as a player, you know your spacing, because I'm a gold laner myself, you know your spacing between your heroes, and you know that if I stand here and the Moskov stands here, he can't reach me. But now with that new itemization, it changes the way that the game is played. And this shows how Teddy Cutie actually just played with their heads. But then again, he got played with that bush.
That was a good idea. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that those are the things that we are talking about. Itemization was just amazing on Gamerpack Ascent. I mean, second round, probably the choices of the heroes could have been better, but round number one, that was the defense that we're talking about. That was superb by GPA themselves, and that was the reason why Monster Vicious was having a lot of struggle to try to break into the baseline, try to get that crystal, but at the end of it all, they found a way to actually break out. They make another move on the bush, and that was why Team GPA did not expect that. Now, moving into round number two, Falter comes through because of the choices of heroes. Not much can be done. I mean, Uni was just all over the place, and this is where we see Monster Vicious coming up top so amazingly, and hopefully they will continue the score series because, again, finally, the lifeline still continues for them here for the SBS Open Finals. But for GPA, this is where we say goodbye to our Philippines team. But it's not done for us yet. We're not going to say goodbye, but we will say see you on the next series because we got the third series coming up next.
Here we go!
Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Main attraction, your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is chemical reaction.
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like it's so.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are now at match 3 of the Open Finals for Snapdragon Pro Series, where we have JP9ers going up against Alter Ego X. And this is gonna be a crazy series because honestly, I have no clue that who's gonna win. My predictions were just based off of feelings alone, and it's gonna be a very scary series for both teams because this is a very different meta from what they're used to.
Agree, definitely. So far, we do see some of the teams, they are affected by it, by the nerfs that has been put out by the heroes. But yet, there are certain heroes that even though being nerfed, has been the popular choices, like Gato Kacha. Not much of the effects has already been done. People still picked it up. But others team result, when we've talked about or we witnessed the Monster Vicious taking down GPA, now we have another team that have to say goodbye. We have to say goodbye to the teams from Malaysia, 2 of the teams Malaysia to be exact, right? So we got Games MYAs have to say goodbye as they lost to another Malaysia team, unfortunately, and that is by Vampire X Chaos.
Yeah, Vampire XX Chaos will be heading on into that 1-1 bracket. But speaking of that 1-1 bracket, right? Who do you think will go into the 1-1 bracket for JP9ers versus Alter Ego X?
Oh, I don't know, man. It is really tough. I mean, we do have our prediction right after this. And before that, we must introduce the players. And we need to talk about the players as well. Because the fact is, JP9ers, I'm a Malaysian, so obviously I'm gonna support them. That's for sure. We got Yitzi right here for the EXP. We got Max as the jungler. We got Zach Cutie at the mid lane. Rossi at the roamer side. And Loliel will be the goalie.
Yeah, and JP9ers, one of the teams that I really feel that they kind of struggled a bit in that MPL MY playoffs,
True.
right? It felt like they were very disjointed as a team, but hopefully they have found their stride once again because they did put up a great fight against Team Liquid Academy ID. And yeah, sure, they lost 2-1, but they were all 17-minute games. It was all a very late game scenario. And now that we're in the newer meta, will this meta shift favor them? That's something that we'll have to find out in the game itself, because I know that Max is very insane on that jungle, especially when you put him on an assassin, something that can jump the back line. If you give him that Suyo, he's gonna destroy you as well. But meanwhile, the rest of the team has been falling behind. Zach Cutie, he has stepped up though, and I feel that the rest of the team, if they can match the pace, JP9ers look like a very, very solid team.
Agree, definitely. Hopefully that will be the case for them because JP9ers, they put up a really good fight, and this could be a precedent for them to uphold. If they can actually do a really good job, redeem themselves from the side of MPL, that could be another stage for them to uncover and unveil here on the SPS Open Finals. But they are fighting with another team that also fought a big giant name, and we're talking about the team of Indonesia, Alter Ego X. They are brothers of Alter Ego. They could show a potential just the same as their brothers as well. We got Fondier here at the EXP, Taz as the jungler. We do have mid lane for the side of Silly Boy. We got Magma here for the roamer and Arfi for goal lane.
And yeah, I mean, these are just household names, right? If you think about who Fondier is, he used to be from Aura Esports, and now that he's in Alter Ego X, he's bringing that experience for Alter Ego X as well. And the rest of the team members, they are not too shabby themselves. If I'm not wrong, Taz, he was from the main roster of Alter Ego and in the sub roster for EVO's Legends as well. So now that they are up against JP Niners, a regular season MPL MY playoff team, they were in the playoffs as well. Alter Ego X, they might be fighting the newer experience versus the older experience.
Interesting thought. That's definitely a good idea. But going into the drafting wise, right? We talked about how the meta definitely have already been checked out because of the nerf. We see Hilda already been banned out. Suya also been banned out. So the Holy Trinity still been banned out. Jushin as well as Chip. We got Matilda as well as Forvius also been banned out. But giving into the side of the first pick coming in from Alter Ego X, we have Fanny in the hands of AEX. JP9 has responded with Valentina as well as Chill.
Yeah, I mean, the Cho itself is a very good response, especially if you want to invade and you want to pick the Fanny off later, right? It scales very well with the full response. And now they pick up Hayabusa, one of Max Signature's heroes, right? So whether or not Max can get the snowball going together with the Cho, together with the Valentina. And meanwhile, for Valentina, I feel that Zach Cutie, he has really come to terms with that Valentina. He's performing really very well. And whether or not he can continue that stellar performance, Alter Ego X, they've yet to pick up that mid laner. So this Valentina really denies away the possibility of them having that Faramis, the possibility of them having that Vexana as well, because you just give a free Eternal Guard to steal, but they ban out the Faramis. And yeah, this is a complete opposite of what I'm used to seeing, where you pick the Faramis, you ban out the Valentina. But now they pick the Valentina, they ban out the Faramis. So JP Niners, they're cooking something new here.
Cooking something new. Even Lunox has already been banned out by Alter Ego X. They want to make sure that there will be no one to have so much control to the fight with Harith. So they want to make sure that at least Harith has his only will. Zaman Force will not be denied, and so much of the mobility from the side of Farsa will also give so much boost for the side of JP9s. Good move coming in from Alter Ego X, but Vexana on the other side has also been banned by JP9ers.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of JP9ers bans, I feel that, yeah, they could have handled these two picks with the Valentina. I mean, this is what the Valentina is meant for, but they might be up to something else with that Valentina. Might be a very aggressive Valentina that we're seeing, and it might be a Roam Khalid, Roam Khalid that they might be using, and an EXP Cho. So yeah, definitely kind of more aggressive. But whether or not Alter Ego X, they see this coming, right? If they can set up the defense in time, whether the initial aggression coming through from JP Niners is controlled, then that will be very good for Alter Ego X. And they're going with the Fredrin pick on that EXP lane with the Aurora. Aurora has a very strong lane priority and is still one of the stronger picks in this mid lane. I'm surprised we didn't see it till now.
Interesting. And the fact that right now, Alter Ego already completed the lineup. JP9ers, they need to find a response. So far right now, I do feel like Romer, Khalid, we've talked about it, how Khalid has been nerfed. So we saw how it was already picked up for the first series, and it wasn't that much power that was given. So let's see if JP9ers will be able to boost up. But they picked up the carry, so that could be a really good beneficial. Great long range, great mobility wise, so much damage been put out, but they really need to be careful, as carry needs to be aware of the situation of where the right timing to fight off with the team of Alter Ego X.
Yeah, the itemization of the carry will be very important against the Harith, whether he has that magic defense. I mean, we are shying away from that tank carry meta into a more damage-centric carry, right? And it's really good for the side of Alter Ego X because, I mean, they have the damage to deal with. I mean, the Harith is just a very strong zoning tool coming out. And the Fanny itself, it has that late game assurance. So it's very scary for both sides. They have the answers, right? The carry is the answer to the Gato Kacha, is the answer to the Frederick because of the shred that you can deal just from that light wheel alone. But let's just see how they fare as we enter the Land of Dawn. Game 1 of Alter Ego X versus JP Niners, and loser goes home.
Loser goes home. We already got 3 or even actually 4 teams from different region, 2 from Malaysia, 1 from Cambodia, and 1 from Philippines that already said goodbye. Which team here from our third series that are we going to say goodbye next? Now, scrimmage started out already at the mid right here as Rozzy giving a little bit more pressure to Silly Boy, and Magma had to actually give a lot of the support and backup, just barely enough time so that they can still survive it out. But still, it seems that Zacuity trying to go in for a push to fight it out, but Silly Boy still been backed up, denied after denial. JP9 is going all out aggression from the start.
Yeah, I mean, JP9ers, this is what we expected, right? They picked up this Roamer Khalid, and this is how you want to play that Roamer Khalid. You want to put that pressure on. Now the pressure is on year 3. Whether he can find this pick onto Taz here, and it's very important, does get the cable away, and it does keep his own life for now. But there's a lot of timing taken away from Alter Ego X because the Fanny has to recall, and now the cycle has been taken away. Hayabusa will have a slight little advantage, and that might go towards his way. Shadow Kill is available for Max if he wants to use it here.
Ooh, almost tried it close enough to tag off Zacuity, but not gonna be in any sort of position. Gonna actually call back again. And it seems that at the progress right now, all the teasing coming in from the mid lane is still not pushing in into any of the first blood so far. But Turtle will be spawning out, and here Magma getting the input is need. Fonda picking on, inserting himself right in this nose. He going in for a fight, but it's gonna be a Slane coming in, and Fonda unfortunately does manage to actually trade it off. A win comes through from the side of JB9er, but at the cost of Max.
Yeah, Lolio gets another trade on the top lane. Arfi going down there. That's huge for Carry, right? And Carry, it's one of the heroes that can actually deal with the late game really well because there's a lot of survivability. Magma, he's not exactly in a lot of trouble. He does not have the level 4 yet, but it's not too much of a big deal. Has the revitalization still available. And this is the power of the Fredrin. The ability to taunt and keep someone there. This is why he was so good in that tank meta for so long. And now with that slight buff, yeah, he's not a good tank jungler still because the itemization is not there. But this is the adjustment that Alter Ego X made because the EXP lane, he's strong.
Oh, coming in right now is gonna be Taz to push in, but JP9 is coming in order to fight, but he did manage to scurry, surviving on those team fights. Great coming through, but a little bit too late to be pushing in for the side of Alter Ego X. But then again, there was so much engagement right now at this instant. We do see Magma pushing in for that altercation, but it wasn't getting any of the response they need by JP9s. Good discipline coming in from JP9s though, but despite whatever it is, so much of the aggression is giving a lot of futile intervention or even futile of a resource has been put out. But again, Taz try to pick a big, try to do a little bit of the switching side of for the side of JP9s, but it's still not enough. But here on out, Magma coming in is going to be the push they need it, but Max comes through, still denying it, and Rozzy pushing on the door, and Magma will be taken out.
Yeah, Arfi following up with the Zayman's Force here. He will be able to chase down Yi here. Does have the Shumpo to get away. 1, 2, 3 combo. Zacuity, though, he is waiting in this bush. Arfi, you are in a lot of trouble, my friend. And Zacuity does not have the damage for the finish. Lolio not there in time. But the thing is, Max, he was so low, and he managed to get the quad shadow away from that team fight. Now, 2-2 will be the scoreline, neck and neck. But who does this favor here, right? Who does this favor? Because they do have that late game scaling way better for JP9ers because of the fact that they have so much AoE for that team fight and they have a way to deal with that Fanny. That Cho, once you can scale up, it's an EXP lane Cho. He's going to have that farm and he's going to have the ability to lock that Fanny down. Meanwhile, Lolio, he might be in a slight bit of trouble. Razzy's there to help. Does use the Raging Sandstorm here. Quad Shadow is available. Avatar the Guardian to respond, but not going to be finding anything yet. But a stolen IMU, Avatar the Guardian, straight onto Magma. JP9ers, they want the constellation, and they do get it. Skypiercer picked up on Max, and a free turtle to boot.
Oh, great move coming in for the side of Team JP9ers. a little bit of the instigation that came through from the side of Alter Ego X ended up being backfired, and now giving that support for JP9ers to even cover the grounds out. But here, coming in for a fight right in the mid lanes, almost being able to push out Fondir, but at the same time, Fondir is not giving up, tried to survive it out and try to push into Razi, but so much of potential of survivability to a point that they could not do anything.
And that's the map advantage going towards JP9's way, right? With that fight, they secure so much of the map for themselves. Alter Ego X, they cannot feel safe around this purple buff. JP9ers, this is the step that they have taken. Fondir is there for the chase, right? He has the Appraisal's Wrath. He's going to be tanky, but JP9ers, they're trying to avoid the fight with Fondir. As long as they fight around him, they are doing well. And Max is in the back line, able to deal damage down. Damon's Force on the ball. Zacuity gets taken out, but Taz, he has to recall out, and Max finds a Sky Piercer kill onto Fondir right now. 1-for-1 trade. This is great for JP9ers. Taz, he might have gotten the purple buff, but it's still a lot of map pressure as JP9ers, they continue to choke this space out. Arfi, he forced that Zamon's Force down, and still, that was only a 1-for-1 trade.
It was only 1-for-1 trade, and still it's just a minor fight to be on full or even victory. But here on out, seems that Taz, a little bit overextension, try to push into Max. Not to worry though, definitely not the right timing. You want to actually push in, especially the fact that Max already going into level 10 right now. And we do see as the time progresses, JP9ers still have a really good cover for themselves, a really good defense coming in for their side that Team AEX still have not able to get the right response.
Yeah, the problem is, right, Lolio, he hasn't died yet. And that's always a great news for JP9ers because he's going to scale up so much harder than any of the heroes on Ultra Ego X. And Frederick, eventually he's going to have a problem where that carry is going to shred through him. Now, JP9ers, they want to fight this. They do have the Raging Sandstorm available in Rossi, but they have to worry about the taunt coming from Fondir. And once they take that out, they can potentially go for this fight. Rossi, he might give up his own life here, but it might be for the greater good. Still has the Raging Sandstorm available. Both teams still posturing around. Taz joins the fight. Yeah, 3, he might be going in here, but with the Raging Sandstorm at the back and the Avatar card and finding its mark, Sully Boy, he will be using his immortality to get a second life as Razi falls, but they get the turtle, and now Lolio, he finds the shred onto Fondio. This is what I was worried about. Arfi, he has not able to respond here as Lolio and Max, they find the damage. 2-for-1. So great for JP9ers right now.
So great for JP9ers, even with the fact that Taz tried to stick the nose, tried to actually take down Razi, it's still a win for the side of JP9ers because the fact that they managed to actually disrupt, or even to a point that right distance try to take down Taz immediately by the hands of Lolel as well. No one was able to shut down. Movement coming in from Taz was definitely been hold off, and now is getting more scarier for the team of AEX. Somehow, they can't find any single situation that it can pull through to shut down Lolio.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, Year 3 just has to be around somebody who might die and try and get the Whale Dragon onto Fanny. And he has been doing a great job of that, where the Fanny is not able to jump in, and the control is there. Even if Year 3 does not get the Whale of Dragon, there's enough damage coming out from the rest of the team members where Fanny's not able to get this clean damage through. They have that late game scalability, but Arfi's not doing too well for himself. That Zamon's Force has always been used as a defensive mechanism, and you don't want to see that. You want to see him put it down, control, and deal the damage. But this is not where Harif wants to be. 6,000 gold behind, and Ultra Ego X, they're going to have to struggle a lot, but definitely they have that high ground defense. The Aurora is there, the Synchro Fissures coming out from Arfi is there, and Year 3, I mean, at this point, he's unkillable. But look at this. I mean, Hayabusa is trying to go for Taz here, but yeah, not able to find him. As long as Year 3 is not there, I think the Fanny doesn't have to worry too much.
Okay, let's see. I mean, the fact that they want to go in one on one and they know for a fact that they try to push in, but at the same time, they did push out the rest of the players from the side of Team AEX to actually be giving the opportunity to get the lot. And they will be securing at least the objective of only the second turret in their hands. It's not going to be enough, but at least that's at least a cover ground that this AEX is looking for. But as the lot will be marching in, they're going to go in for a fight here. Now Taz, a little bit to say, but at the same time, Magma coming in for the push, but not going to be able to do so. As they're pushing in, Magma will be giving the opportunity of that Zaman Force to be shut down. Arfi immediately. Unfortunately, no matter what they do, Arfi is just doing that as a defense point to a point that Team JP Nandis can deny and punish him.
Yeah, at this point, Alter Ego X, they're playing for the long game. They have to hold on to the turrets. Already, only one outer turret left. Only the inhibitors and one outer turret is left. And yet he does go in with the Wheel Dragon, finds the pick onto Magma. Frigid Glacier there, but not enough. Fondir, he has to retreat right now. Taz cannot withstand the barrage of damage coming out from Bolio at this point. And they still have the Lord to worry about. These super creeps, I mean, they are dealing a lot of damage, but still, JP Niners, it's not good that they cannot get an inhibitor off of this. Lolio, he potentially might die here, but Taz is the one that falls instead. And Alter Ego X, they lose a key member. JP Niners, they have to push the advantage right now. Zach Cutie trying to force something right now. They do have the Raging Sandstorm, but they don't have the creeps to work with. The Lord and the bottom waves are there right now. Lolio, he can go in. Wave the Dragon onto Magma. They will lose the Avatar Guardian. No more revitalization is there. Zayman's Force eventually finds his mark, but it is not enough at this point. Max, he can go free form, and this crystal will be taken by JP Niners. They take an extremely calculated team fight at the correct moment. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to the team of JP Niners. Definitely a great, very quick fight indeed coming in from the side of JP Niners to end it all at the end of the game, because the fact is, no matter how much AEX tried to actually defend it, the moment when Yatri was able to pick up Mema, that was the opening that was needed by JP Niners. No matter how much, even the overextension that was done by Taz to pull through Loliel, it gives so much point that Loliel was already buff. He was already so survival, so much damage that was put out to him that Taz could not do anything.
Yeah, and if you look at Loliel's itemization, right? Corrosive Scythe and second item Rose Gold Meteor. This is just so that he does not die to Taz. And this is such a great itemization. This is why he has 0 deaths. Because you go for that Rose Gold Meteor, Taz thinking that gold lane is easy, because you can pick him off anytime. But Rose Gold Meteor has that cooldown where it's much shorter than the Immortality, it's much shorter than the Wind of Nature. So it's a lot of damage and yet a lot of defensive capability. And with that, Taz is unable to burst him down unless you have 6 items. This is such a great itemization coming out from Lolio at this point. And year 3, he's did such a great job of making sure that Fanny is never safe, because that Whaler Dragon, once it connected once and twice, Taz just got very, very scared. He couldn't go back in, and now in that late game where Taz is just getting shredded, year 3 can kick anybody he wants.
Agree, definitely. But the fact that AEX try to find a way to break in, and the fact that Yatri was already spotting out Taz so many times, even breaking off Magma, that was the reason so much of the potential that AEX was shut down every single time. Sillaboy tried to actually cover out the high ground. There was so much of that motion that it was given out by AEX that can take down at least turn down a notch from the side of JP Niners, but it was still not enough though. And Loliel as the MVP, deserving wise, because they let him freely just do what he wants to do right at the bottom lane, freely, was not untouched at all, and Team AEX was letting them go with that.
Yeah, the thing is, right, the strong part about this Khalid roam, this pick here, it gives you so much map pressure if you're unable to answer. And with that Fanny pick, you're not able to answer within that first 5 minutes of the game, because you don't have that damage to actually burst the Khalid down, because you don't have the items, you don't have that damage, and the Khalid is permanently running at you. And you can see year 3, he went for the concussive blast on the choke because he wants that lane priority so that he can join the team fights. This was a very good calculation coming out from the rest of the team from JP Niners. They were on the same page, and I really like this because even though Max, he was in danger so many of the time, it was a lot of wasted damage onto Max where he would get away. And then Lolio, he's just there with that short range carry, jumping in, dealing so much damage. And 908 GPM is not something that you want to go against, especially in a late game scenario. That you saw that Frederick, right? He looked like he was just butter.
Oh yeah, definitely. That was when Fondier just had to back things down. When the fact is he should be the one who cover all the front side. But this is where we see they try to actually tease out. They try to contest that turtle. Yeah, JP Niners did manage to get the turtle, and it was a trade-off, but it's still a win for themselves. And as they prove on, try to actually contest for the buff side. Taz try to push in. That defense was so much of lacking of power and space to a point that JP was able to do so much damage to them.
Yeah, then once the Sky Piercer was picked up from Max, and look at this Zayman's Force, right? It's not finding anything. And Razi permanently using that Raging Sandstorm onto Arfi at all times, just disabling him in his own Zayman's Force. And Lolio just being alive here is just free damage. Alter Ego X, they cannot take his team fight. And if they do, they're gonna die. And Sully Boy just stands there and proves that. And look at this. Arfi trolls down the Zayman's Force. But once again, Raging Sandstorm comes out. Razi did an extremely good job of making sure that Arfi cannot play a game at all. And look at this. Razi is always on Arfi. Arfi cannot do anything. Finally takes him out.
Great target coming in from the side of JP Niners. They know who they want to actually shut down. They want to not allow any of the engagement comes through. And this is where JP Niners looking better than ever. And this is just the first round of the series, the third series of the day. And somehow JP Niners, our Malaysian teams, rising off really good. I mean, we've talked about how they are having a struggle on the MPL scenes. They're still finding their strats. They're still finding a way how to actually leveling up themselves into the scene of MLBB. But compared to the side of AEX, somehow AEX is looking a little bit beneath of Team JP Niners, and they gotta do something coming into the second round, because again, we're saying that this is the last chance, the opportunity of either side to say goodbye. If AEX does not go back to the drawing board, figure out what to do on the next run, it's going to be the end for AEX Indonesia. We're gonna have a short break, but we're right back after this for the second round of this third series.
Here we go!
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it, ignored the hate. And now we big time status, and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX approach code. Run it again. XOX approach code. Run it again. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX approach code. Run it again. XOX approach code.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just had this first game of the Series 3 of JP Niners versus Alter Ego X, where JP Niners came out on top, and now they're finding themselves at match point versus Alter Ego X. Meanwhile, on the Indonesian side, they are 1 point away from going home, but still, I feel that they have a lot up their sleeves because for me, they pulled out that Fredrin EXP lane that I feel that, yeah, it's going to be very strong in this meta, going for that buff, and it was a correct answer for the Hayabusa. But that carry pick coming in from JP Niners, that draft mentality against that Gato Kacha, I feel that because of that, the Fanny couldn't even find its mark. And I really like the use of them having that Khalid on the roam and the Cho on the EXP lane.
Agree, definitely. It was just a perfectly executed plan from JP Niners. They know who they want to actually counter. I mean, so much of the movement that was already stuck because of the wheel coming in from Carry and Cho. Every single time that we keep on seeing Year 3 picking up everyone from the side of Team AEX, this is where the fine line that are they going to allow Year 3 to give much more points of the side that they can be picked up again from time and time again. Now going into the drafting of round number 2, we still see the same patterns, but they do deny of the usage of our Khalid now from JP Niners. We saw how it was so hard to actually contain the power coming in from Razi. So Khalid is out from the pool right now. Even Fulvius, Jushin, that's going to be the holy trinity of Suyo as well as Chip. And Gatot Kacha also been banned out by JP Niners.
Yeah, a lot of the revitalization heroes have been taken out, but Alter Ego X really prioritizing that Cho on possibly Vondir or Magma. But JP Niners, I mean, if they really want to go pound for pound, if they want to fight head-to-head, they can go for the Hilda. Yeah, they do go for the Hilda. And then the Valentina onto Zacuity as well. Very good defensive mechanism in terms of having that lane priority itself. Valentina covers a lot of bases, right? When you think about them using the mage, it cancels out a lot of that mage pressure. But now Alter Ego X, with that Cho pick, they can go for the Fanny now. They're not that scared because now you don't have Year 3 on that Cho. But now with JP Niners, right? JP Niners, you need to think about controlling that Fanny down. And one of the ways of controlling that Fanny down is to find her in that early game. And that Hilda might be a great answer already. So I don't know. I really don't know too much about this. But that Eve pick is not going to be looking too good for Alter Ego X, given the fact that IMU is an option. RWM can be stolen as well, and that can lock down your Fanny. JP9 now, do they go for that control factor paired together with that Hilda to actually shut down the Fanny in that early game?
agree, definitely. I mean, like, again, the counterattacks coming in from Alter Ego, it's not really coming through at the moment right now. And JP9ers, they've already got it a really good round from themselves. Hilda definitely will be able to pull through. They put out Nolan into the scene right here, and this is gonna give much more offensive side for JP9ers.
A lot of damage. Still, I feel that Nolan and Fanny, they have the same like power timings. It's just that Nolan is much more mobile when at level 1 and level 2. Now JP9ers, right? Actually, they could have gotten away with taking a Ruby, but if they can get it on the 4th and 5th pick, that Ruby pick is gonna be so good because yeah, it counters all 3 heroes of Alter Ego X, right? Cho, you want to jump in, Fanny, you want to jump in, and then Eve, you're just standing there. So it's very easy for that Ruby to play against these 3 heroes. And whether Alter Ego X ban that out right now is going to be very important for them.
Oh, and we do see JP9ers also banning out Bruno, so that could be something to actually. Oh, they ban out Tigreal as well.
Yeah, Tigreal was a very scary pick. Yeah, JP9ers could have went for the Ruby and Tigreal. I like the way that Alter Ego X are banning out right now. And JP9ers, if they are going with the same route, I mean, they can ban out more of the goal laners. The Harif still in that pool as well. So, I mean, Alter Ego X, despite Arfi not having a great game, it's mostly on the hands of Razi on that Khalid, just raging sandstorm him every time he wants to use that Zaman Swords. It's just not a good time. But now, without Razi on that Khalid, that Harif is actually a good option.
Time and tide wait for
Definitely,
no man.
but they ended up picking up big tricks. So, question begs to differ: will Alter Ego X ban out Ruby because it's still open for JP9ers to pick up? That's an opportunity for JP9ers to at least counter back the rest of the picks that have already been done by AEX. So, either or not, they give that leeway to the side of JP9ers, or they probably prioritizing on other side of JP9ers because there was so much potential that JP9ers can do as well, even without Ruby on their side.
Yeah, I mean, even without Ruby, they're still very aggressive. They can double down on the aggressiveness. They can still pick up something like a jaw hit who will run at you, and definitely that put that Cho out of position, put the Eve out of position, and yeah, they go for a ban of Grok, which is also a good ban because it is as aggressive and it's control immune, right? You can't get kicked by that Cho, especially when you're near that wall, when you have that skill active. It's not gonna be a good time. And I really like this from Alter Ego X, dealing with the Hilda, right? One of the factors that Hilda is so good is that sustainability. But Glue, you have much more sustainability, and then you can drag the members out of position as well. Now they are left with their jungle pick, right? You know, their jungle pick has been picked up. So their goal laner, will they pick up the Harif here to secure that slight little mid-game spike? Because if they go for the gold lane, I mean, they won't have enough damage to kill any members, even with the Way of the Dragon. I feel that they have to go for either mid-game, so Lunox, Nathan, or Harif, and yeah, they pick up the Lunox. So JP9ers now left with that roam.
With the roam, yeah.
You have a lot of choices, right? They can go for Jawhead, they can go for Kaja. Like we saw in the previous game, Kaja would have was really good, but yeah, they had Veil, so didn't really work out for them. Meanwhile, JP9ers, yeah, do they go for that Kaja? Do they go for the Ruby?
Ruby. They picked up Ruby, and that's the perfect choice because again, we talked about either for 1v1, Ruby will be the best option and it will be able to actually get a really good positioning when it comes to any points of picking off or separating AEX from those team fights. And JP9 so far right now, for the drafting wise, great response coming in, which counterability on the side of Lunox. I like the fact that they bring up Lunox here into the position, even though they could have actually picked up Harix, but Lunox could be a better choice here and it could boost up AEX here for the second round.
Yeah, the good thing about that Lunox pick is because they were lacking. There was a severe lack of damage coming out from Ultra Eco X, and that Lunox really supplements that damage, right? You can go in extremely aggressive, especially if you have a Flicker, if you have that Power of Order Brilliance as well, and the Chaos brings the damage. But let's just find out as we head on into the Land of Dawn, Ultra Ego X against JP Niners in the game 2 as Ultra Ego X. I mean, they're one game away from getting knocked out of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Again, guys, this is it. The last chance game for both of the team. Malaysia versus Indonesia. What's it gonna be? Will the team of JP Niners be able to pull it out, or will AEX finally find their way? They are trying to push away Rozzy. They're trying to give so much pressure to Rozzy to not allow them to cause any disturbance so that Taz can roam around freely and get the buff or even the farm that is required. So great move coming in from the side of Team AEX. You want to make sure that you allow Taz to roam and move as freely as possible, denying any movement coming in from Rozzy.
And yeah, Rozzy on this roam Hilda, right? This is where I wanted Hilda to be. I think this is going to be the new meta moving forward, and Rozzy on this roam Hilda is going to be very strong. But we are going to go for a slight little pause as the players need to settle some issues on their side. So yeah, speaking of the Roam Hilda, right? It's way better than the Roam Ruby, I believe. Because Roam Ruby feels that, yeah, you can deal with one-on-one Cho, definitely okay. But without I'm Offended, without the levels, you don't really have the cooldowns to work with, right? Because Ruby, you require quite a lot of levels before you can get the cooldown change going. Skill 1, skill 2, then skill 1, then skill 2, and the jump, jump, jump. But for Hilda, you don't really require that much levels. Her key power spike is at level 1, level 2, where you have that bush available. And yeah, so far, it just feels like, yeah, the production is against us because, yeah, we said it. Yeah, JP Niners are going to win 2-0.
I believe so. I do believe so. And I'm going to stick to that decision making. You're not going to make me feel like I regret putting that prediction, because so far it still feels good on the decision making of drafting wise from the JP Niners. Even so, yes, there was an attempt coming in from the side of AEX, making sure that at least there was no invasion, no disruption or intrusion coming in from the side of JP Niners. But that's still earlier to tell, because on the early games, I see how aggressive, how very confident Rozzy to come through and try to get into the baseline of the enemy. But then again, we're not sure how long is going to be like that. Will it actually, it will take at least 1 second moment where Team AEX did not see what Rozzy is doing, where is the location of Rozzy, to actually make that mistakes, and Rozzy will punish that. And now as we go into the game itself, we continue on right now as pushing in Lolia, getting a lot of pressure. He stuns out Arfi, but it's just a back and forth fight right now between the two of them. They are trying to push in. So far, no first blood just between them, but here Arfi trying to overextend. Lolia will push him away, denying any of the entrance.
Yeah, first turtle already up on the map, right? Magma finding out where Rozzy is. Already the revitalization not available. They have popped it out earlier. Year 3, he's in the thick of things, but he does not have I'm Offended. But still, there's a lot of control coming out. Taz dangerously low, does not have the energy. Zacuti with a flicker finishes him off. That's huge coming out from JP Niners as they get the turtle. They take out the Fanny and potentially take out this purple buff. That's so important. And Selly Boy with the real world manipulation, he takes out Max. That's huge too. And Ultra Ego X, they answer back pound for pound. Now with this purple buff coming in, this Spear of Destruction finds Selly Boy. What a play from JP Niners. Now 2 for 2, but still the bloodbath on this purple buff is insane here as Year 3 is fighting out Magma at this point. Does he have the sustainability to get out here as he finally goes down? We have a conclusion to the fight. Ultra Ego X coming out slightly ahead, and JP Niners, wow, that was a great save with that Spear of Destruction.
True. Definitely, that was just superb. Seriously, the fact that we do see a lot of this stunt fight coming in from the side of AEX, they know how to actually get it, and they did manage to pressure out. But the moment when Lolel knew that was going in for the team fight, and they got at least what they needed from the turtle, and goes for the ultimate spear of destruction, they had what they necessary. When fights comes through to the side of EX, at least those are the constellation fights they can actually be proud of for now.
Yeah, and now with Taz on the ball, Razi does not even stand a chance to survive a split second, right? Razi, I mean, it was that level 1 to 3 power spike where it was so well defended by Alter Ego X, and now it looks like the momentum is in their favor. They now have the damage on the Fanny to take out this Hilda, and now they have the damage on Lunox as well. Genius 1 has been picked up. That magic pierce, that magic amplification is there. So Alter Ego X, the ball is in their court right now, and this next turtle fight is very important for Zach Cutie to actually get that real world manipulation down in a key zone if he's gonna steal that ultimate. That Way of the Dragon though, you have to worry about that. You have to keep it in your mind at all times because Magma, he is going to find anybody that he can right now, and anybody is a good target from the side of JP Niners.
True, definitely. We do see teasing coming in for the turtle. As we know for a fact, at least Soliel right at the top will be trying to clear the wave, making sure that he'll get as much, but at the same time, there's gonna be Taz right there to cover things ground. But as this process comes through, we do see the ticks comes in, Zach Cutie trying to find a way, and they ended up like having first. But here on out, Mibulize comes through, and they're going in for a fight. Magma trying to pick off one of the players, but at the same time doesn't manage to go through. Zach Cutie had to go in for the flickers, but they did manage to take down Razi and steal away the turtle in their hands.
That's huge coming out from Alter Ego X, the real world manipulation on that zoning wise, right? Now we see the priority, why people prioritize that Eve so much, and the Valentina not able to IMU away that real world manipulation, but Arfi in a bit of trouble. I mean, might have overextended for the tower here. And year 3, I mean, you're not going to be able to kill Fondir, right? If you kill Fondir here, I mean, it's going to be crazy because he has that stick available. And yeah, he's going to pop it to get away. Now, Max, he's trying to find that consolation kill, trying to still get the better Fondir. Now that the stick is not available, Taz, he has to defend here. Year 3 in a lot of trouble. But Magma, he's falling down. And Razi in the back lane finds the dunk. Oh my God, what a play coming out from Razi as he managed to redeem himself from that mid game.
Amazing catch coming in from Razi just in a nick of time. And that's what we want to see from JP Niners. They finally fall through a great backline cover up for Razi. And now we do see JP Max coming in for the push. But overextension come through. RWM comes in and Saliboy will be overextending as well as punishing him for that momentarily mistake.
And JP Niners, I mean, they want to fight this purple buff, right? That was their original plan, but with Max out of the equation, they can't even just hold a candle in the enemy jungle. And very good call to disengage over there. And very nice from Lolio to get that bottom lane pressure going. That macro play will still go towards their favor, but this is a Moskov, right? Moskov, you need that Holy Trinity. You don't have that survivability that Carry has. So it's a very, very late game hero. You need a lot of farm, but Arfi, he might be in trouble if he puts himself near a wall here. Lolio looking for a chance, and it might come through really soon. Still waiting in the bushes.
He's waiting for the right time. And it seems that he doesn't go in for the extension somehow. He's not gonna go in because it's quite risky, because we do see that at least Magma is already on the scene as well. RWM is put out. It's not gonna capture anyone. It's just pushing it. But Magma now gonna push in for the Way of the Dragon. Takes down with the help of Arfi, shutting down immediately Year 3. And that's the opening he needs coming in from the Alter Ego X.
And the thing is, I'm very curious to see what Year 3's item builds are, because you shouldn't be dying like that as a Ruby. But with this turtle fight ongoing, we'll put that on hold for now. Taz, he manages to get the turtle, and they will disengage her. I mean, there's no reason to continue on this extended team fight, right? But now we see Lolio. He might be overextending here as he's in a bit of trouble. But Selly Boy, he's in danger, and he gets shut down by Max right now. But at the same time, Lolio gets traded for on that bottom lane, and Lolio really overextending himself. He thought that that mid lane fight was enough to bring in Taz, but they traded Silly Boy for Lolio there. Good call from Alter Ego X, but now we see a potential trade here. Taz, he might be in a lot of danger, but there's no control.
There's no control whatsoever. Good call coming in. Great response from the side of Taz. But then again, that was a really good position coming in from JB9S. So far right now, it's 2 for 2. At least they are tied right now for the side. No matter how much, the currency-wise, it's not much of the downside because it's only like 400 goes down for the side of Team Alter Ego X for now. But still, they still manage to control the map. They'll still be able to put out a really good fight when it comes to any teams. And this is where AEX is putting a better show compared to the first round.
Yeah, it's really a close fight here. I mean, both teams, they scale very well into that mid game, late game, because you have that Lunox Fanny, that damage combo. And now with Selly Boy online, right, he has that glowing wand. There's going to be a lot of damage. But the problem is, Zach Cutie hasn't shown his hand yet. And Year 3 is first in the Spear of Despair, not finding anything. Fondir, he's very low. He does have that stick to get out. But Arfie's not in that situation. He does use the power of Order Chaos to get away. And I mean, he gets kicked. Lolio gets kicked by Magma. He finds the kill. Taz in the back line takes out Max as well. This is going so well for Alter Ego X, and Razi cannot do anything as he watched his teammates fall 3 for nothing here. Alter Ego X, if they can get this mid lane turret, creeps are not in their favor, but still 15 seconds away on Max. This Lord, if they can rush it down, it's just a free Lord for them.
It is. It's definitely a free Lord for them. No way the team of JP9ers can do anything. I mean, they could have actually tagged out Rafi. That was the position coming in from Year 3. But no matter how much he tried to go in, that's denial coming in from the side of Magma as well as Taz. And JP9ers, they haven't found the secureness that they needed to fight in with Team AEX.
Yeah, and what Lolio giveth, Lolio taketh away, right? He jumped in, and yeah, he just put himself in the worst possible situation where he's the most damage on the map right now. And really, Max itself, he's not having a great game. He's been getting caught by Magma time and time again. And this is the power of that show. He just brings a threat of death, especially when he is so ahead. With the Lord already marching down, they don't have the creep waves really synced up, but that bottom lane will be crashing in as well. So if Fanny manages to clean that out, they will get that mid lane turret push going as well. But JP9ers do a great job of identifying the segmented push. They take out the Lord first, then they will go towards that bottom lane.
Okay, good clearing out right here. Even with Magma try to pick up the players of JP9ers, it's still not going to be in their favor, but they will be able to clear out the second level. But here Magma overextending, trying to find a way. It's going to be either Zach Cutie if they can pull it out, but closing in at the moment right now, it seems that AEX prioritizing the safe zone, especially the space side, because they're not going to allow JP9ers to get away. They're just waiting for Magma to at least pick it up, find the opening they needed, because so far the map control is already in their side.
Yeah, and that Demon Hunter sword has been picked up right now from Moskov, right? And once he has that, I mean, it's gonna be very hard for Fondir to stand at the front anymore. But JP9ers, they don't have that map advantage already. They lost that map advantage going into this mid game. So Alter Ego X, if they make a mistake here, JP9ers, they still have an entryway into the game. Magma though, conceal play. Whoa, that was so close right there. Could have found a way of dragging onto an unsuspecting member. But Razi, his position is known here.
His position is known, and the fact that AEX knows the getaway and they're trying to actually pull Razi try to give a lot of the bait comes through, but at the same time, with 40 seconds on the clock, they have the lot to be spawned out. They're still waiting to try to scrimmage it out, and as we do see, Taz is doing so much of the objectives goal, whereby clearing out all the waves so that they can still go in for that bottom lane. And we do see Max try to push in right at the top. That could be a situation of 1v1 right here. Will Max be spotted out? He hasn't been spotted out. He still survived it out inside the bushes. So far, he goes clear for him.
Yeah, Taz just with that energy conservation, really well done to cycle through that bush and not walk back. Because as a Fanny, I mean, if you're walking, something's wrong. So definitely through the bushes, you have to have that kind of just game sense. But now Year 3, he does pick up that immortality. So he's gonna be able to go in these team fights just a lot more unhindered and a lot more unhinged. He's not needing to be scared of death anymore. As long as he can just disrupt that Cho, that's just the main job, right? Lolio deals the damage, Max deals the damage, and ZachCutie, so far, he's been playing a perfect game of not dying. And he's been just that main factor that's keeping JP Niners just glued together.
Such great patience coming in from Max. He's just waiting for the right time to find a way so that he can go in for the back line of AEX. If you can find that opening, that could be a great opportunity for JP Ners to come through. Now just waiting for the right time. They got the lot to be taken out, but no, Max has already been spotted out, and it's gonna be a kill coming in for the side of Max, whereby Taz comes in, ZachCutie is open. Now RWM been put it out on the hole, and as ZachCutie been thought out, and here and now they're gonna go in for Razi as well. RP takes down Razi, and this is the opening that was not been spotted out by team of JP Niners. Team AEX counter ability as well as scouting, so aware for the situation. It gives them so much leeway, and now Team JP Niners losing a lot of the glimpse of hope to survive this round number 2.
Lolio, I don't think you are in a situation where you can survive. Yep, you're gonna get taken out right there. And I mean, Alter Ego X, right? They make a great call where Max was just way out of position. He was in that bush, and as a Nolan, even if you're in the bush, who are you going to catch? Because you can deal the damage because there's only Sully Boy that you can potentially take out. Now Magma, he can play so forward, and this is so scary, but I'm offended coming through, and they've shut down Arfi. That's huge, but there's a Fanny left to deal with. Maxi finds himself in a lot of trouble, but there is the real world manipulation coming now. Razi, he does get the double kill, but Taz, he gets his own as well because there's nothing to control him down right now. As Year 3, he's struggling to hold on for dear life. Razi trying to finish. Spirit Destruction gets onto Sully Boy, and they find a consolation prize, but that is not the one that they want. They want Taz and Alter Ego X. They're still in the lead here.
They still in the lead, they still managed to neutralize the situation, but at what cost? So much of destruction has already been done at the baseline, only leaving 2 turrets for their defense. JP Niners losing a lot of hope, but at least in the hands of Razi to make a break with that double kill was just what they needed for now. A breath, and as well as a space for them to hold on to so that they can hold out AEX for a while.
And JP Niners, right, they actually have that late game scalability if they want to play that macro game style. But the Fanny, it's always countering him out. But Magma trying to go for this engager. He does have the Way of the Dragon, but Razi, at this point, I mean, even if he dies and the rest of the team crashes in, there's still that Fanny to worry about on that bottom lane, who has been playing such a great macro game. Taz, even though he's 10-2-3, he's been handling these creep waves extremely well. And Alter Ego X, this is the lane pressure that they have exerted on, but now it might look like a team fight is about to break out. This top lane turret ready, not answered for. Razi is trying to take out Taz at this point, but it's not enough at the moment.
Oh!
But Taz, he overextends, he jumps in, and he finds himself dead. Now JP Niners, they can push, and they want to find the rest of the members of Alter Ego X here. Razi, Year 3, you have to run in here, right? But they do not know what's waiting for them. They don't want to run in alone, and they have to deal with the creeps right now.
They have to clear out the way first of all, but that was the opening they need. But it's a lot of time has been already been wasted just because they couldn't find the location wise of AEX, and now it's back to the drawing board. As 8 seconds to go, Taz will be coming back, and if they can do the same damage they've done to pick up Taz first of all, that could be a good opening coming in. For here on out, Razi trying to push into Fondir. So much damage coming, but still not enough though. But Loliel will try to push in. They're going in for the RW, and Max takes down Fondir first of all. But at what cost? Razi's having so much damage, and he had to pull away. And this is where we do see the team of AE coming back alive just a little bit. And this Lord is going to be tagged off and going to be contest between these two teams.
Yeah, Lolio still starting that Lord. I mean, Razi, he had to recall all the way back to base, does not have revitalization available. This is so on the cusp for both teams. They're neck and neck in terms of net worth. I mean, inhibitor turret down, but this Lord is going down, and Magma finds a knock-up right now. Arfi, he gets the Lord. Real manipulation holds the ground for now. Max gets taken out, so does Loliel. And Year 3 is doing what he can, but there's no damage coming out from JP9ers. As Alter Ego X, they will be able to clean this out as long as Taz stays alive. Arfi, you can die, no problem. As long as Taz is alive, Alter Ego X, they do it. They get the series, and most likely Taz is gonna be able to get this crystal for free. Immortality use, no problem. As Alter Ego X, they tie things up to JP9ers. They show that they have what it takes.
Oh, wow. Team Alter Ego X performing at perfection for this round number 2. I mean, looking back on how it started out, great movement. They gave so much of potential for Taz to move around, denying every movement coming in from Razi. Even despite that Year 3 tried to pick up, but this is where Monk shines the most. He picked up Max, he picked up Razi, he even picked up Zach Cutie on the rise to a point that there were no way JP9ers could go in for those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization coming out from Taz, it's also very different on that Fanny. You build that antique cuirass so that Razi is unable to deal that damage in that early game. That's just mind games right there from Taz. You don't really generally see this build coming out from Fanny, right? This build is just meant so that he survives that early game and he's able to farm. And the funny thing is, right, I was very curious about this Ruby's build because he was getting chunked down. And that was not something that I'm used to seeing from having a Ruby. But the thing is, Magma, he did a lot of CC, and that was a lot of hate from the Way of the Dragon onto Year 3, right? You might have played the Cho just now, but now you're getting choed around, you're getting kicked in. And yeah, Arfi is a lot of mid-game damage. As long as he gets the Power of Order Chaos off, there's a lot of chunks of damage coming in.
Definitely agree. And the fact that so many times we keep on seeing AEX just punishing all the mistakes and Max overextending, waiting so much time, giving so much leeway for Team AEX to punish it. That's the potential that is given out to AEX. And JP9ers, they had so much potential on the fact that they try to pull in. And you talked about how the itemization was just not in the favor of JP9ers, and that could be also another reason why JP9ers is not doing good for this round number 2. Gold lane wise, look at this, like more than 100,000 right in the hands of Team AEX, shows how much potential they were doing all the resources cover up for the map control.
Yeah, I mean, it was just neck and neck for both teams, right? It felt like, I mean, at the last Lord fight, it could have went anybody's way. And yeah, it's good job by JP9ers to actually bring us that far. But the fact of the matter is, like, they did not have that control factor for that Fanny. And yeah, they had that Ruby, but the Ruby was in the worst situation so many times. And this is one of the things that Glue is so good at doing, because Glue will take away that control. And we see a lot of teams actually try to implement this Glue, but Alter Ego X, they did it so well because of the real world manipulation. It's there. And then you have the Glue, and then you just reposition the enemy back into the real world manipulation. Then in the backline, you have just Taz running amok. dealing so much damage in that backline. But he did a great job of not just damage to the enemies, he did a great job of playing that macro game as well. Because they were so scared that he's gonna take away that bottom lane inhibitor turret at all times, they forgot about the other two.
Agree, definitely. I mean, objective-wise, Alter Ego definitely have covered all the grounds. Even at the fact that there was a little bit of overextension, Razi did manage to redeem himself for the fact that he was taken out, but that was it. At the end of it all, coming into the mid-game, there was all much to be told right in for the AEX. The overextension was done, and that was the punishment was doing it. And even coming into the defense of the baseline, Razi had to go in for that double kill for them to survive out the attempts of invasion coming in for the team of AEX.
Yeah, I mean, this play right here, they do find Selly Boy with the Spear of Destruction, right? And this last Lord fight, that knockup coming out from Magma just destroyed Max and destroyed Lolia's ability to think, because there was so much control. Year 3, he could not answer back in time. As a Ruby, I mean, you expect him to get the I'm Offended off, but he had to use it on Arfi. He gets the trade, but it's just no damage. Lolio and Max are down. That's all your damage. And Valentina is not one of the heroes like Sicilian or Vexana where you can hold on to the lane. You have so much magic damage being pumped out. That's one of the weaknesses. And I mean, Alter Ego X, they knew that weakness really well.
Agree, definitely. I mean, drafting wise, we expected more coming in from JP9ers, but then again, there was so much ground that wasn't covered, and they gave so much space to the side of Taz. That's where the fine line that they make so much mistakes. So now is coming in to the third match, the best of one. We did not expect it. We expected that JP9ers can respond well, but AEX, so much improvement coming in into this round number 2 that we have to go into the last round of the day. It's still not done yet. We still have the JP9ers to be doing what they can to prove themselves, whether or not they can still survive, or will this be a comeback situation for AEX Indonesia to rise into the SPS Open Finals. Round number 3 coming up right after the short breaks. Don't go anywhere, guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series Series 3 Match 3 of the first match 3 of today, and it will be JP9ers versus Ultra Ego X. We were on the edge of our seats for that second game because both teams looked like they were neck and neck, and Ultra Ego X found the strength and found the opportunities to just tie things to a 1-1 against JP9ers. Now both teams only have one more match to play.
Oh, this is tough, definitely, because again, we're talking about the fine line of we're gonna say goodbye to either one of the sides, and 4 teams already said goodbye. Will JB9ers will be the one to say goodbye? Because so far, I mean, drafting wise, we talked about how it was actually neck to neck to both of the teams. There was not much of grounds to be said how they probably made a mistake or probably there was a better heroes to be picked. It's just that probably the execution, the itemization build that was put out, Ruby wise could have actually done better, but didn't have the sustainability, the survival that was supposed to be put out for the team of JP9ers. Now those come into the question of round number 3. Will they do the same mistakes? And it seems like despite they were the one who used the Hilda, now they're going to deny the usage of Hilda. Not only that, Fanny also been banned out, and we see that Khalid as well as Christian been banned on the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, Ultra Ego X left with one more ban. The Suyo still in that pool as well. One of the more highly picked heroes and highly banned heroes in the entire series, right? So JP9ers, I mean, they might potentially have a choice here because there's gonna be a chip, there's gonna be a Suyo, and this is definitely one or the other. And whether they go for it, it will be up to Ultra Ego X to counter it out. But I believe that, yeah, Guinevere has been buffed. And I really believe the fact that Guinevere is one of the heroes that can answer the chip really well because of the Astral Migration and the Violet Requiem. There's so much control and damage on that shortcut. So the chip will be banned. So JP9ers, up to you right now to pick the Suyo up, and they do. Ultra Ego X, how do they answer, right? Matilda Alpha, usually one of the answers that we see for most teams, but are they used to playing it? Do they even play Matilda? Do they even play
Wipe out all the injustice in the
Alpha?
world.
No, they pick up the Cho. Okay.
And I think that is probably because we did saw that every time Magma picked up the Cho, he was performing well, and that could be a possibility of Cho to be used as the Romo again this time around, because so much of the pick up that was done by Magma was just successful. But on the side of JP9ers, they respond by picking up Gato Kacha. I think there was a part where we did saw on round number 2 whereby Alter Ego X denied of the usage of Gato Kacha, and that was the comfort zone coming in from JP9ers, was having a momentum that was not seen, and they want to have that back here for the round number 3. Valentina also been picked up here, so it could be a good decision making because the combo between Valentina as well as the Gato Kacha could pull through for team JP9ers.
I mean, there's a lot of lane priority coming out from Gato Kacha Valentina, but is it enough against the Eve, right? Because Eve is one of the heroes that has the highest lane priority. It has so much skill, so much damage available. That buff towards that first skill as well, it's gonna do so well. But Ultra Ego X, they are going for this team fight playstyle, and they do pick up a Bruno here. And I mean, Bruno is a very strong lane bully, and it deals a lot of damage and scales well early to late game, but it falls very short to AoE damage. So Ultra Ego X, they have to do a great job of banning away the AoE damage that might potentially come through, which is namely the Harif, namely the Beatrix as well. And if they're scared about control, there's a Tigreal to think about, and there's also that Ruby that can pull you out of position.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely one of the choices that can be banned out here for Alter Ego X. But even though with they banning off Harith as well, there's a lot of other option that is open up for JP9ers. No matter what, they still be able to pull through with all the situations they're stunned in, because again, we might be seeing again a Nathan to be stunned out because we saw how it was. Maybe they didn't had what they want in the first round for JP9ers, so possibly a mobility heroes to be put up for JP9ers is what they need. So hopefully that could be the case. But Joy has been picked up as the ban by JP9ers. A good decision making coming in from them.
Yeah, because Bruno actually hints towards a faster gameplay, right? You want to reach your power spikes a bit faster. And I mean, JP Niners, if they want to go for this route, they can also ban out the Nolan as well. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego X, I really feel that they should ban out the Beatrix because JP Niners will snap pick it up. Because Lolio, I know that he plays a very scary Beatrix. And I feel that Irithel might not be as good of a pick versus Bruno. And Bruno is really known as the lane bully here, but they do take out Tigreal. They are scared of that implosion. Now, JP Niners, they can ban the Nolan out if they want to do so.
Let's see if that could be the case here. Even without the fact that Team JP Niners, yep, they already had a really good ground with Suyo, right? So far right now, the baseline has a really good potential to give a lot of damage, but on the side of front, it's still really staggered for JP Niners, but they are taking out Hayabusa on the side of Alter Ego X.
Yeah, Hayabusa, I mean, yes, very strong in terms of lane clear, but I don't think you can match 1v1 versus that Suyo. But with that aggressive playstyle that Alter Ego X they want to go for, I mean, it really fits the MO, right? It really fits their way of playstyle. So, I mean, they can still pick up that Nolan. They still can go for an aggressive link play if they want to, because there's a lot of possibilities for the jungle right now. But they pick up the Yisun Shin. Yeah, that's aggressive. It fits.
Okay, I haven't seen it for a while, but yeah, and no, they ended up picking Irithel, which quite confusing because you talked about how Irithel wise, once you go in for Bruno, it's not gonna be that easy for 1v1, but maybe JP Niners have another idea when it comes to fighting off with Bruno. Hopefully that will be a case, but they did pick up the Hylos. Also a really good composition. I think with the Grolier Prat, they might be able to shut down the movement. Probably if Cho comes in with Magma coming in to pick up the one, Glory Pass can try to slow things down a little bit, even with RWM try to move along, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough though for JP Niners to back things up.
And yeah, if Alter Ego X want to go towards this fighting playstyle, Edith is still on that board, right? You can shred through that Hylos and you can shred through a lot of the Gato Gacha damage as well. But they go for the same answer. They go for the glue. It's also a very aggressive team fight hero and it scales even better. Yeah, I totally saw them coming with a glue. I mean, Fongdir, he played a great glue just now, and why did I not see that coming? Yeah.
Oh, because there was so much potential. There's a lot of heroes that can be put out there. I mean, like we did saw Fondy also did amazing. I mean, a lot of the attacks that he was done, he would try to actually back up with Frederick, was denied. But once he put out with the glue, this is where we saw the potential coming in from Fondy himself. So, Comfort coming in from the side of Alter Ego is better put here for round number 3. The question is, JP Niner, is it enough with the fact that they have that Hylos on their side? They have Suyo. This is where the fine line that they have to be very alert and very, very cautious on that early games.
Yeah, and what I want to see out of Zach Cutie is really abuse the fact that the IMU can be used super early, right? Maybe we're going to see him do that aggressive play. But as we head on into the Land of Dawn, we have Game 3 of JP Niners versus Alter Ego X. Malaysia versus Indonesia as they fight on for tournament life in this best of 3, which turned into a best of 1.
Let's see. Magma tried to be pulled away, but then again, it's not gonna be enough though for the mid lane. They're trying to push in at the situation right now, and we do see the extension that was done by them is just not enough. But coming in for a fight here is gonna be a tree. Oh, close call, but Silly Boy did manage to actually flicker away before he was taken out.
And that's a huge win coming in from JP Niners to force that flicker out. You won't have that until the 3-minute mark, right? That's a 120-second cooldown on that flicker. And now with that rotation from year 3, he's still able to go to the top lane. But of course, he is going to rotate more towards the lane because he cannot fight against the glue head on. And with that Yisun Shin, it's going to be very, very aggressive coming in from Taz.
I mean, at this state, what are your thoughts? Like, what do you think that can be done by JP Niner? So far, yeah, they got a really good response, but at the end of it all, it seems like somehow Team AEX has a much more potential or even much more ground control in this map, right?
Yeah, but if you look at their battle spells, if you take a look at the battle emblems here, there's 2 Purifies and 2 Revitalizations coming out from JP Niners. They have so much sustainability. They just want to keep going on these team fights and just make sure that one thing that they cannot get caught by is the glue. The Wave Dragon, I mean, potentially, you can purify yourself out of there, and as long as Magma does not commit that flicker, it's really not too big of a deal. And now with that first turtle, they were going for the Avatar the Guardian. Razzie really in the face of Taz, wanting to stop that snowball effect going. Suyo, I mean, he can potentially fight up against Yi Son Shin, and he's way stronger in that power spike level as well. So JP Niners, they already have the answers, right? The battle emblems, they are good for them. They can have the farm going. Irithel actually scales a lot harder than Bruno in that late game because he has that AoE compared to that single target damage coming out for Bruno. So JP Niners, they just want to reach their power timings or they want to win their lanes. They can win their lanes early too.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea as well. And then we do see a great composition coming in from the side of Razi as well as Year 3. The way how they make sure that there's so much ground that can be covered by Max, as well as the fact that they can give that leeway. And we do see now they're trying to push in, try to go in for the invasion as well, right at the bottom. Glorious Path coming in, going in straight to RP, but this is just a positioning coming in at the same time. We go in straight to the attack of Guardian as we go in for the RWM as well. JP Niners pushing in. Arfi gets the first blood to the overextension, but at the same time right here, Fonde getting a lot of damage, but Arfi getting double kill as well. Taking down Year 3. This overextension is giving a lot of punishment to the side of Team JP Niners.
Yeah, Max, he does get that consolation kill onto Fondir, but it might have been just too much more than what they can chew, right? They bit off more than what they can chew, and they try to kill Arfi. They gave him a triple kill. That glorious pathway was into death right there because all of them just committed too hard and they did not have that finish off damage onto Arfi. Now Lolio, he's going to struggle a bit because Haas Claws has been picked up by Arfi and that's going to be a lot of sustain on that lane, and Lolio is just not going to have a good time, especially if Magma staring down at him. He has to watch his back here. Now Lolio in a bit of danger, already being jumped in that tower here. Is he going to get jumped down here? Lolio, he finds the counter pick, and Arfi, he puts himself in danger. Oh, great play coming out, and Max, he gets the turtle in the background because Magma wasn't there.
Wow, L'Oreal surviving out that 2v1 and able to control that bottom lane and helping out, giving that JP Niners an opportunity for the OBJ was just a really good success. But on the side right here, Team AEX, they gotta find true. They know for a fact that they wanted to go to the side of L'Oreal, but it was not in their favor. Counter-wise, they still trade off for the first trade at that top lane. So it's still a good win coming in from AEX. They still have that control that they needed. But as time goes by, this could give so much space for JB Nadis to come through.
Yeah, Lolio, I mean, he finds himself in the same situation as Arfi. Real manipulation being used just to zone away, right? Give that space to Lolio. And Magma, if you stay here, you're probably going to die. But Zach Cutie, he does get the damage through. Magma is able to survive. That tower is still alive, but it's not long for life right now. JP Niners, they want to fight for map control. And this is the way of answering against Ultra Ego X's top aggression, right? Having that glue on that top lane, never mind. We focus on the gold lane instead. Now, that real manipulation from the original holder, which is that Eve being used to answer on that bottom lane, and they will have to back off. JP Niners, still, their map control is being answered for by map control right now, but I mean, Glue with that stick, he's gonna find his target on to Lolio, but it's not enough because Razi, he's able to take the damage of Arfi right now, and Razi, he has the revitalization ready pop, Glorious Pathway ready pop, Alter Ego X. This is the timing right now if they want to go for the fight, but Taz, he still needs to get the farm up. It's still 6 minutes into the game. They don't have enough damage to burst through Razi. Fondir, you might be able to deal damage to Razi right now, but I don't think you're gonna be able to kill him.
Nope, not at all. Razi still survive it out despite the fact that they are trying to get at least the trade out they desire, but it's still not enough. Team JP9ers still go in, but Fontier still not giving up, still try to chase after Razi. But nope, it's just a close call, but he's gonna give an opportunity for Arfi to just get this turret into the hands of Team AEX. And as we do see right at top lane, Year 3 pushing in straight, trying to make sure that it's gonna be a really good cover ground for Max to get the next turtle. 3 turtles in the hands of Team JP9ers. But then again, the currency-wise is not far behind between these two teams.
Yeah, both teams really keeping it neck and neck, right? Still 2-3, despite the fact that most of the farm is on Arfi. And this is where JP9ers, their lineup starts to shine, because they have so much more AoE when you compare that to Alter Ego X. They only have that real world manipulation. Arfi is a single target damage dealer. And if he does not get that snowball going, and he will get picked off if that Avatar of the Guardian lands onto him. So Year 3, he's very pivotal in the next upcoming fight here. And they have to hold on to make sure that Arfi cannot deal the damage in this next few team fights, because Irithel will outscale him sooner or later. Year 3 finds his mark onto Arfi right now. I mean, Year 3 can go in, but he does not have the damage needed to finish him off. Fondir still trying to zone away the members of JP9ers. And Yi Shin, he's doing his thing, right? He's getting that macro gameplay going on the bottom lane. And this is what they faltered to the last game, because Taz on that Fanny, he was so great at dealing with these waves, making sure that waves were always pushed out. But currently, there's no objective to fight for.
No objective to fight for. JP9ers, at least they are in accountability of trying to check out all the awareness for the maps. But here, pushing in straight away, it's gonna be the way of Dragon to push in. Arfi takes down Max. Year 3 managed to take down Magma for the trade-off, but at the same time, Razi coming in for a fight. Lolil takes down immediately, and Razi at the trade-off by the Taz itself. And Year 3 shuts down Arfi immediately with a double kill as well. And pushing on right now, JP9ers looking a little bit better off to the trade-off, but at the same time, a lot of resources was put out just to shut down AEX.
The goal swing going towards JP9ers there. I was worried for a second that Arfi was led to deal so much damage, but he himself overextended, and now Irithel is slightly up in terms of goal, and that's not where you want to be as a Bruno. I mean, at this point, right, Arfi was able to deal so much damage out of the zone from the stolen IMW of the RWM. And now Year 3, he's trying to find his way in, but Arfi overextends here, and then they just finish him off because Lolly was able to survive.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that no matter how much Magma try to actually pick up one player, it's still been able to contain into the hands of JP9ers. Now, they're going to try to contest this Lord, and it seems that Glorious Path has been put out. Magma going to pick out Year 3 first, but so much damage was put out that he had to back off. But Max able to take down the Lord for themselves. But at this progress, we do see that Max has been traded off for the Lord itself, and now Arfi had to pull away. So much gone, and Year 3 also been shut down by Taz, but here it is. Taz overextended. Can Razi make it? No! In the end, Razi also been taken down and been steal away by AEX.
Yeah, a bit of a bad game call coming in from JP9ers, right? Max, when he died, they should have disengaged, but Lolio with that jump in finds the opportunity, and man makes magic happen despite the fact that he does not have teammates. His teammates are down. He finds the double kill with the Lord on their side as well. Arfi does pull up the Malefic gun though.
Ooh, that is good coming in from the side of Loleo. I mean, at least that's those kind of miracle wins that you want to actually get, the trades that you want to come in from JB9ers, even despite the fact that they got the advantage right here. Coming in already, marching in right at the bottom. We do see Lolel will be trying to at least get the coverage on the top lane as well. They're going to try to split pushes so that Team AEX will be disrupted by the confusion.
Yeah, and the vision game is really strong from Ultra Ego X. They know where they are at all times, but it's just so happens that Lolio went for the craziest play of his life, because you're 5 members. When do you expect an Irithel running at you at 5 members? And I mean, that was a very well calculated risk, because I mean, that was so huge, right? Who expects Lolio to jump in here? go in for one, and then every skill missing onto Lolio there. Oh, man just weaved the closest of threads right there.
Oh, definitely. And now they're gonna clear out the second layer of turrets. AEA and gonna go in for the glorious path. Are they gonna push into RP? Nope. It seems that we're gonna see Year 3 pushing in straight to Fondier. Fondier getting a lot of damage, but at the same time, Max takes down Fondier immediately. But Taz overextending, giving Lolio an opportunity. Now the real world manipulation put out, but Max managed to take down another. Double kill come true, and Zach Cutie takes on RP. Sally Boy left all alone for the fan, and he had to pull away for the survival.
Yeah, Zach Cutie and Max. I mean, Zach Cutie and Year 3 with the Avatar, the Guardian, all the way in the back line to find Arfi. They have their win condition set, right? If they can take out Arfi, that's all the damage. Taz is not a big deal right now. And now they look to end things for the game. Fondier, he is back alive. Selly Boy takes out Year 3, but Max take out Selly Boy, and Fondier is down for the count. Magma is the only one left, but the Crystal is down for the count as JP Niners will be taking home the series win for today. A hard-fought match indeed.
A hard-fought match indeed by JP Niners Malaysia. This is the team right from the lower bracket, still surviving here for the SPS Open Finals. But we are gonna say goodbye to AEX. But take a look again on how it happens here for round number 3. I mean, started out really good for AEX. I gotta say that earlier games, they had so much control. But then again, this is where the fine line that I saw how Max was giving so much space. He was able to take all the 3 turtles by himself. We do see how much Lolial was still surviving at the bottom lane, even though there was so much of engagement, there was so much of the greediness coming in from AX. Lolial still managed to pull through. I mean, we do saw that how much that Fondier tried to go in for a fight, either side for Razi or even to Lolial. It was denied instantly by JP Niners.
Yeah, I mean, this is prime Lolio right here because this looks like he's not zoning out. He's aware of his itemization and his battle emblem spells as well. Because this is not a typical Iroto that you will see. Because normal Irotos, they will buy that, they will get that sprint. They won't buy the Sea Halberd, they'll just go for the damage. And Lolio's itemization here, you can see that Sea Halberd in the midst of his itemization. And then that Purify, what's it for? It's so that he does not get picked off by the Cho, because that's the only factor that can hold him off. He does not need to sprint to deal extra damage. All he needs to do is stay alive and not get picked off, and then he can deal the damage. Because in terms of having that damage, he's AoE. Arfi is still a single damage dealer. He can only kick one ball at a time, and that's just where the Bruno slightly falls off in favor of that lineup.
Agreed, definitely. But heads up coming in from Arfi though, because he tried his best. He did. Because the fact is, there was so much potential that was done by AEX that could have actually faltered every movement coming in from JP Niners. The question is that how did the team of AEX could have responded at the mid game, right? Because we saw at the mid game, that's where JP Niners shines out the most.
Yeah, I mean, JP Niners, they had the AoE to fight, right? And for them, it was just for pickoffs and for pickoffs. So if they don't have the vision, I mean, AEX, they had the vision game with the Yisun Shin. And they need to know where the enemies are before they go for the fight. The moment they don't know where the enemies are, they shouldn't be walking into even the towers, because Lolio brings the threat of death. He's gonna jump in, he's gonna deal a lot of damage, and at that point, that changing point, because AX, they were ahead of the game. They were in the game at all times until Lolio jumped in, got that double kill. That goal swing completely shifted the momentum of the game, and that's just because of the lack of vision alone. And I'm not saying that they don't have vision because they picked these heroes. I'm just saying that they didn't know where Lolio is, so they have to be careful.
Agree, definitely. I mean, look at the damage that was dealt. 176,000 was put out by the team of AEX. They were already on the par whereby they could have actually shut down Team JP Niners, but because of how they could not cover the grounds, they weren't seeing how the Lolia was still surviving out. He was able to pull away and getting into the fight all by himself, deserving of the MVP, making so much of the game changer here for JP Niners. That's the reason why JP Niners rise to the top here from this third series of the day.
Yeah, congratulations to JP Niners once again. And Lolio, what a showing from you, my friend. I mean, that was what a play, what a play. Really, I mean, Alter Ego X, they just got outplayed. And it feels like Lolio was on the cusp of making that happen, right? You see from these early game team fights where, yeah, it's not really in their favor. Arfi, he managed to just get them overextended in that tower, gets a triple kill for himself. But the fact of the matter is, Lolio's still alive. He can get the macro play going, and Yi Shin on the top lane just dealing so much damage. And this is the fight where I felt Arfi just slightly overextended his mark by just a bit, right? You jump in as a Bruno, going for that kill onto Lolio, and that purification timing, that was that invulnerability coming out from Lolio. That was so nice to watch. That was just mechanics right there. And Year 3, at this point, he's not scared anymore. He knows that Lolio can deal the damage, but Alter Ego X, they overextend by going into the tower after this fight. There was a lot of damage dealt, but Lolio, he did not have that cooldown, but he jumped in later onwards and then got the double kill and got away scot-free. That's 2 for 3, and he made it so worth it. Now, with the rest of the game in their hands, they have all the map pressure. All they need to do is force team fights again and again. And Arfi, once he's out of position, there's no way he can actually get away because he only can slide one time and flicker one time. Once that is used, it's all gone. And with the Avatar or Guardian available to jump that backline, together with Zach Cutie's mobility, it's just so easy for JP Niners to clean out the rest of the game.
Congratulations to JP Niners Malaysia. I think this is the second Malaysia team for the day that is able to sustain and survive it out for the SPS Open Finals. But Alter Ego X, they'll be joining the rest of those who could not survive here into the rounds. I mean, previously we got Monster Vicious to be able to win in their series, but now JP Niners will be insane the same pool because we also have a special interview here inside our streams whereby JP Niners, hello Lolel, MVP of the third series. Congratulations.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi. So I have a question for you, right? What was in your head to go for that 1v5 that you jumped in with that Irithel? Were you just waiting for your cooldowns, or did you know that this was your time?
I just think that the enemy was low, right? So I just wait for my ultimate to cool down, then I just enter the team fight.
So what was going on in the communications? Like, was your teammates telling you to go, or were you like just by yourself, like, yeah, it's my time, I go?
I told them that I can still fight because I saw the enemy HP, it was very low, so I just entered.
I see. Okay, we thought about it. We thought that we could see JP Niners could close off this series with 2-0, but then there were slight mistakes coming into this onto the round number 2. We identified that there were some itemization was not in par. What are your thoughts about this?
Sorry?
What are your thoughts on round number 2? There was so much mistake that was done by JP Niners on round number 2. What was your process with the itemization was not in your favor when it comes to Ruby itself for JP Niners?
On the game 2, we were just having fun because Max said he want to review the Nolan skin 11.11. So we just enjoy the game. Yeah.
Okay, final question from me. You're going into that 1-1 bracket, right? I'm gonna ask this to every interview team. Is there any team that you want to really fight against in this whole SPS?
Yeah.
We want to fight against Monster Vicious if can. Yeah, because we are from the same
Yeah,
region.
yeah. I mean, yeah, revenge match for the MPL playoffs, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Any last words before we end the interview? Your words to your fans, and what are your hopes coming into the next round?
To all the JP9ers fans that watch this game, thank you so much for supporting us. Please continue to do so in the next game. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Doliel. We'll see you again. Hope for the best for your next round one-on-one, and take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. I mean,
They were having fun.
game 2. I mean, yeah, well, they were just having fun, and yeah, it seems like it because it was a lot of fun, and it was neck and neck, 50-50. It could have went anyways, but for that game 3, that decision making coming out, that was really important, right? He knew that he could still fight, and that's something that a lot of these players, they need to know when to go in, when not to go in. And this is what differentiates a very good goal laner from just a mediocre goal laner. And I really respect that decision coming in from Lolio just to jump in there.
It was really
Crazy.
smooth. Seriously, the timing was just right on time, and he was brave enough. He was confident, and he knew what he needed to be done. And despite the fact, probably it could have gone a little bit backfire, but at least at a time at the right timing, the fact that the HP was already low, there's one thing he could do: just go all out, fight, and he got it. He got that double kill that he needed, or even triple kill on that side, to make sure that JP9ers can pull away that win into their hands. And for the fun side of JP9ers, the fact that now they will be meeting off with Monster. Who knows? Maybe, because we haven't seen the bracket just yet, but it is a good win coming in from the Malaysia team. We have the last series coming up next, so please do not go anywhere. We have a short break, so we'll be back with the last series here inside the stream.
Here we go!
So I never dug, just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax 3. jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the last series, Series 4, and Lazy Esports from Philippines will be going ahead against Young and Dangerous from Malaysia. But before that, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me is Basya Bunny. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling super excited because the fact is right now we've already said goodbye to, I think there's a possibility we're gonna say to 6 teams. Other streams is also ending as well for their own third series. So it's going to join in, it's already going up against the numbers of 6 teams to say goodbye already. And coming into the fight of the last series right now is going to be another team to say goodbye. This is the lineup of Lazy Esport that will be ending off our series. We got Jur as the EXP, James Pangs as the jungler, Jobskirt with the mid lane, Patbad as the roamer, and Shizo for the goalie.
Yeah, and they find themselves in the 0-1 bracket, right? Where it's very high stakes for them. And yesterday, I feel that, not yesterday, day one, day one, they had a chance to fight against AI Esports, right? AI Esports, one of the MPL, no, not MPL, M6 Myanmar qualifier teams, because there's no MPL in Myanmar. So yeah, M6 Myanmar qualifier teams, and they were, I think, top 4 seed. So they did quite a good job of dealing with AI Esports yesterday, but there was one game where it went to game 2. I mean, it went to 25 minutes, and they had such a good chance because they were up against a 1-1. Their power spike was there, but the decision making is not as clean as the other PH teams that we've seen, right? We've seen Omega, we've seen Fnatic, Onyx, PH. Is Lazy Esports there with the big boys? And Young and Dangerous also, on the other hand, right? They are also not really much of a household name, and Lazy Esports, can they fill the same shoes as their bigger brothers in the league? Now, with Young and Dangerous, we also have a newer player lineup, right? We have Sizga on the EXP lane, Keeman on the jungle, Danzo on that mid lane, Cage with the roam roll, and Stylish Zed on the gold lane. So will they be able to fill the shoes? Something like the Selangor Red Giants, maybe. They're young and dangerous.
They're young and dangerous and potentially be able to be on the same wavelength as the rest of the team Malaysia, because again, they're hungry. They know for a fact this is the fine line of trying to be rising off from your own level of state, because so far right now, YID, when they bet off with Alter Ego, maybe possibility it was just too much to bear, because we're talking about Alter Ego Indonesia, right? And they are one team that is very hard to portray because they have already a lot of experience to post through. So this is a fine line to see whether or not Lazy Spot and Young and Dangerous, where they are at the same level. So with this amount of wavelength between these two teams, can they be in a better position? Who is at the most part of rookiness? Can they actually put out a better position in rookie versus rookie? Can they stand out the most? Can they be in this SPS Open Finals for the longest run? Because again, this is the last series for us to say goodbye to either side. So going into the drafting wise, we do see Hilda been banned out again. Holy Trinity also been banned out. Jushin, Suyo, as well as Chid, and Fanny as well as Alpha been taken out from the progress.
Yeah, with that, the Matilda will still be in the pool, right? Matilda is still one of the stronger priority picks from both teams, and now with the Eve on the board as well, I mean, Lazy Esports snap it up for themselves. Young and Dangerous, I mean, how do they respond to this Eve? Some people, they pick up the Matilda. One of the another role that they can pick up is the Hylos as well. That Glorious Pathway is a very good way of dealing with that real-world manipulation, having that sustainability and that movement speed to run out of that box. Or you can go for a box of your own by picking up the Valentina, as we saw just now. So it is really on the board for Young and Dangerous to see what their itemizations are, I mean, what their hero picks are going to be like, and when they're going to pair it with this with this Matilda here. I nearly called it a Hilda.
It's okay, no worries. But they picked up Fredrin instead. I mean, again, you talked about how Fredrin has been nerfed, but the effect is not that much. But we saw how it was when Fondier tried to pick up the Fedrin, and it wasn't going in this favor. But maybe Young and Dangerous have another idea on this.
Yeah, I mean, Young and Dangerous, they do have that Fredrin Matilda combo. It's not too sure whether it's on the EXP lane or on the jungle, right? Because EXP lane Fredrin, I feel, is really strong right now. In the jungle, it's not that bad because it received the buff today. So it has more tank ability, it has more adaptive defense as well. So it's just a slight buff, but it doesn't fix that tank meta because the itemizations are still weak for that Fredrin. Now, Lazy Esports, they pick up the Joy and the Phoveus. The Joy is very, very aggressive. It can go scaling into the late game very well as well, but they've yet to pick up that mid laner for Young and Dangerous. And another way that they have dealt with the Yves lane priority is picking up that Vexana, picking up that Aurora as well. So with the Fredrin and the Vexana, it's actually a very strong combo, right? The premium 1-2 that we're so used to seeing in that tank meta, where the Fredrin is paired together with the Vexana's Eternal Guard. So you have two bodies in the front, but they do go for the Moskov instead.
They go for the Moskov instead. So still, the idea of whether or not this Moskov is going to be on a really good positioning to hold off lazy esports. So far right now, they are prioritizing on at least try to break into the back line, maybe a possibility of the mid game whereby Young and Dangerous will try to portray or try to pull away all those team fights in their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, Young and Dangerous, with this lineup here, they really want to protect the Moskov as much as possible. They have not shown their hand for their mage laner. So Lazy Esports, I mean, it's on them to ban away most of the mage lanes that can potentially help their team, right? If you're thinking about team together with Fredrin, Vexana has to be on the top of your list. And I mean, for Ramas here, works really well as well. It might be an older pick, but they go for Hayabusa instead, and they are fearing that this Fredrin is going to be on the EXP lane.
Interesting. I mean, even though with Hayabusa has already been banned out, there's still a possibility for other junglers to pull in, right? Because the fact is, most of the time we do see that the possibility of Young and Dangerous can still put out other rumors. Maybe that's, I don't know, because pretty much this right now, Young and Dangerous, they still have that prioritization of the mid lane itself.
Yeah.
Those are the things that are questionable, because Lazy Spot, you have one more ban out. Who are you going to pick out to make sure that Young and Dangerous have the least opportunity for inside the pool of the heroes?
Yeah, they do take out the Hylos, which is potentially an answer for them. So yeah, I mean, Lazy Esports, I do see them using the Hylos as well, but it doesn't give that much synergy, right? Meanwhile, both teams, they are still lacking that kind of first person to go in, someone like a Cho, someone like a maybe a Terizla who just jumps in and starts the fight. And Young and Dangerous, I mean, they can go for that mage priority first, but they can't let it go because you've already on that other side. You know who you're going up against, so it's now to show your either your jungler or your EXP laner. This is where either you want to keep that flex Fredrin as that 40 mind chess games, you know, mind games with Lazy Esports, or you show your whether the Fredrin is going into the jungle or EXP lane.
Oh, agree, definitely. Could be Young and Dangerous. They prioritize wise most of the junglers, because the fact is, so far right now, I don't think that they really matter most, because with Eves on the side of Lazy Spot, they ended up picking up a lot for the fight right here. They're going on all out for the aggression. So mage-wise, they don't really bother much because they know for a fact that they are confident on their lineup right now.
Yeah, and in the same way, right, they show their hand to Lazy Esports, where Arlot is most likely in the EXP lane. It's rarely the case where you put Arlot with a Retribution. I mean, unless you're in a rank game in legend rank, then yeah, possibly you can see that. But Fredrin on the EXP lane, it's not gonna be the case. So I have a feeling that, yeah, Young and Dangerous, they can go for the Vexana here. It's gonna be very strong. Lazy Esports, I mean, they gotta expect that it's gonna be coming out. And with that Cho pick, yes, it's very strong, but that final slash coming out for Arlot is gonna be a very big displacement tool that Yves will have to worry about. So it's up to the EXP laner of Young and Dangerous to make the plays.
So let's see, are they gonna actually give a relay for the mage lane, Vexana for them to take? Aurora also a good option coming in from Young and Dangerous, so that they can actually prioritize on the EXP lane which one to decide if they want to actually pull in. So far right now, I feel like on the side of Lazy Spot, they know that the only thing that they have to guard out is the Eve part. That's it. Other than that, they can be able to portray a really good pickup for Young and Dangerous with the Way of the Dragons.
Yeah, and they pick up the Cyclops. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can't make this up, because Yeah, I'm feeling that I have a friend who hates Cyclops, and
Oh.
yeah. It's abstract, by the way. He hates he hates Cyclops, and every time the Cyclops gets picked, he says that whoever picks the Cyclops is gonna lose. But I'm pretty sure that in the buff notes itself, in the patch notes itself, Cyclops
yeah.
received a slight buff. So there's a lot of damage coming through from Cyclops right now. I feel that the cooldowns have been reworked as well. So there's a slight less cooldowns on Cyclops. So there is gonna be a lot of damage coming through, and maybe Young and Dangerous are on the cusp of a new meta here, whereas like Cyclops is gonna be a lot of damage coming through. But I just don't see that survivability, right? What does the battle spell does he go for?
Agree, definitely. Maybe there's a possibility that Danzo will be trying to pull away as quickly as possible, try to get as much damage as out, and then he has to pull away as quickly, and that is necessary. Timing is very key here for Young and Dangerous. Can they portray it for the first round of the last series? This is it, guys. Lazy Esports Philippines versus the team of Young and Dangerous Malaysia for our first round last series.
Yeah, and this is the first time that I'm seeing Yoda run around in a pro series, right? This is a serious game where people are actually fighting for slots, and now you see this Yoda running around. I just can't take this team seriously. But still, I mean, Young and Dangerous, they're trying to hold on to this jungle advantage because they know that the Cho will be coming in and trying to force off these objectives. And already, Joy, he is able to get ahead of Keeman here. He is level 4, 1 minute and 15 seconds in. That's a slight advantage going his way. And with that level 4, there's going to be a lot of mobility coming his way. He's going to have to worry quite a lot. He does not have the Appraisal's Wrath on Keeman. He's in a lot of danger. Luckily, the Guiding Wind is there, but Siska, he is going to die as the first blood is going in the hands of the Phobius.
Oh, such a sacrifice that has to be made by Siska just so that at least Kimin will be surviving it out. I mean, again, at what cost though? Because even though with Kimin still have the survivability and it can help him to make sure that he will not give that boost to the side of James Punks, it's still not gonna be easy for Young and Dangerous. Now, coming in right now, we do see Shizo will be clearing the wave, will be able to get as much as goal he needed, but on the side of the Turtle, we do see they're going to actually try to contest it out. If they can find the ground so they can cover out the top lane, that could be an opportunity for Lazy Esports.
Yeah, they do have the Fredrin right now with the Appraisal's Wrath, but already James Pong, he is one level ahead, right? And you know that levels, they affect your retribution damage. And already 5 members of Lazy Esports are gathered for this first hurdle. There is no entryway for Young and Dangerous. They pop the real manipulation. Oh, it's stolen by the Phobius, and James Pong does get the consolation prize of Cage, but yeah, he gets it. Oh, okay.
He still gets it. Team Lazy Esport gets it done even despite the fact that Team Young and Dangerous tried to pull it. And Keyman really in danger at the moment right now. But the Spear of Destruction tried to go in for a fight, and no, it's not going to catch anyone. It did just damage, but it's not done yet. They're going to go in for a fight. Dazzle takes on James Wan immediately and pulling in straight for the last stand. Dur try to pull in. He goes in for all the dash. He did manage to take down Dazzle for the trade, but Siska finally put in, but at what cost? So much of resources had to pull out just for the fact that they want to take down Dur himself.
Yeah, and I totally thought the turtle was stolen, but yeah, Dur is on Lazy Esports team, yeah. So he is able to survive for so long?
Yeah.
And with that final slash from Siska, it's supposed to put him out of position, but he's like, no, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me, as Danzo will be the casualty, and he still gets a 1-1 favorable trade. But they still have to answer for the fact that Fredrin, you do not want him to get this timing going, right? And Fredrin, he has yet to die so far, and this is where the lineup of Lazy Esports, they need to shine here, and they have the answer. Yes, late game, the carry shreds that Fredrin. That really last minute pick of that carry will come in clutch. But whether Shizo, he gets the items through, whether Young and Dangerous, they pump up the momentum because you have the Matilda, you have the Cyclops. You have to make these early game moves because this is where your damage shines through.
Definitely, and the fact that right now, yeah, survival was coming in from Kimin is what they actually focus on, but it's still not going to be enough. They're going to try to tease away Jobskid as well as there, but at the same time, now contest comes through for the second turtle. Let's see how they make it off. So far, they are covering all the front side. They're not gonna allow it, but Shizu right hiding in the bushes, try to pull in. It's gonna be all the way with the RWM. Kaji takes down Jinx Bomb. That's a really good opening coming in for the side of Young and Dangerous. But at the same time here, they try to pull in. Not gonna be enough to take down though. They stun away on the side of Puppet, but the turtle will be stolen in the hands of YAD.
Yeah, that's the problem that Lazy Esports are facing right here, right? If they don't manage to take down the Frederick, then there's no way they can join this team fight. He's doing a lot of damage, yes, but when they are 5 Young and Dangerous, they have the tools needed to just cycle away this Infernal Pursuit so that it does not land on as many of them as possible. And the thing is, if Stylish Zed is able to reach that same farm as Shizo, he is also another damage factor that Lazy Esports need to worry about.
Let's see if that's gonna be the case right here as Kaje trying to stick a peek to Popbet. Popbet was almost close enough to be tagged up, but Danzo almost cutting off guard, but Popbet did manage to pull away, so it was just a little bit of tease. They're not gonna actually try to connect the dot, even try to go for the overextension. Just try to pull away so that at least there is a momentum or even a cover-up for Kimin to just farm off as much as he could.
Yeah, but still, Lazy Esports with that mage pick of the Eve, it has just a lot more AoE when you compare it to that Cyclops. And yeah, Kimin, he has to do a lot of heavy lifting with that Fredrin because in that late game, Lazy Esports, their lineup is gonna scale way harder because they just have a lot more AoE, a lot more pickoff. Punkbet, he can die as many times as he wants. I mean, it's not too big of a deal. Lazy Esports, they just need to scale and not lose too many members along the way. They gotta keep up the net worth and make sure that they don't lose any towers in trying to do so.
And we do see that YAD will be taking the first turret for themselves, but it also at the cost of their top lane to be picked up by the team of Lazy Esports. Doesn't matter, but at the same time, this is not the way that Young and Dangerous want to be in because the Tiller's already been spotted out right at the top and they're going to try to contest early on straight away.
Yeah, I mean, single target damage control coming out onto the Cho. He will be a casualty. No, he does manage to get the Whale of the Dragon off. The real manipulation already being used. With the Infernal Pursuit answers back as James Pong. He takes him out. Keeman eventually takes out the turtle though, but Spear of Destruction not finding its mark. Appraisal's Wrath as well, not finding the damage, but he is still in the thick of things and he's trying to deal the damage as much as possible. But Arlot already down, Young and Dangerous. They do not want to be a part of this at all. But the mid-tier turret, they keep it for now. But James Pong, always a danger mechanism that Young and Dangerous needs to be scared about.
Like the fact that Team Lazy Spot pull it back in. Yes, they lost the turtle, but still that trade-off that is giving a lot of leeway for the side of Lazy Spots. And Team Young and Dangerous, they still haven't found that one point, that one exposure that they require to fight it off. If they can pick off Jung's Palm first of all, but at the same time, right at the bottom lane, we got Chizo immediately been giving an opportunity to Gamma against Siska, and now they find another opportunity to take down the top or even at the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was really liking this Young and Dangerous draft until they picked the Cyclops, and now already with the Infernal Pursuit and the Real World Manipulation, they continue on the team fight. Danzo instantly gets taken out without doing anything, and that is just unfortunate because they do get the middle lane turret as well. He is unanswered for at this point. He's able to deal so much damage, and right now, Keeman, he is not able to answer, not able to get the taunt onto That's gonna be extremely huge because there's nothing to burst him down. Moskov really needs like a few more items, and that's not gonna happen until the next 5 minutes of the game. But Lazy Esports, they also scale as hard. So once manages to taunt the Phobius, it's at the point where Shizo is gonna have so much farm.
Oh, this is tough. Young and Dangerous have been giving so much space to the team of Lazy Esport, and even despite the fact that they go in one on one, is still not enough. Now, a lot has been spawned out, and somehow we do see the push coming in from the side of Stylize, and they know this is what they want. They want to actually bring out at least the cover off of the waves to make sure that it can go in, but still, Shizo is on the best motion. He is covering every ground so that denial will be given out to the team of YAD.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of damage coming out from this Phobius at this point, and it's not really answered for, right? What I expect to see is like maybe Danzo gets the ultimate on him, gets the lockdown on him, but still is not enough to prevent that Infernal Pursuit. It only immobilizes him. And the taunt is the only factor that can keep Dur there. And this Phobius is going to have such a free game because he can jump in and he can keep doing this again and again and just be not scared of anything. Pakbet, he gets the Whale of Dragon off, puts his own life in danger, will eventually fall, but still, Shizo is alive. Lazy Esports, they can still fight this as long as they have Dur. But look at that! Chomskirt, he gets knocked up by the Spirit of Destruction. Sisgod goes in for this kill, but James Ponkeas, he has a lot to do here. He finds the finish onto Danzo here, Shizo. He is in the fight. They have the damage to answer this. The Young and Dangerous have the damage to clear this out because they do not have their Moskov anymore. Lazy Esports, they will take this. They have the damage Keeman. He has to run away with his tail tucked between his legs. He cannot fight this carry head on.
Oh, what a great combination. And the fact that they wanted to go in, the overextension was done on the side of Jinx Kopska to begin with, and he was the one to be picked up. But then again, it comes through with Jinx Punk getting double kill, and then Shizo just in the nick of time going in for the team fight as well. The Spirit of Destruction is not going to catch anything. He does get the info that he's needed though, but as the time, it does manage to actually have a really good disruption to get that lot in the hands of Lazy Spot. But Danzo been caught off guard, been taken out immediately, and this is going to be an opening on the side. They're trying to go in for Cayman. Dur pushing in straight, and Cayman had to pull away and is giving all the opportunity for John Spawn to get the Lord.
Yeah, James, he picks up the Lord. And now with this threat of the Lord, it's not a 12-minute Lord, still a baby Lord. Nothing to be scared of, but a very unique itemization coming out from Shizo right now. He has the Malefic Gun. Yeah, the Holy Trinity, the Corrosive Scythe, the Golden Staff, DHS, then the Malefic Gun. It's gonna be a high range for Shizo, and they're not gonna be expecting this when the carry suddenly pulls out this range weapon, and now he's able to take out this mid lane turret where they're going for this extended team fight. Real manipulation is out. Keeman escapes with the skin of his teeth. Puckbet eventually gets taken out in the back line, but as we said, it does not matter. Danzo falls, and that's one of the key damage dealers. Lazy Esports, the momentum is still in their hands if they wish to push it, but they go for the disciplined retreat instead.
Oh, this is tough coming in from Young and Danger. Despite the fact, yeah, they did manage to actually move away from the casualty. But then again, there was so much damage being dealt by the hands of Lazy Spot. This is still not going to be an easy case for the side of YAD. Now, pushing it into the mid game itself, what are your thoughts? And what do you think that can be done by YAD to counter off every single damage that has been put out by Shizo?
Yeah, I mean, the only way is, you know that he has a flicker, right? It's not a purify. So it's gonna be on Stylish Zed to actually fight that 1v1 with the Spear of Despair and the Spear of Destruction. If he finds a lockdown onto Shizo, that's gonna be their entry point into the game, because the rest of the members, not too big of a deal. And James Pong, yes, he is a very big deal. Yeah, and Stylish Zed, he went for the itemization I was thinking about, that Rose Gold Meteor to prevent that damage cap from coming through. But Shizo, he responds. He responds very well. That Wind of Nature is the only thing that will keep him in the game. But we saw that from Teddy Cutie, right? In that Moskov game, that Wind of Nature might not be enough. If Stylish Zed gets the key opportunity, he can chase him down. Because Stylish Zed, he's going to have the cooldown, he's going to have much more mobility, but still, it's just a very sad fact that they have this Cyclops, because if Cyclops is not in range of Shizo, which he will never be, then they can do nothing about it, because Danzo, he will have to flicker in and get it on Shizo. Get the damage on Shizo. Then that's their entryway.
Oh, okay. That's a good note to take on. And this is where the fine line where YAD timing is crucial. Target is really at a really picky motion. You have to be very selective who you want to actually go in. And with 5 seconds, lot is already going to be spawned out. And we do see that Shizo is prioritizing to just clear the way right at the top. And they're going to actually have that composure of the split push for the side of Lazy Esport. But on the side of Stylish Zed, he also making sure that he will be there to make sure that the wave will not be giving a lot of pressure to YAD matter for the baseline.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a very clean game here, right? This is the Philippines meta, and they know how to play their macros. But, I mean, Young and Dangerous, they're responding in kind. They know that something is up. They don't see the carry, so they're always wary of this. They're keeping the Moskov in check. But as they inch closer and closer towards the Lord, I mean, it's very hard for Young and Dangerous to play given the lane pressure they're up against. And Carry, he has to recall here because he doesn't know where the rest of the team members are. No vision yet. Shizo finally shows himself, is gonna join the team fight, and this might mean Stylish Zed is not there because he suspects that Carry is still there.
Oh, this is not gonna be easy though. With Chizo will be joining the team fight, it's gonna be getting messy here for YAD. But comes along right here, we do see they're gonna actually try to tease out the Lord itself. Chizo coming in to clear the half line. Pabet right this season trying to pick up with the Way of Dragon. RWM also been put out right in the dot.
Yeah, Spirit Destruction missing its mark. Moskov will not be there. Lazy Esports, they have all the damage in the world. They split their fight on two fronts. One on the Lord, one in the back line as Dur is still not dying and he's able to get out scot-free. He's not dying, and Danzo at this point he's unable to chase things down. There's the lack of AoE coming in from Young and Dangerous. The only AoE factor that they have is the Fredrin, and that's just not enough, my friend. As Lazy Esports, they totally capitalize on that fact. Now with this enhanced Lord, I mean, Young and Dangerous, finally they're gonna fight a fight that's on their turf, and they can force this 5-on-5 team fight. But if Lazy Esports, I mean, they are a Philippines team, they play it correctly, and they sync up the waves with the Lord crashing in, as we see what Dur is doing right now, there's gonna be 3 lanes of pressure that you're gonna have to worry about.
Agree, definitely. Now, we do see that Bat will be trying to pick up one. He doesn't see anyone that he can actually pull through. Top turret already been cleared out by James Pan. Now, it seems to be that they're looking away for the top and the bottom lane being cleared out. They're letting Team YAD been occupied with the Lord, and they're not pushing in, they're not overextending. Discipline coming in from Lazy Esports, but then again, RWN been picked up, and this is where the fine line, they push away Potbat, denying of the Way of the Dragons.
Yeah, Shizo not exactly jumping in, very disciplined, knowing that there is a Spirit Destruction. All ultimates are up on Young and Dangerous. They might be low, but they still have their utility up. Lazy Esports playing an extremely disciplined game here as they get 2 inhibitor turrets for free with that Lord push. And that's the power of syncing up waves, right? This is the macro gameplay that a lot of the regions are lacking, and it feels that Lazy, they have this down. So Young and Dangerous, they are in a lot of danger, especially with this Cyclops pick, because there's not a lot of wave clear that will be available. Like when you compare it to what's available from, let's say an Aurora, let's say a Vexana, there's not that presence of that wave clear. You have to be so close, and you put yourself in danger every time you try and clear a creep wave. Lazy Esports, they've been taking advantage of that time and time again. That's why you see Cho, he can make these kind of crazy plays. And I'm hearing that Puckbet, I don't think he's one of the EXP laners, yeah, he's not the standard roam player for Lazy Esports. He's the coach, actually. So this is a playing coach.
Oh, wow, okay. The playing coach for Lazy Esport right here. And doing a great, massive micro decision making. I mean, like, despite the fact that we are seeing that he's been denied every time he tried to pick up, but this is where the fine line that even though he's been picked up a lot of time by the team of Young and Dangerous, it doesn't affect that much of Lazy Esports. But coming in into this enhanced lot itself, they are trying to contest it out, and we know for a fact that YAD is not gonna allow it. They're gonna actually try to deny it. But can that game, that team fight, can actually sustain for Team YAD?
18-minute Lord here. This is the Radiant one. Super chunky to deal with, but they do have the tools. One side has the Moskov, one side has the carry, but still, Lazy Esports, they're fighting a very disciplined game because there is a lot of creep pressure in their favor. They have 2 inhibitor turrets in their favor, so they are going to wait for the pressure and once again hopefully bait away that Spear of Destruction. They're just waiting for it so that Moskov cannot join the fight, and this bottom lane pressure is yet to be dealt with because there's going to be another wave crashing in. Will Moskov go for his? No, Stylish Zed is already showing himself right now, and if they do see this, Puckbet, he makes the move onto Siska and he finds the Way of the Dragon. The immortality is there. Puckbet goes down, but still, real manipulation is there to hold on, and Siska might be a casualty here. Infernal Pursuit jumping in the back line. Stylish Dead alive for now, but Shizo pops the immortality. Lazy Esports, they are faltering, and Young and Dangerous, they find the damage, but James Pong, he's still alive, and they have to deal with that creep wave. Luckily for Lazy Esports, they were disciplined with the creep waves. If not, they might have lost the game right there.
Agree, definitely. And not only that, the fact that the overextension coming in from Siska did manage to pull away some of the players of Team Lazy Esport, what was needed from YAD. But then again, they are struggling, trying to divide and conquer every single situation just to fight the team fight and also try to get the creeps away from their baseline.
Yeah, this is death by 1,000 cuts, right? Lazy Esports might have lost a team fight, but the lane pressure was so well precedented that Young and Dangerous, they won, but they lost at the same time because there's so much damage to the base that they now have to handle. And now, once again, Lazy Esports, they can't group up for this push. And their towers, they're not going to stand for much longer. And now with Shizo already up and running, but the problem is, Lazy Esports, they won't have the same utility. Flickers are not up for the next 40 seconds. They will have to play a bit more disciplined than they're used to seeing. Puckbet, though, he is getting taunted here. Does he go for the Way of the Dragon here? I just think he holds it, and he just tries to play around this as much as possible till their cooldowns are up. Very disciplined coming in. We see the ultimate coming onto Puckbet. He jumps in. Real manipulation is being used, trying to save him. Does not have the immortality, eventually falls to the burn damage, and we have James Pong falling as well, but Shizo is still alive in the backline. He's available to deal damage. Young and Dangerous, this is their time right now. If they can find Shizo, he does not have the utility available. Siska goes in with the slash, and he does find it. Ner eventually taken out, and Shizo will be the only member left underneath this tier 2 turret. But then again, the Lord, it is still enough time for these members to respond. Lazy Esports, they still are in this game.
Oh, wow. I mean, so much risk coming in from the side of YAD. Expected otherwise that they did manage to stall off that investment on the side of getting the lot as well, and they are trying to push in, but still, is it going to be enough? They are trying to do as much as possible damage, clearing out that last turret on the side of the mid lane. They're pushing in straight to Shizo. This is what they needed. They clear it out. They're going to make sure that it doesn't even matter on the side of the lot. They have what it takes. That's the potential coming in from the side of Young and Dangerous. They make such a dangerous gameplay, but it fulfills the objective they need here for round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, very easy coming in for YAD to capitalize off that mistakes, right? It was a hard fought battle for YAD. Young and Dangerous, wow, they make it look easy, but it was tough. It was 2 turrets being taken out, inhibitor turrets gone, and the discipline coming out to win with a Cyclops. This is just unprecedented right now because Snapdragon Pro Series, right? This is where it's happening. 100% win rate with Cyclops. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy.
That is definitely gonna be crazy, but it was tough. It was a lot of the early games that they had to be denied by lazy esport. It could have faltered down, it could have been backfired if they didn't make the right decision making. Once they push in with Keemin able to stall that lot, and then as they actually progress, even denying the ways of Dragon that Pabet proves, even despite that they try to actually go in the backline, this is where YAD stands out the most. They were able to control every maneuver. The RWN was actually put out on a position where they was denied. They cannot even guard out or even control every movement coming in from YAD.
Yeah, I mean, they had all the tools available. Lazy Esports, they all went for Winter's Crown just so that they won't get picked off by the damage coming out from Danzo. But still, YAD, they managed to capitalize on this great situation, right? They dealt with the waves extremely well, and they dealt with the one weakness of that Joy, which is just pure unmitigated damage. Because there's no way you're going to lock down that Joy, but somehow Danzo on that Cyclops manages to find Joy, and I'm surprised because Lazy Esports, they were in position to go in. This is where the discipline came to bite them in the back, because actually that was a great opportunity to take that team fight. And the moment Keemin got that Lord, they played so disciplined, they decided to just retreat instead of taking that opportunity gap where all their skills were down. And YAD, they just make it look easy because, yeah, I mean, Lazy Esports, they're running away. They're not fighting back.
Oh, I mean, that's the crucial point, right? When you wanted to actually have that opportunity, if you already know the lot already stole it, you could have actually get some consolation fight, get something to trade off for what they've done, because those are the encounters that is needed for the side of Lazy Esports. Somehow, those decision making, those micro picking that it was done, it's not in their favor to take down YAD, and YAD punished them for it. And MVP coming out for Keemin, despite the fact that Jinxpon was the one who did all the works, and even Chizo, he had so much damage, he had so much potential, he covers all the ground, giving so much of the waves to go through into the baseline of YAD. That was the reason why objective was already in the put. And not only that, even into that late stages where they were fighting off on that lot side, right? We saw how they were denying every movement, and they were very disciplined despite contesting on the lot. They go back into their base to cover the ground so that the creeps does not comes down into the hands of that crystal.
Yeah, this is a case of where Lazy Esports, it was their game to lose. And I really feel that Young and Dangerous, they just capitalized on the mistakes that Lazy Esports made, but not discounting the fact that, yeah, Young and Dangerous, they put up a great fight. Yes, but still, it was Lazy Esports' game to lose. The game was completely in their hands. So why? What happened? And really, it's just that last Lord fight where they retreated, and I just felt that that was the key momentum loss. They had everything in their hands, and if you take a look at this, right, it's still in their favor. These fights are all in Lazy Esports' favor because Dur is able to go in, Shizo is able to deal the damage. I mean, Stylish Zed, he does take him out, but James Pong eventually clears out, and this is where two inhibitors are gone, and this is where Park Bet dies, and the Lord goes in Young and Dangerous, and Lazy Esports, they decide to retreat. There's no cooldowns available for the side of Young and Dangerous, and yeah, that was just a small little decision that really led to the end of the game for them. This is how this smallest of decisions just really changed the entire momentum.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that Keemin was also the key path. I mean, getting the Lord, he was surviving most of those team fights, and the fact that we saw how Siska was overextending himself. He was almost down by the lifeline, and just in the nick of time, he pulled away and gave that leeway. He just did as much damage as possible and let Keemin just finish to connect the dot so that he get the kills that is required for YAD, and that's the reason why they were confirmed and they were given this win here in this round number 1. Now it's not done yet. This is best of 3, whereby we still need YAD to win another round, unless we see Lazy Esports might be able potentially pull this game into the best of 1, how we saw on the third series. Now YAD, the question is, Danzo, I mean, yeah, you did amazing. It was questionable on the side of Skycloaks. I mean, there was not much damage. Still goes down to Keemin. I have to really praise Keemin as well as Siska, because those are the two key players on YAD that make so much changes, that push so much pressure to Lazy Esport, and they give the punishment to the micro decision making that Lazy Esport was faltering because of their mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, Stylish said that late game factor, right? Just having that Moskov. But the thing is, they've been catching them time and time again. Will they be able to do this for game 2, right? Will Lazy Esports falter in mentality? Will YAD, I mean, Young and Dangerous, really clinch this out 2-0? I just don't really want to see Lazy Esports go out like this, but we'll just have to find out in game 2. But before we go into game 2, we're going for a short break. So see you guys after the break.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, looking up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished game 1 of Series 4 for our Snapdragon Pro Series, and this will be the last game that will be streamed today on this English stream. It is gonna be Lazy Esports versus Young and Dangerous from Malaysia, Lazy Esports from the Philippines, and just to clear a bit of confusion regarding the player Parkman, right? It's not Parkman. It's KK Dot.
Yeah, but he's using the IGN of his own coach as a paying homage, I guess, for themselves. And even the graphics as well, you got probably there's a reason why there was a confusion, but nevertheless, it is KK Dot who is playing off on behalf of Parkbet here for Lazy Esports. So hopefully it covers things up, but back again into the game itself, YAD. Great job coming in for the first round. Not expected, especially with the pick of the Cyclops. Hopefully they don't mess around with that as well, because it's crucial when it comes to the heroes picks, right? Because you could have gotten a better off game fights or even team fights itself if you have a better strong mage in your lineup. I mean, like, so much AoE can be put out in the gameplay with Cyclops only having only one way line, one straight line for your own skills usage. It's not gonna be giving any support or even damage dealt for the team itself. So YAD, hopefully that is not gonna be the case here for round number 2. But question on the side of Lazy Spot, there was a lot of the mistakes coming in from their disciplines that they didn't actually go in for the potential to shut down YED. Hopefully that will not be the case as well. Now with the banning side, we see the typical ban out coming in. We got Hilda, Fanny, as well as Chip, Matilda been banned out, as well as Eve.
Yeah, so that leaves Lazy Esports to actually pick up one of the Tusin or the Suyo combo. So, I mean, Young and Dangerous, I mean, they're gonna have to take out one of the two, right? With this ban phase, unless they choose to ban something like a respect ban for the previous game. Maybe they ban out the carry, who knows?
True.
But Young and Dangerous, I mean, I know for a fact that maybe they probably want to give away. Yeah, they ban the Angela instead. Yeah, they are really young and dangerous because they don't follow convention. They don't really go with what normal people would think, because yeah, it's just a newer generation nowadays. They just think they know the best for themselves.
No, they say we are the new generation. We'll make our own metas. We got the meta of Cyclops in the SPS. Who are you talking about? Well, Young and Ninjas definitely pull through, but we do see the response coming in. They picked up Juxin. Definitely is a trap for the side of Young and Dangerous, so they gotta pick up the Suyo instead, right? That's the best response coming in for the Lazy Spots. Now, another part of the side of Young and Dangerous, who are they gonna actually prioritize? Previously, they pretty much prioritized on their roamer. They prioritized on their junglers. So now they're picking up Cho for themselves, and they saw what Popback could do, and they're not gonna allow it. They're denying of the usage of Cho to themselves instead.
Yeah, and with Lazy Esports already having Zusin, I mean, generally we see the Alpha. Yeah, Alpha will be there because it just makes sense, right? Having that utility to be able to jump in that Spear of Alpha, then you just ragdoll the other person because you can drag them around. Spear of Alpha, you can reposition them as well. And now with the Phoveus as well, we saw Dur on the Phoveus. He was really very strong, but did not manage to close the game. Meanwhile, Young and Dangerous, what do they go for on this EXP lane here? Because they know that you're fighting against a Phoveus already. One of the key factors that usually teams like to do is, yeah, you can go for that glue, right? You saw that glue in the previous series. It had a lot of impact, and it's generally a very good choice, a very safe choice to reposition that Alpha away from your team and sacrifice your own life, but you enable the team fight so much better.
Agree. Survival time coming in from Young and Dangerous. I think that's also the gameplay we see so far. They prioritize more on survival, so that despite maybe they might leave a space for the team fight to be shut down, but ended up picking another hero.
Yeah, I'm not gonna guess what Young and Dangerous are gonna do anymore, because they just defy expectations every single time. It must be the Malaysian food, because yeah, it's great. Malaysian food is great, and Bruno is, I don't know where it comes from, because doesn't answer anything. Like, does that answer the? Okay, it answers for the alpha. The only thing that it answers is the alpha. The Phoveus is still gonna be able to run at you, and you don't really counter out against a Tucson. But there's a lot of burst damage coming through, so that burst damage might be a threat to Tucson. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
So much positivity coming in right now from Mo. I think he's like really cracking his mind right now. He's like, what is it doing? What are they trying to do? But okay, maybe there's a possibility, and we do see that Band comes out for the side of Young and Dangerous, T-Grill as well as 1-1. I'm looking on the side how Young and Dangerous is not allowing Lazy Spot to actually go away with a lot of centric wise of team fights, right? You don't want anyone to pull you in or even try to shut you down or make you feel like you're immobilized to move around. So Young and Dangerous, there's a possibility this is where they want their lineups to be much more sustained, and not just sustained but very able to freely move everywhere they want to go to cover the maps.
Yeah, I mean, one of the premium picks would be Hylos here, but I'm not gonna guess for Young and Dangerous anymore. They're possibly gonna pick a Yuzong, and you're like, yeah, makes sense. It makes sense. But I mean, I'm gonna guess for Lazy Esports. I mean, they're picking my style. So I mean, most likely, right? You want to counter against the Bruno. You want to destroy him in that lane. You can pick up the Clint. It has been buffed in this current meta. And then they can go for that old meta pick, which is also this current meta pick, which is the Harif as well, because that Zayman's Force together with that Tucson is going to be very strong. Meanwhile, Young and Dangerous, I'm not too sure what they're going to pick up here. Yeah, I mean, they pick up the Farsa. I mean, that's not a bad pick. That's not a bad pick. The Farsa just has recently been buffed. So Young and Dangerous might be just cooking like crazy on the new meta right now. So there might be some things that we don't know, right? We don't know. And Young and Dangerous, they might know more right now because Farsa actually got buffed.
Yeah, but the buff side of it is probably most of it is coming off from the cooldown. That could be a possibility. They want to actually take advantage of it. Coming into the Lazy Esports side, this is where we always see like one of the play style that we've already used to. Young and Dangerous, they're showing off something new. So when it comes to drafting wise, maybe there's a possibility that Lazy Spot, they have the comfort zone, and we're much more already aware of it with Harith as well as Gatukacha on the side. I would feel that the drafting wise is much more safer. Young and Dangerous on the other note, picking up the glue is good response coming in. This is what we need. At least one insurance has been put out for Young and Dangerous despite the two unorthodox pick for their heroes.
I mean, in terms of having that burst damage for that Tucson is gonna be needing to be very scared, right? There's a lot of burst damage coming in from the fragments of memory of that Bruno as well. And then there is the Feather Airstrike that will be able to deal a lot of damage. Farsa has been one of the usual picks in the previous meta as well. And I didn't know why exactly it fell off, but it's still a very strong pick today. So one of the reasons is maybe why the rise of Tucson, rise of Aurora, having that sustainability, having that skill to get away and somehow be able to space out and deal damage. But let's just find out here as we head on into the Land of Dawn. Lazy Esports from Philippines going up against Young and Dangerous. Lazy Esports at the threat of going home here.
Let's go. Let's find out our last series of the day. I mean, going back into what you talked about, all right, you got the Brody in the hands and you saw how stylish Zed was using Moskov in a really good state. I mean, that Spear of Destruction was right on time, gets the input you need, even though it doesn't connect the thought, doesn't get the kills or even the amount of damage that you want to portray into Lazy Esport. Going into the Brody side, what are the skills that we want to be aware of here once you push into the game itself, Mo?
Yeah, I mean, in that level 4, right? That's the power spike for Brody, where he is going to be dealing a lot of damage. You have to worry about the burst damage coming in. But itemization-wise as well, that Blade of Heptasis is going to be very important to have that physical pierce damage through. So, I mean, in terms of laning though, this is where the Harif shines, right? You're gonna be able to bully this Brody away. So Stylish Z is not gonna be looking too good on the lanes here. This early skirmish not gonna amount to much, but the Spear of Alpha coming through, that's gonna be huge because that combo is something that you need to be worried about. Even if you're a Suyo, right? Generally, you pick that Zusin to counter out the Suyo, and that Lantern is gonna be on you for so long. So you only have one jump. And once that jump is used, you're gonna get pulled back in.
Agree, definitely. Quite a mistake coming in from the side of YAD. And looking on their battle spell, right, we're seeing that pretty much the prioritization of Young and Dangerous right now is them trying to be very mobility. They're trying to make sure that if whatever it takes, if there's going to be a risk on their side, they will try to run away. And this is where, is it going to be in their favor or will it be a danger zone here for the YAD?
Yeah, this is something that I haven't seen too often, the glue versus the Zusin, how that mechanic will go. And it seems like Zusin is playing this glue like a fiddle, stick eventually being used, but taking so much damage right now. Feather Ash Strike not really able to find its mark, but then Pakbed, he does go in, and this is KK Dot, by the way, this is not Pakbed, and he gets eventually taken out. I mean, that Avatar the Guardian, very good to buy that space. Lazy Esports just need to buy that space for that mid-game power spike, right? Their kills is all on this alpha alone, and it's very telegraphed for Young and Dangerous just to avoid this alpha.
Agree, definitely. And so far right now, we are still seeing it's a trade-off between the two teams, but Lazy Spot getting a little bit better off when it comes to the goal, because the fact is they are on the numbers are really high rise. Now, Kimin on the side right here, they need to make sure that he has enough potential to farm it out so that he can buff off right in instant to give a really good boost. So far on the side of Lazy Spot, they have so much ground they covered up, and Charles Feet trying to actually find a way so he can pick off again. Siska overlooking, not gonna allow anyone to deny the movement of Kimin into the progress of him trying to farm out.
And the power timing out from Young and Dangerous right now. Blade of Heptasis picked up, right? But Harif is also at its key power spike. He just has to watch his mana management here. Kimin picking up that 100 strike, Young and Dangerous. I mean, they have to go for timing now. And this is where Lazy Esports might want to group up as 5 if they can find this potential gank timing from Young and Dangerous. When they have that Zeman's Force up, they can potentially stop Young and Dangerous' momentum going through for this mid game. Especially once Brody gets shut down in his mid game, it's very hard for him to re-enter back into the game because he does not have that flash farming mechanic. He's not as mobile because he actually needs a target for him to use his mobility skill. So he cannot use that freely, and that's where Lazy Esports, they're gonna shine right now.
Definitely agree. Now, the second turtle trying to actually go in for his choke skirt will be able to pick off and giving the leeway opportunity for James Bond to get the turtle. But at the same time right now, Krim's coming in with Danzo, will be taken out by Dur immediately, but leaving off so much way. KJ will be the next victim to Dur's side, but they're gonna go away, moving away from the fight itself, getting the trades only for one side.
Yeah, Flicker being used by Siskar here, but he will eventually get chased down because the Harif is here with the Zeman's Force just to slow him down. And this is great time for Stylish Zed to just get the farm out. I mean, he's not going to be able to farm later, so he has to farm now. But it's at the cost of possibly this mid lane turret. And the thing is, the Zusin, she picked up a Sky Piercer. So it's gonna be very scary for Young and Dangerous, especially Lazy Esports. They want to just keep shoving themselves with this Spear of Alpha. And once that Spear of Alpha keeps going in and in, that Zuzin is gonna have a lot of damage in that backline now.
Oh, this is tough. Definitely tough coming in from the side. But Kimin will try to go in for the tease. Airborne will be picking up straight away on the side, making a good shot coming into the side of Dur. I mean, it is a good win coming in. But now Avatar of Guardian comes through. Are they going to actually push it straight to YID? Looking for a way. Geft card trying to actually pick up Kage, but at the same time, James Pang shuts down immediately Danzo at the process. But here at the top lane, they're looking for another death on the side. James Pang overlooking on Kage, but doesn't actually go in for a fight. Stylized Zed really in the midst of very danger, but they still manage to scare away without any casualty.
Yeah, Stylish Zed, he was so close to dying there. Luckily, he's a Brody, so maybe it's going his way, right? But this is where, I mean, James Pang, he really shines right now because he can walk around this entire map and nobody's going to be able to do anything towards him. So as long as he just holds that Spear of Alpha to escape or to commit even harder, he is guaranteed at least a kill or an escape right now. So he can buy so much space, and now he can force the fights as much as he wants because he knows his team is there, and he will go for this Infernal Pursuit, go again, and Spear of Alpha clears out Danzo out of position, and now the entire team just clomping on to Young and Dangerous. The rest of the team will not be able to withstand the damage that's coming out from the synchro fissures from Shizo.
Oh, it's tough coming in from Young and Dangerous right now, as Lazy Spot already found the key of opportunity to just gang up against them, and this is where the fine line, they will be able to thin out even more further the turrets in their hands. Cover of the maps already been controlled by Lazy Esport even more further, and Team YAD still haven't found the answer they need.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what YAD want to do, I understand, right? With that Brody pick, it's a lot of AoE damage, right? It's a lot of AoE damage. It's a lot of AoE targeted damage for that Sin, for that Alpha. But a much better pick would have been the Beatrix, because you can choose where to shoot that AoE, and then you have 2 of that AoE as well when you change your weapons. So, I mean, I don't really understand this Brody pick, but I hope they know what they're doing here.
I hope they prove us wrong, because again, all the micro decision making that we try to analyze YAD is still not showing off. It doesn't give any visualization, but they did manage to pick up KJ, and in this process right now, this is the opening they need. They're going to clear out the second last turret on the second layer, and this is where the fine line, they're going to thin off even more further. This is where the team of YAD been pushed out straight into their baseline. They're allowing Kimin to have the farm they need, but then again, the amount of time that's been put out to the side of Kimin is still not on the same level that is required to fight off with James Pang.
And Shizo he's not gonna be locked down, because the only thing that he's scared of is that Way of the Dragon, right? And for the Way of the Dragon, he has the perfect answer. He has the Purify available, so that knockup is not going to catch him. It's going to catch him at the wrong direction. He has that single jump, and he can just get out of harm's way. And now the torn apart memory coming out from Brody, it has not found any value so far, and is not going to find any value in that later stage of the game. The more important utility will be that Feather Airstrike, and Danzo has to keep it like a valued treasure, because that Feather Airstrike timing is where Lazy Esports will strike. If he doesn't have that Feather Airstrike, Lazy Esports, they can go for any fight that they wish to do so.
Clearing out the wave, now it's going to be the time of taking for YD, but they're going in for the push with Pop Bet, but that's not the right target they want. Zaman Force tried to slow them down, but YD managed to pull away. But here on out, they're going to clear out the second last turret of the mid lane as well. So Lot marching in through, Kaje getting a lot of damage. He tried to find a way to pick up anyone, but he hasn't spotted anyone. But here, Avatar Guardian comes through into the mid. That overextension will be punishing by the side of Kimin, but Jobska turns down Siska. It's a trade to trade, but now Cizo takes down Danzo, and the turret is already been down, and even Dirt takes down Kimin. An opening comes through now, 2 more players to go, pushing in straight to the side of Stylized that almost to be shut down, but they still maintain it off. But the damage is done. Team Lazy Spot has done what is necessary. Now they're gonna pull in all the way to the Crystal. Crystal is wiping out, and immediately 1 win will be in the hands of Lady Esports.
Yeah, Lazy Esports, I mean, tie things up 1-1 right now. So we are back at status quo. It becomes a best of 1. And they were extremely clean already in game 1. So when they are given this opportunity to actually just have this Sin that counters out the Suyo, the Harif that destroys the Brody in the lane, and the rest of the team, I mean, we saw the weaknesses of that Farsa, right? It's very similar to the Eve, but he does not have that enhanced sustainability, that shield that the Eve has. And Eve, he has that bit of momentum where you're able to control the members of the opponents in your real-world manipulation. Meanwhile, Feather Airstrike is a lot slower compared to the real-world manipulation. And with the Avatar the Guardian, with the Lantern coming out from Zusin, it's just a straight-up punish to that Farsa. It just completely looked like they were the scissors that were shredding through the paper that is Young and Dangerous.
It was a really tough call. I mean, we talked about how the pick-wise coming in from YD is very unorthodox. It's not something that we expected coming into the SPS scene. I mean, maybe they want to actually try an error, but this is again, it's not that easy to be put out. And you talked about how Farsa has been buffed out, but it's not still going in the favor of YAD. And when you come into fight with Lazy Esport, they have already all the grounds been covered out. You even despite the fact that they try to pick out Pop back first, or even they try to actually go in for a fight with Der, it's just not enough space or even not enough damage. They want to actually portray this, as you say, Chizo still be able to slow things down with Zaman Force, and this is what YAD is lacking of here for round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the kills wise, I mean, 14 kills in just this amount of time, it's not a lot of kills, right? That's not a lot of kills. I mean, the way that Lazy Esports played, they played for the objectives. They completely knew when to attack. And YD, they were looking like, yeah, they had some sort of momentum going, but those kills didn't matter too much to Lazy Esports. Because as long as James Pong, he's not dying, right? As long as he doesn't die, he is able to just scale up, and then he becomes just so big of a threat because he's enabled by Zusin, he's enabled by the Zamon's Force, and there's the threat of the Avatar the Guardian coming out from the Gato Kacha. Infernal Pursuit, Dirt, I mean, use it. Whenever you have the chance, just use it, because your life doesn't matter, right? Your life doesn't matter. You're playing for the sake of the game. That's how Lazy Esports has been playing. And yeah, so far, I mean, game 1 didn't really work out, but game 2 really shone through.
Really shine through indeed. And MVP coming in from Shizo, I mean, talking about how much control he did on the top lane. He gave so much pressure. Nothing can be done for YAD. Even despite that they try to give so much leeway for Suyo to do as much farming as possible, it was still not enough because James Bond was all over the place. He could be anywhere in the time being in any angle maps that he can do so much damage to YAD. 4-3 on KDA wise, 813 GPM. This is not something that you want to see when it comes to Harith in the hands of Shizo.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, look at this Lantern coming in from Zusin, right? It just counters out so much of Young and Dangerous's abilities, and yeah, they get the kill on Dur here, but at what cost, right? At what cost? Because James Pong, he's still getting the farm out of the way. There's no way to just counter out the ability that the Spear of Alpha has. I mean, Puckbet, I mean, this is KK Dot. He goes in, he gets killed, but doesn't matter because the key of the matter is they want this inhibitor turret, they want this crystal, and they do get it. And that's the name of the game here, because the aim of the game is not kills. The aim of the game is to get that turrets, is to get that crystal eventually.
Agreed, definitely. This is the most crucial decision that was done by Lazy Esport. Much more far better compared to round number 1, because when we always focusing on the gang teams or even team fights itself, you kind of actually lost touch. But there was a lot of covers that was done by Team Lazy Esport, because we saw how the wave was going through and denial was put out by YD. There was so much double down effort that had to be done on round number 1. But pushing into round number 2, the momentum on the start, even though they tried to trade it off with Dur, it was still not enough, because that's when in the mid game we saw the falling into pieces of Team Lazy Esport was able to have the ground to fight it off. They able to shut them down even with the contest of the lot. Team YAD still could not find the answer. But can they find the answer on round number 3? We're now down to the best of 1 here for our last series. We're not done yet. We're not saying goodbye yet. So go get your breaks, go get your snacks. We'll be right back for the last round of the series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
Study job design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is gonna be our last series and our last match of the day. One of these teams will go home. And for those of you that do not know who these teams are, this is Lazy Esports from Philippines going up against Young and Dangerous from Malaysia. We are tied up at 1-1, and both teams only have one more game left to go.
It's tough. I mean, looking on how it has been on the drafting side, and not just the drafting side, the gameplay style, I feel like I talked about this, and we heard the interview coming from L'Oreal from JP9ers, right? Malaysia teams, what are you guys thinking about? Are your meta gameplay is to mess around with the buff? Are you guys messing around with the patch note? I mean, this is not the right stage for you, because the fact is, SPS, you gotta take it seriously. Even no matter how much buff you've been put out for certain heroes, it doesn't affect much. I mean, you see how Gato Gacha has already been nerfed, but it still gives a lot of potential. With that Avatar of the Garden, you can still be able to do a lot of AoE. You can still be able to pull the players into one position that you can have that enemy to be honed off all of their immobility. But at that point on, those people or those heroes who are being buff as well, it's not gonna be matter as well. If those are the things that you have to think about when it comes to noting on those choices. But bans comes out here, we see that Harith has been banned. Fanny and Chip already been typically been banned out. Matilda, Hilda, as well as Eve. This is pretty much the only thing that is different here is that they ban out Harith. So he's getting the priority wise on the side of Young and Dangerous as well as Lazy Esports to decide whether or not Juicing they want to pick that or Suyo. So it's back again the mirror of what we see on round number 2. But the question is, Lazy Esports getting the opportunity of Alpha again, and Young and Dangerous, I'm not sure what they're thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure either, right? Because they pick up, there is gonna be that same thing. This is like a replay.
Yeah.
Because you pick up the Zusin, then the enemy pick up the Suyo and Cho, then you're gonna pick up that Alpha once again. And right now, okay, something different. We see the Wan coming out.
Okay, 1-1 coming out. It's a 1v1 situation coming in from Lazy Spot. They're gonna make sure to try to get that individual fight, but still a great offensive coming side into the Lazy Spot as well. But on the side of Young and Dangerous right now, they have the potential of Nathan in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan is way better than Brody. So yeah, I like it. I like it already. I like it already because you have that late game. And 1-1, yes, it's not that too good without you having that pickup potential, right? So, I mean, what we usually see is like they pick up the Franco, they usually pick up the Cho, something like a Kaja or Jawhead to displace the enemy. But one of the meta heroes that is also good is also gonna be, what's that called? The Arlot with the Final Slash, yeah.
And we did saw Young and Dangerous did be able to actually pick up a lot previously, and it was one of the crucial decision making that was done by YAD that made a really good game changer from Siska, and it helped Keeman to actually pull through into a lot of those kills that can be put out or even be changed into currency as well as insurance in YAD. Maybe this is going to be a good case for YAD as well, but bans comes through. We see Angela been picked up as well as Phobius, and you saw how it was when Lazy Spot was able to pick up that Phobius. It was so hard, even despite Dur was always been tagged up. Dur was giving so much leeway for Lazy Spot to have so much ground control that YD, you picked up Dur for no reason.
I mean, Gato Kacha and Phobius being banned out, very good from Young and Dangerous. I'm very surprised. I'm just caught off guard because they are drafting properly right now, and they're not fooling around. And it feels like, yeah, we finally have a really proper proper metagame to watch. And Lazy Esports, I mean, if they're going with this Wan pick here, right, they want to shut down that sustainability available for Young and Dangerous. Oh, but they take out the Loi instead. Maybe they know something that we don't. But for Young and Dangerous, if they're going with what I'm thinking here, right, it's gonna be to pick up that Hylos, who has that high sustainability. You have that revitalization as well. It counters out that Wan really well. But the only problem is you're running into a Zhu Xin. How are you gonna fight into that Zhu Xin? That's gonna be a very big issue. Do you go for that CC to actually jump that back lines, fight it from another angle? I'm not too sure for Young and Dangerous because Zhu Xin is a very hard counter against Suyo.
Interesting. Doesn't really. Oh, they picked out the R-Lot right here in the hands of Young and Dangerous. We talked about it. This guy is really good in the hands using that R-Lot, so possibly a really good move coming in from YAD. But Lazy Esports, on the other note, they picked up the Edith, much more potential of sustainable, and even on the fight scene. This is where YAD, they really gotta be careful.
Yeah, I mean, Young and Dangerous here, right? They will have to worry about that crossbow of tank coming out from Shizo. And with that Tigreal, oh my god, yeah, that Tigreal is one of the factors as well. Yeah, you deny away the R-Lot, but now you have the Tigreal to worry about. And Young and Dangerous, yeah, they pick up the Vexana. Is a very good pick, a lot of mage priority. But the one thing that I'm worried about is the lack of frontliners because Keeman, Suyo, it's not really a huge frontliner. It's not as tanky as possibly a Minotaur, a Tigreal, something that we're used to seeing with Vexana. They pair up with Vexana so well because they can soak up so much of the damage. The more recent changes that we've seen is the Gato Kacha or the Kali together with the Vexana. Whether or not this can fill the same shoes as one of these soaked up damage dealers, Suyo, I don't believe that's going to be the case. And even if Cho, you go for that tanky build, you don't have that innate kit where you're tanky, right? You don't really have any form of damage mitigation. Sure, you have a lot of sustainability, but if you get locked down by that Zhu Xin, it's going to be so scary. Well, let's just find out as we head on for Game 3 of Lazy Esports Philippines versus Young and Dangerous from Malaysia.
Oh, this is tough, man. I mean, looking on the side of the drop itself, I feel like definitely Lazy Esports have so much ground they covered up. When it comes to YAD, most of their heroes are a little bit too squishy. Yeah, they got a lot of offensive. Yeah, they prioritize on the damage. And this is where the fine line, you are going to be having a little bit of struggle if you want to go in for the team fights. But if they can actually pull off with a really good stun, with a really good timing for that offense, maybe things could turn around. But this is just me being try to positive. But Cobbs could finally try to put in Tukaje. He will be the first blood right here with the help of Pop Bat. So that is a really good opening coming in from Lazy Esports. And this is what you don't want to see to the side of YAD. You've already have so much of your players or your heroes that is so squishy. It's easy for now for them to break into. Keeman also almost been tagged up, but finally clears out by Fatbat. And now even Siska been pushed in, and Stylish that tried to break up themselves, but ended up being tagged off and shuts down as well.
And on the bottom lane, I mean, there was a trade that Shizo, he died to Stylish Zed, and the Zhu Xin was there for that trade as well. So Lazy Esports, they cover themselves on all angles. They keep the macro advantage going. The gold is still in the favor. The most important thing right now is the level difference between Keeman and James Pong, right? It's still neck and neck. And that's the very scary part, because Alpha, if you're neck and neck with the Suyo, then it becomes the duty of the roamer to actually open up that fight. And Pakbet, he already has 2 kills, so he is up on the farm. He's going to be way tankier than this Cho. He's going to be able to jump in a lot easier. And once he has that implosion, you are going to need to be so scared.
They're gonna contest for the side of Turtles right here. He's gonna pick up Siska first of all. We do see that they're stunning both of the players. It's now gonna be Keeman having a lot of trouble here, but at the same time, Keeman did manage to steal away the turtle, but at what cost right here? Potbet will be taken out by Danzo immediately, but at the same time, the team of YAD raking a break with the run through, but Chizo managed to trade off right at the bottom lane to take down Stylish Z. But still, it is a really good one-to-one call right here by the side of YAD. A little bit too slow, but yet they are still be able to neutralize a little bit of their situation.
Yeah, and this is the individualistic play that I've yet to see from Lazy Esports. Now they bring it out, and this is really nice to see. Like, Purify being used from Chopskirt right now, he's not exactly in a safe position. Final Slash is there, but the Edith is there to follow up with the Earth Shatter, and Chopskirt, he gets out of the way. James Pong gets the finish onto Siska right there, and it's still a 1v1 situation at the bottom because Lazy Esports, they've been surviving these ganks time and time again, or they force these ganks with the Spear of Alpha from James Pong or the Implosion from KK Dot, aka Potbet, because he's using his IGN. And now, that 1-1, he thrives in that 1v1 because, yeah, 1-1, right? You want 1v1. And that crossbow of Tang is just going to shred through Stylish Z, even if he gets the entropy off. As long as he's in the air, Stylish Z, you can't do anything, and he's just going to eat those darts.
Oh, this is tough. Definitely tough coming in from side of YAD. The fact that, yes, they are trying to pull off those 1v1, it's still not going to be enough. Team Lazy Spot, they already have a lot of stuns been put out, and the level up coming in from both of their sides are really in the favor of Lazy Spot himself. And if they don't do something right now to respond well, Team Lazy Spot can get away already, and they're putting out right there into the turtle of the bottom line, and we hope for the best right here where Dur has been put out, giving a lot of pressure but not gonna be able to tag anyone off, and they're going in for a scrimmage right at the turtle lane.
Yeah, Eternal Guard has already been used. They won't have that tool available, so Lazy Esports, they can just power through this because the key utility is gone. They forced it out way earlier with Dur, and Dur, with that just change that entire pace of the fight because Young and Dangerous, they need to know that their utility is so important. When you compare it with Lazy Esports, they have such low cooldowns. The only high cooldown is that Implosion coming out from that Tigreal, right? But for Young and Dangerous, that Eternal Guard, once it's used, Lazy Esports is like, yeah, they don't have that anymore. They can't just throw us up in the air, so we can do anything we want.
Oh, this is tough, and we do see KJ trying to pick up Potbet first of all. A really good, at least, way of dragons for them, but it's not going to be enough, not able to connect the dot. Now they're going to actually try to pick up KJ. Managed to scur away as quickly as possible with the flicker. YAD putting themselves in so much danger that it cost them so much.
Now that's a great steal on that purple buff, so Suyo won't have that. And Keeman, he's just struggling to find these cooldowns right now. And James Pong, he's just shooting ahead in terms of that EXP, in terms of that farm. And once again, we see the Sky Piercer out from the Zusin, so there's going to be a lot of damage. Shizo, he's taking a lot of damage, yes, but he wants to fight this 1v1. He pops the Inspire, and Stylish Z is time to go away. But now with the Way of the Dragon onto Dur, does this even matter though? Primordial Form is popping. He managed to get out, and Chopskirt, he's dealing the damage. The Sky Piercer is piercing through the hearts of Young and Dangerous as they cannot withstand the damage from the 1-1 and the Zusin. That is dealing so much. Lazy Esports, they do it once again.
They do it once again. Team wiped out in the hands of them. And no matter how much, whatever they want to throw to Lazy Spot is still not connecting the dot. And the best part of all, when Chopskirt was picking off one of the players from the side of Young and Dangerous, it gives the potential of the opening side. Even despite that Siska tried to go in for the blade, it's still not enough. And this is an opening for the side of James Bond to just even get the turtle again in their hands. So Team YAD not getting the response they need, not getting the wins they want to trade off to the side of Team Lazy Spots.
Yeah, look at this. They were trying to focus on Dur. He gets the flicker away. And with that, they just force this fight, right? KK Dot, he can die here. It doesn't matter because the key damage dealers, they're dealing the damage. Chopskirt, he's not dead. And then Wanwan, he's not dead. Crossbow tank, once that's popped, just easy triple kill coming through for Shizo. Now with the Wind Talker, he's just out of control right now. There's nothing in this map that can fight him 1v1. Yes, you may survive, but you will not be able to kill him. And that just requires every single member of Young and Dangerous to land the dream spell, right? You land that final slash into the Way of the Dragon, into that Eternal Guard from Vexana, and that's gonna be all that they need to take out Wanwan. But now Cage, he is trying to go in with that conceal play, not exactly finding its mark. It's gonna be a Tigreal staring at him.
Oh, it's really tough. I mean, even with the fact that there is maybe a possibility for them to try to go in with Danzo or pushing in straight to the side of Team Lazy Spot. With them being a little bit too squishy, I feel it's really tough. And now they're picking up straight away KJ, and this is the opening that is needed for Lazy Spot. They're trying to push it to the side of Kimin. Kimin will be airborne and immediately giving Jung Spot to shut him down immediately. Siska, a little bit overextension. He had to pull away, and YAD down by the number again. And all the overextension that was done by Lazy Spot was fruitful to a point they can cover all the grounds again in their hands.
Yeah, Lazy Esports, it's their game to lose once again, similar to game one. But Shizo, he is still fighting 1v1 and finally gets shut down. He's not in a position, overextending. I mean, Siska, he will give up his life for it, but worthy trade for Young and Dangerous. That is one of the key factors that they need to take out, right? Because Wanwan, at the later stages of the game, once you reach that 6 itemization, his power actually falls off way, way harder because you're not able to burst these opponents down with the crossbow of tank, so you don't latch on the second target. And once you reach that stage of the game, Lazy Esports, they have to be wary of this timing where, yeah, your carry, your gold laner, it falls off a lot harder when you compare it to what they have on the other side, which is a Nathan.
Okay, Lord has already been taken. Marching through, this is where the wave comes in. Team YAD, they have to be careful with the split push. Not only that, they have to find a way how to divide and conquer the teams of Lazy Esport. Spotted out right on the mid lane, we do see that Der will be able to actually ground out those at the bottom lane. Kimin is waiting for it. He's going to make sure that at least they can cover the grounds off. But can they actually pull through? We do see that Patbat just looking to the side of the baseline of YAD. And Chovsket also trying to pick up anyone to come in. They clear out the mid lane second last turret. And as the lot comes in, still looking for a way to pick out anyone. Siska is in the scene. Kajay is also in the scene. Kimin trying to find a way of space so that they don't push in. Lord has been denied, but now they're going to go in for the push for the side of Siska.
Yeah, Implosion being used on that side, huge coming out for Lazy Esports. As they find the initiation with that Sin, they will be able to get this middle lane turret, but can they get more? Because Young and Dangerous, all they're looking for is to hold, right? That slight out of position, Lazy Esports managed to find an advantage, and now this Vexana pick is huge, and they might potentially end things here as long as their members are alive, and Wanwan is able to deal the damage. Lazy Esports, they take the series 2-1 as Philippines continue on in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
This is the end, the wrapped up of our last series, guys. I mean, again, coming back to the drafting wise, YAD, so much of the heroes that was picked up was a little bit of questionable because they were prioritizing on the offensive. They were prioritizing of trying to win those 1v1s, and it was still not in the favor because no matter how much they tried to tie it up, 1-1 was just in a better position. We give a lot of leeway to Shizo to be winning on his own, and Pop Bet, a lot of disturbance was done, and Chopskirt on his own, he picked up KJ every single time, denying his ways of Dragon, and that's when the opening of YAD falling through into the hands of Lazy Esports.
Yeah, it just feels like a very big mechanic gap between Lazy Esports and Young and Dangerous because to me, their draft wasn't wrong, right? They had the answers to answer to whatever that was happening, right? But it feels like they couldn't respond fast enough when Jushin went in with the ultimate. When do you see a Jushin without a flicker jump in with that ultimate? That's your opportunity to strike. You could have final slash him towards your crystal. You could have waved the dragon, kicked him into your crystal, because there's no way for her to survive the aftermath of what was coming, because you had Stylish Zed with the entropy and just the execution from Lazy PH, right? Knowing that they had this advantage, knowing how much of power that they had, even KK Dot, aka Parkbet on the Tigreal, jumping in with that implosion on the side. That was just organized team fight right there. You're not just taking one side where it's just one by one you're going in and you're gonna get swatted like flies. It's organized chaos where Jushin just pops in and then Tigreal's like, yeah, it's go time too. Everybody has the same mentality. They're on the same page.
Agree, definitely. And not only that, we keep on saying that Keeman, even despite that he tried to go in for the buff, tried to go in for his own farm, it was denied multiple times at the side of Lazy Spot, because they've already got a lot of grounds been covered, and even with Stylish Zed try to hold the position, they feel like it's more like a hesitant coming in from YID. I saw like they were a little bit scared to push through to Lazy Spots when there was supposed to be a potential. You could have actually go into the back line, you could have find a way to break through, and even Dunzo been picked out very quickly by Chop's Curve. That's when they faltered through into the hands of Lazy Spot and YID. There was just so much mistake was done and they was punished for it.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, you give that Jushin Alpha combo away. I think Jushin and Alpha right now, that their win rate is unprecedented. It's really very scary when you have this combo, and a lot of teams, yeah, they respond by going towards the back line. But instead of that, I feel that Young and Dangerous, they keep going for the same tricks, right? They keep going for that Suyo time and time again. It didn't work the first time, and they try to change up the mentality by going for this Vexana, which I do respect. But this Alpha, man, this Alpha is not something that you can deal with so easily. The way that James Pong is playing is calculated. It's pure calculated madness. He does not throw the Spear of Alpha first up, right? He waits for the Lantern to come through. He waits for the Implosion to come through. And he uses the Spear of Alpha as the finisher. And that's just a scary thing, because you expect the Alpha to go in first, but he's not going in first the most of the time. Most of the team is doing the dirty work for him. And look at this, right? James Pong, he's just walking in, and he does use the Spirit of Alpha here, but he wants to catch Keeman because that's a huge kill. And eventually he does take him out, and that just brings so much momentum over to the side of Lazy Esports. And now with the rest of the team fights, yes, they do take out Tigreal, but it does not matter because on the other side, Wan is getting that 1v1 going. And now this is the fight where we managed to see that replay. You don't take out the Jushin, you don't take out the Wan. That's the damage. And James Pong, he's still alive, but he's just doing James Pong things in that mid lane, getting that macro control and winning team fights still when the Alpha is not there. That's just a very scary look for Young and Dangerous. Lazy Esports completely know what they're doing, and now that they find themselves in this 1-1 bracket, this is a very big threat to the other teams that are there as well.
Agreed, definitely. I mean, we talked about how Lazy Spot, how can they actually portray here for the 0-1 bracket? Can they actually go in? But somehow, we even talked about how the team of YID was supposed to be a better position. They were supposed to be in a good fighting spirit. But then again, Lazy Spot comes through, and they are the one who will be sustaining one lifeline in their hands. And not only that, we have a really special interview in the line, as well as we have Lazy Esport, the one who win our last series here for our interview. Yes,
Hello?
sir. Hello, Pop Bet. This is the real Pop Bet, guys. Everybody was so confused. Welcome into the English
Yeah.
train part, Brett. Congratulations to your win for the last series. We were really surprised and we're also quite confused. So sorry for the confusion on the side that.
Yeah.
But the one question I just want to, I mean, out of the norms, right? Out of the question of the side of the game itself, I want to know why is it that KK Dot is picking up your name? Is it for to pay homage for you, or he was just trying to play around with the IGN?
Yeah, I just want to play around, and he's asking me also because I'm his idol eh.
Oh, so cute.
So cute.
Okay, I have another question for you, right? That game one, right? Game one, that discipline coming through, it was very nice. There was a lot of lane pressure there. But eventually what happened was one team fight, right? That really just ended it all for you guys. And what was going through your heads? Like, how did you guys like really reset your mental for your game two?
We just review our game in the game one because we can win that eh. So we just review how the enemy win against us and the comebacks also. So that we just review it, and in the game two we just need to discipline more because the enemy knows how to play also.
I have a fun question for you. I have a very fun question for you. How do you feel about being the first team to lose against a Cyclops?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We just reviewed the batch, but no one using it, the Cyclops eh. So that's why
Yeah, maybe
shocked
that's
that
why.
enemies using. Yeah.
All right, I'm
And
gonna.
how-
Sure,
Yeah, I gotta
go
ask
ahead.
about the game two as well, right?
Yeah.
One more thing. Game two, what do you feel about the Brody pick? Do you feel that
Oh,
it
yeah.
can be with that buff currently in the meta at all?
I think it's okay, but there's a lot of marksman also that good against Brody. So that's why we're confident that if the enemy gonna pick something like Brody, we can win that.
I see. All right. I think I'm gonna steal away one question because I know that you asked it before. You are now inside the bracket. The last question that we're gonna ask you, the last bracket of 1-1, and this is teams that has pulled themselves away from the losses. Who are the teams that you are looking forward to meet off into that bracket?
I think we're looking for Indonesian team. Uh, and I think some Myanmar also. So we're looking forward
Oh.
for that region.
I see. All right. To wrap things up, why don't you say some words for your fans and your hopes for your next series coming up?
For all the fans, yeah, thank you so much for supporting us. I know our performance is not yet there, but we're doing our best, and I hope you keep supporting us until the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again for your win for the series. All the best for the next round, and we'll see you again. Bye bye, Lazy Sports. Thank you so much.
Thank
Really
you.
love.
Thank you.
Oh, they're
Wow,
so cute.
What a fun team, right?
Yeah.
They just feel like very down to earth, very casual. The coach was just chilling in the room with the guys, and yeah, we reviewed the first game, and yeah, we could have won. We could have won. And yeah, even when I asked them about Cyclops, they're really humble. They're just like, yeah, we never played against a Cyclops before, so yeah, we didn't know what to expect.
But it's okay. We're confident. We don't really care much about the metas or whatever it is because that's the best part about the teams that are rising off to be in the pro scene, right? You have to have the really good positivity when you go into the big scene. But wrapping up for today, let's take a look again for the recap of what has happened inside our stream. Started out with Perl Legends Indonesia taking down our first Malaysia team here, OD Esports. We had to say goodbye to them. And then Monster Vicious, one of our Malaysian team, finally taking down our GPA Ascent Philippines team on second round or second series. Third series, we got GP Niners barely having a struggle to meet up with Alter Ego, but they didn't make it through. At least they put out our Indonesia team to say goodbye. And on our last series, which just recently happened, Lazy Esports Philippines putting another Malaysian team to say goodbye here for SPS Open Finals.
Yeah, so it's for the Malaysian region, it's 50-50 right now, right?
Yeah.
Two teams made it, two teams didn't.
Yeah.
But these are the two teams that you want exactly to make it in this kind of 1-1 situation, in this high stakes situation, because they've been there before, right? Vamos and JP Niners, I mean, I'm pretty sure they had lower bracket runs, and these are the games from the other stream as well. I mean, we initially talked about TSV having to go home today. Pro Esports will be going in that 1-1. And Vampire Chaos won the game 2-0 versus Games MY Ace. And CFU Gaming 2-0 versus IQ Phoenix. And lastly, for the region of Myanmar versus Malaysia, if I'm not wrong, right?
Mythic Seal versus Gamer Packs Chief. It should be... Oh, yeah, Malaysia, yeah. Malaysia.
Yeah, Malaysia, yeah. So Myanmar did manage to get some representation 2-1, and they managed to get themselves into the 1-1 bracket as well.
Yeah, so goodbye, unfortunately, to all of our 8 teams for today. For those who still survive it out, they still have one lifeline. But the question is, they will meet up with those from yesterday who lost, because the fact is they are now in 1-1 tie, and they're gonna meet off the teams that survived it out yesterday. Valhalla, talking about Evil as well. And then we have Evil's Holy. We got Dark Rise Esports, TL Academy Indonesia. Oh, there's a lot of teams that they have to be very aware of once they move into day number 4. But wow, I like the fact that Gideon's face is really big right now. He has 5 points in the lead, and I'm surprised that I'm also on the top 3 right now with 4 points, tying up with Moman. So how do you feel, Moman?
I mean, after today, maybe I'll get more points. I'm not too sure. But yeah, maybe these are today's points, right? These are today's points. So, Gideon, I mean, I gotta say to you, right? I don't trust you so much anymore. You didn't predict Alter Ego X losing to we're getting there. We're gonna beat him eventually.
We're gonna be, and this fact that Stafa as well as Lafel is at 1 point and Lafel is 8 points. Just a bit fun fact for you guys, they're actually a bit busy. I mean, they just came out from FPL, so they're kind of a bit busy to do their predictions. So they've been punished because they were not committed to this leaderboard. So I'm happy. It's a good side on me. But then again, if they were inside the scene, I think I couldn't be in the top 3 though, because so far right now, even on the day number 1, Stava was really on point. And because of the denial of today's prediction, now he's down by 1 point. But that could change though. We still have 3 more days here for the Challenge Open Finals, and we're gonna see Stafar, we're gonna see Gideon joining us as well, and we're gonna see Lafel as well joining off for the last day of the Challenge Open Finals. But here on out, this is the end for both of us for the Challenge Open Finals day number 3, and we're also gonna say goodbye to Moman as well. And this is the time to shine, Moman. What is your last thought coming into the Swiss bracket, or even on the Challenge Open Finals itself?
I mean, if you take a look at the yellow region itself, there's gonna be a lot of teams that will be continuing to get eliminated. As the teams that we saw today, we already had to say goodbye to 8 teams today. So from this here on forth, we're gonna have to say goodbye to another 8 teams. But the amazing thing is that green bracket itself is gonna be a crazy zone where everybody is playing to the highest caliber right now, right? And that high 1-0 is gonna be teams like RRQ Kaido, Team Liquid Indonesia, Omega Esports, Fnatic, Onyx Philippines, and these are teams that you don't get to see play off against each other on a daily basis. So these are high priority watch lists for most people out there. And of course, Aurora will be there as well, and Team Vamos will be there as well, right? Alter Ego and Rebellion are there too. So there's gonna be a crazy showdown, and I'm really looking forward to how their match. Like, who's gonna play against who? And I hope it's inter-region. It's not between each region, right? Where we got to see like the true test of like their own country. Whether Philippines does well against Indonesia in this kind of Swiss system stage.
Agree, definitely. I mean, so far right now, I love the fact that we started out with 3 regions being taken out on the process, from Indonesia team taking out the team of Malaysia, and then they picked out from the side of second series, we have our Indonesian team also been picked out. But at the process of it all, we have the Myanmar also been shut down. Sorry, Cambodia been shut down on the process. Now 2 of the Malaysian teams been proved to see how their metas is not going to be in a good mood. Hopefully the rest of the teams will be able to pull through. I mean, this is Malaysia teams from the MPL places, from the choices of teams, so hopefully they will be in a better position with that one lifeline state in their hands. Thank you again, Mo Man. I was really happy and honored to be casting with you. You had so much of notes to be put out, and we had fun tonight. Tonight is a great day to see all the crazy patch notes to be put out into day number 3. Day number 4 coming up on Friday. It's not going to continue on for tomorrow. We're going to have a short break, but be sure to catch up for day number 4 with me as well as Dafa here on SPS Challenge Open Finals. Moment, want to have any closure for the end?
Thank you guys for just watching, and I'll continue watching, supporting you guys from the sides, and I'll continue on the predictions as well. Then this is us, Moman, Mashivani. We'll be signing off for today. See you guys on Friday.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine?
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent goal.